Chapter 411. It is time for me to report to Class 9. Li Fuchen might feel that he could reach great heights by relying on himself, but it was still useful to listen to a mentor's lecture occasionally. At least, it would allow him to take fewer detours. Li Fuchen pushed open the courtyard door and walked out. I am finally out. There was originally no one outside the courtyard, but in just a few blinks of the eye, 3 or 4 inner institute cadets appeared in front of Li Fuchen. There were also plenty of inner institute cadets rushing over from all directions. Trying to snatch my courtyard key? Li Fuchen suddenly laughed. The inner institute was separated into 4 regions, the core region, the inner region, the outer region, and the border region. Li Fuchen's courtyard was considered to be in the inner region of the outer region. It was naturally understandable that so many people wanted to snatch his courtyard. This junior, I want your courtyard. If you don't want to get beaten up, then hand over the courtyard key obediently. A tall and burly inner institute cadet who was at the 2nd level of reincarnation realm sneered and said. Ma Donglai, get lost. Junior, give your courtyard to me, Qin Nan. I will protect you in the future. Otherwise, don't blame this senior for teaching you how to behave. Another 2nd level reincarnation realm inner institute cadet said. In the outer region, the inner institute cadets were basically at the 2nd level of reincarnation realm. The 3rd level reincarnation realm inner institute cadets didn't have courtyards that were inferior to Li Fuchen. Unless they disliked Li Fuchen, they wouldn't look for trouble. What if I don't? Li Fuchen looked around and in just a short moment, this empty space was already filled with over a dozen inner institute cadets. All of them were at the 2nd level of reincarnation realm. The South Forest Martial Institution's 2nd level shedding body realm martial artist is naturally not an ordinary person. They all cultivate Earth level cultivation technique and Earth level martial art. In terms of strength, it is at least equivalent to ordinary shedding body realm 5th level martial artist. If you don't want to, then let this senior teach you what is courtesy. The inner institute cadet named Ma Donglai was the first to attack Li Fuchen. He opened up his fingers and interweaved with sharp claw lights like a net, sealing off all of Li Fuchen's escape routes. The inner institute cadet named Qin Nan was silently frustrated. Ma Donglai had already made a move and he couldn't make another move. Otherwise, it would be 2 against 1 and it would be against the rules. If he had known that this would happen, he would have made the first move. I have been an inner institute cadet for 4 years and have already cultivated the Earth class low-tier martial art, Divine Eagle Claw, to the perfection stage. I shall let you experience the prowess of the Divine Eagle Claw. Ma Donglai felt as though he could already see the scene of Li Fuchen being defeated by a single claw. Is that all you've got? Li Fuchen sneered. Ma Donglai's strength was probably only at the 5th level of reincarnation realm and might even be inferior. Tiger Soul Fist. Slightly activating the dragon elephant power, Li Fuchen blasted a fist at Ma Donglai. The black and gold mist was like a ferocious beast that radiated Ma Donglai. Bang! The claw light shattered, and Ma Donglai's body shuddered. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. With a single punch, Ma Donglai was defeated. What? So powerful? Qin Nan was shocked. He and Ma Donglai were archenemies and Ma Donglai's strength was definitely not inferior to him. If Ma Donglai wasn't a match for a single fist from Li Fuchen, he naturally wouldn't be a match for Li Fuchen either. Who else wants to snatch my key? Just come over. Li Fuchen really didn't put these inner institute cadets in his eyes. Let alone the fact that they were at the 2nd level of reincarnation realm, even if they were at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm, Li Fuchen wouldn't be afraid and would just knock them down with a single fist. Junior is very awe-inspiring. I, Sun Tianhai would like to experience it. A youth with a square-shaped face walked out. It is Senior Sun Tianhai. He is at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm. Senior Sun Tianhai has been in the inner institute for 6 years. I heard that he has already cultivated the Morning Sun Fist art to the trance stage and has grasped the Morning Sun Fist intent. Why does he want to snatch this courtyard? Don't you know? Senior Sun Tianhai is wooing a female junior. He is probably planning to give it to her. I see. Among the inner institute cadets, there are more males than females. The competition is intense. If I am Senior Sun Tianhai, I will do the same. The spectators were in heated discussions and were looking at Li Fuchen while rejoicing in Li Fuchen's misfortune. They believed that they weren't a match for Li Fuchen, but with Senior Sun Tianhai making a move, Li Fuchen was definitely going to be defeated. He might even have to suffer a little. Make your move. Li Fuchen said indifferently. With his strength, as long as the inner institute cadets weren't at the 5th level of reincarnation realm, he didn't fear them. Junior, this senior will not bully you. We will decide the victor in 10 moves. If you can withstand 10 moves from me, I, Sun Tianhai, will leave. Sun Tianhai teased. In response, Li Fuchen said, there is no need to be so troublesome. If I take a step back within 10 moves, I will give this courtyard to you. Such arrogance. Everyone raised their brows and felt that Li Fuchen was too arrogant. They were waiting for Li Fuchen to be slapped in the face. Shameless boasting. Sun Tianhai's face turned dark as Li Fuchen was simply taking advantage of him. Receive my first fist, Rising Morning Sunday. Sun Tianhai was the same as Li Fuchen and cultivated the blazing heat cultivation technique. His fist art was also the blazing heat fist art. When he executed his fist, the fist intent was resplendent. The dazzling fist light drew across the void and blasted straight at Li Fuchen. The power of this fist was actually at the 6th level of reincarnation realm. Just in time. Li Fuchen didn't retreat or give way. He circulated the dragon elephant power to the extremity and caused the black and golden mist to tumble as he clashed with Sun Tianhai's fist. Huff! A majestic chi wave burst out. Li Fuchen didn't take a step back, but Sun Tianhai took over a dozen steps back while his chi blood was boiling. To be serious, Li Fuchen's fist force might not be stronger than Sun Tianhai, but Li Fuchen's body refinement was too high and was able to resist the rebounding force. How could Sun Tianhai resist it? It was fine if Li Fuchen retreated, as he would be able to vent a portion of the rebounding force. But Li Fuchen didn't even take a step back and Sun Tianhai had to endure most of the rebounding force. Damn it, Rising Morning Sun. Sun Tianhai had an unpleasant expression as he blasted dozens of dazzling fist lights at Li Fuchen. Dance of the Tigers. Li Fuchen's fists intersected and blasted straight, struck horizontally, or ripped. The black and golden mist surged like a group of tigers roaring and had a terrifying prowess. Bang bang bang, Sun Tianhai's fist lights were all intercepted and the layers of chi waves exploded. Sun Tianhai retreated again, but Li Fuchen was like a reef that stood upright in the chi waves and didn't take a step back. No wonder you are an inner institute cadet. Li Fuchen might not have taken a step back, but his chi blood was surging in his body. There is no need to torment myself. Withdrawing the dragon elephant power, Li Fuchen circulated the ardent sun divine technique and caused the surrounding void to distort. Sun Tianhai's expression was already extremely unpleasant. They agreed to determine the victor in 10 moves. After 2 moves, Li Fuchen didn't even take a step back, but Sun Tianhai had already taken 2 steps back. Rising Morning Sun Kill. Sun Tianhai executed the kill move of the Rising Morning Sun fist art. The dazzling dark red fist light was like the rising sun in the sky, blazing and tyrannical. When facing Sun Tianhai's killing fist, Li Fuchen executed a horizontal palm strike. If Sun Tianhai's fist art was the rising sun, then Li Fuchen's palm law was the ardent sun. The blazing power contained within wasn't on the same level. As Li Fuchen executed a horizontal palm strike, a massive and resplendent ardent sun hand flew out. It didn't just crush the dark red fist light with ease, it even enveloped Sun Tianhai and sent him flying like swatting a fly. What? Sun Tianhai is also defeated? Li Fuchen's qi cultivation strength is actually stronger than his body refinement strength. Is he going to let us live? Everyone was flabbergasted. Sun Tianhai was already the strongest among them, and if Sun Tianhai wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, only an inner institute cadet at the 4th level of reincarnation realm would be able to deal with Li Fuchen. Is there anyone else who is willing to spar with me? Li Fuchen swept a glance. His Ardent Sun Divine Technique was already at the 24th rank. Just his Qi burst power was equivalent to a regular 4th level reincarnation realm. With the Ardent Sun Divine Palm and the Blazing Flame power, it wasn't difficult for his palm force to reach the 7th level of reincarnation realm. It was enough to crush Sun Tianhai. If Li Fuchen's Qi and Dragon Elephant power burst out at the same time, his palm force would be able to reach the next level. But it wasn't necessary to deal with Sun Tianhai. In the corner, Di Jun clenched his fist tightly. After becoming an inner institute cadet first, he thought that he had already shaken off Li Fuchen. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen's progress to be several times faster than him. Right now, he wasn't even qualified to fight with Li Fuchen. To know that in the human list competition, Li Fuchen was only slightly stronger than him. I will not remain silent just like this. Di Jun turned and left. Since no one is going to challenge me, then I shall not keep you company. Seeing that no one was going to challenge him, Li Fuchen walked towards the 9th class. Not long after Li Fuchen left, the outer and peripheral regions were in an uproar. A newly promoted inner institute cadet had actually defeated 2 veteran cadets. One of them was Sun Tianhai, who was at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm. Such a valiant feat hadn't happened for many years. Among the inner institute cadets, only a few of the power rankings had done it. In the inner region of the 9th class, when Li Fuchen arrived at the 9th class, there were 12 inner institute cadets listening to the lecture. Li Fuchen is here to report. Li Fuchen said to the inner institute mentor on the rostrum. You are Li Fuchen. The 9th class mentor was called Hu Qingmu. Over a week ago, the dean informed him that his in-room cadet, Li Fuchen, would become a cadet of the 9th class. Therefore, he had been waiting for Li Fuchen's lecture. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen to arrive after over a week, and it made him rather unhappy. Of course, no matter how unhappy he was, he couldn't show it on his face. A person who could become the dean's in-room cadet naturally wasn't an ordinary person, and there wasn't a need to offend him. Find a seat and take a seat. Hu Qingmu waved his hand. There were a total of 20 seats in the classroom. Li Fuchen found an empty seat and sat down. Right now, he finally had the time to size up the cadets of the 9th class. Among the 12 cadets of the 9th class, there were 4 at the 1st level of reincarnation realm, 4 at the 2nd level of reincarnation realm, 2 at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm, and 2 at the 4th level of reincarnation realm. Of course, with the addition of Li Fuchen, there were now 5 cadets at the 1st level of reincarnation realm. Li Fuchen, I heard that you are the dean's in-room cadet. The seat beside Li Fuchen was seated with a tall and slender beauty. Her cultivation was actually at the 4th level of reincarnation realm. Yes. Li Fuchen nodded. Chapter 412. And Xinmei was definitely considered a prodigy in the inner institute. She was only 34 years old and had already reached the 4th level of reincarnation realm. But as compared to Li Fuchen, she paled in comparison. According to what she knew, Li Fuchen was only 26 years old this year, and she was already 29 years old when she entered the reincarnation realm. Hence, she had the intention to befriend Li Fuchen. And Xinmei's actions made the other 4th level reincarnation realm inner institute cadet in class 9 jealous. Lu Kuei, one of the 2 aces of the 9th class. He had been chasing after Xinmei for 3 years. Although he hadn't been able to catch up to her, he had never seen Xinmei being intimate with anyone before. Even Lu Qing, who was ranked 5th on the strong rankings, wasn't able to catch up to Xinmei. But now, And Xinmei actually took the initiative to speak to Li Fuchen, and it made him feel a sense of danger. Junior Fuchen, since you are able to become the Dean's in-room cadet, you should have cultivated an Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique, right? I wonder what rank is he at now? Lu Kuei had the intention to find out Li Fuchen's foundation. Li Fuchen casually said, Ardent Sun Divine Technique, 24th rank. Since he was the principal's in-room student, there was naturally no need for him to keep a low profile. He couldn't possibly say that the 24th level was the 23rd level or the 22nd level, right? There was no need for that. 24th floor. And Xinmei's expression changed. The 24th level of the Blazing Sun Divine Art was a level stronger than the highest level of low-tier Earth-class cultivation techniques. How did the other party cultivate it? This was simply unimaginable. Junior Fuchen, you aren't joking, right? Lu Kuei laughed. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen had cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 24th rank. He had spent 8 years to cultivate an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique to the highest rank. Li Fuchen had only been in the academy for less than a year and had already cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 24th rank. It was simply a pipe dream. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Li Fuchen didn't care if the other party believed him, after all, he didn't have the obligation to do so. Junior Fuchen, I believe you. And Xinmei believed in Li Fuchen. How could a person who could become the Dean's in-room student be an ordinary person? After class, it was already dusk. Junior Fuchen, let's go eat together. And Xinmei invited. Li Fuchen couldn't reject the enthusiasm of the other party and headed to the cafeteria with him. The inner courtyard's dining hall was divided into 3 floors, each floor more expensive than the one before. On the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, a table of precious dishes was placed in front of Li Fuchen. There were 3 meat dishes, 3 vegetables, and a soup. The meat dishes were mainly made from Class 5 demonic beast meat, while the vegetables were spirit vegetables grown in the Inner Institute. This table of dishes had cost in Xinmei 10 inferior grade spirit stones, and it could be said to be expensive. The two of them chatted as they ate, and the atmosphere was good. At the 4th table next door, Lu Kuei looked over from time to time with a displeased expression. Thud, 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 the sound of footsteps came from the stairwell, and a young man with a jade-like face and long eyebrows walked up. This person looked around, and when he noticed Xinmei, his eyes lit up. But when he saw Li Fuchen, who was opposite Xinmei, his face turned dark again. He had been chasing after Xinmei for some time, but he had never had a meal with her alone. With a cold smirk, the young man walked toward the duo. Juniorin, this is... The young man smiled and said to Xinmei after coming to their side. Xinmei frowned and introduced, Li Fuchen, this is Senior Xiao Kong, Senior Xiao. Senior Xiao, this is Li Fuchen, the Dean's new in-room cadet. He is now a cadet of my Class 9. So it is Li Fuchen, it is an honor to meet you. After knowing that Li Fuchen was the Dean's in-room cadet, Xiao Kong didn't mind. The Inner Institute had its own rules, and as long as he didn't break the rules, no one could do anything to him. Xiao Kong extended his hand and was planning to shake hands with Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's right hand shook Xiao Kang's hand. Creak. The moment they shook hands, Xiao Kang's palm strength increased drastically, but his body didn't have any qi waves. Apart from Xiao Kang's qi cultivation reaching the 4th level of reincarnation realm, his body refinement was also at the reincarnation realm. He was one of the rare dual cultivators. Of course, as compared to Li Fuchen, he was still insignificant. Li Fuchen's body refinement was much stronger than his qi cultivation. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be at a disadvantage, but Li Fuchen didn't feel anything as his palm strength increased. Xiao Kong was rather surprised. This was the dining hall and it would be too loud to use qi power. Therefore, Li Fuchen could only use qi power. Xiao Kong originally thought that 50% of his strength would be enough to embarrass Li Fuchen, but he didn't expect for Li Fuchen's body refinement to be so formidable. Since that is the case, I shall use 70% of my strength. Shao Kahn increased his strength again. Creak creak. The force produced from their handshake was so powerful that it felt as though a piece of metal had been twisted. And Xin Mei sensed the abnormality and was about to reprimand Shao Kahn. But when she saw that Li Fuchen wasn't at a disadvantage, she immediately closed her mouth. She wanted to make use of this opportunity to see how capable Li Fuchen was. 70% of his strength. 80% of his strength. 90% of his strength. Shao Kang's expression turned gloomy. With a spurt of energy, Shao Kahn increased his strength to 100% and even added in the remaining extraordinary qi power in his body. It was visible to the naked eye that Shao Kang's palm turned bright silver. Li Fuchen smiled as traces of dragon elephant power poured into his palm and continued to increase his strength. Creak creak. Traces of sparks burst out from the duo's palms and Xin Mei could smell a burnt smell. Looking at the duo, Xin Mei was startled. As compared to before, Li Fuchen still had a composed expression while Shao Kang's expression was rather distorted. Shao Kahn was actually at a disadvantage. Shao Kahn roared with rage in his heart. He originally wanted to humiliate Li Fuchen, but he didn't expect for Li Fuchen's body refinement to be stronger than him. Gritting his teeth, Shao Kahn tried his best to persist. Traces of pale golden luster extended from Li Fuchen's hand and Li Fuchen's strength had increased by 30%. Crackle. Shao Kang's palm bones were fractured and a few of his fingers were twisted in a strange manner. Withdrawing his palm, Li Fuchen smiled and said, "Senior Shao is too enthusiastic. Let's have a meal together." "It's fine, I still have something to do. Let's talk next time." Shao Kahn quickly withdrew his deformed palm and left without any expression. Senior Shao suffered a hidden disadvantage. This new junior isn't simple. I heard from someone that this junior is called Li Fuchen and he is the dean's new in-room cadet. No wonder. There were plenty of inner institute cadets on the 3rd floor that witnessed this scene and were discussing in private. His body refinement isn't bad, but Shao Kahn is a 4th-level reincarnation realm martial artist. After suffering this disadvantage, he will definitely take revenge. Lu Kuei sneered in his heart. Shao Kahn was a person that would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If Lu Kuei offended him, Lu Kuei's future days wouldn't be easy. By then, he would like to see if Shao Kahn still had the face to be so close to Xin Mei. Lu Kuei, who was in a great mood, ordered another portion of Class 5 demonic beast meat. Li Fuchen, be careful. Senior Shao doesn't have a good reputation, but his strength is formidable. In the power rankings, he is at least top 3. Although they were all at the 4th level of reincarnation realm, there were differences in strength. Those who cultivated Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques and Earth-class low-tier martial arts to the highest rank were naturally the strongest. Shao Kahn didn't just cultivate Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques and Earth-class low-tier martial arts to the highest rank, his body refinement cultivation had also reached the reincarnation realm. His strength was even comparable to those at the bottom of the power rankings. It doesn't matter. As long as Shao Kang's cultivation wasn't at the 5th level of reincarnation realm, Li Fuchen wouldn't pay attention. Seeing that Li Fuchen was so confident, Xin Mei didn't say anything else. For the next few days, Li Fuchen didn't attend any more classes. Classes were a waste of time for him. If he had the time, he might as well cultivate. It wouldn't be too late to attend classes after he reached the bottleneck. Soon enough, 1 month had passed. In the courtyard, there was a giant elephant's trumpet and a ferocious tiger's roar. On the eastern side of the courtyard, on the training ground, Li Fuchen executed a fist strike. The giant elephant's spirit and the fierce black tiger's spirit rose at the same time. The two spirits might not be able to fuse, but when used together, they were able to burst out with overwhelming prowess. Even if the opponent was slightly stronger than Li Fuchen, they would still be forcefully suppressed by the two spirits. The Tiger Soul Fist has reached the perfection stage. My body refinement strength is almost at the regular 8th level of reincarnation realm. Body refinement martial arts were hard to obtain. Once a powerful body refinement martial art was cultivated, those body refinement experts would be terrifyingly powerful. With the addition of superior defenses, they would be able to escape unscathed when encountering opponents that were much stronger than them. But body refinement martial arts weren't that easy to cultivate. If it was other reincarnation realm experts, they wouldn't be able to cultivate the Tiger's Soul Fist to the perfection stage without a few years. Li Fuchen's perception was exceptional, awareness was exceptional, and his cultivation had caught up. The difficulty of cultivating the Tiger's Soul Fist was similar to cultivating the Metal Bone Fist back then. In fact, it was slightly easier. After all, cultivating the Metal Bone Fist to the trance stage had given him plenty of experience and accumulation. For any martial art, the most difficult stage is to reach the trance stage from the perfection stage. Without a few months, this stage won't be easy to pass. It is time to increase my body refinement level. After a long period of time, Li Fuchen's body refinement level had already stabilized. He believed that with his wealth, it wouldn't be difficult for his body refinement level to improve further. After leaving the South Forest Martial Institution, Li Fuchen rode on the class for Unicorn Wildebeest and rushed towards the South Forest City. South Forest City, Ever Youth Pavilion. This elixir store was Grandmaster Ever Youth's business and there were plenty of elixirs inside. Shopkeeper, do you have Earth-class mid-tier body refinement elixirs? Once Li Fuchen entered, he immediately asked the Ever Youth Pavilion's shopkeeper. Yes, this way please, dear customer. The shopkeeper was an elder in luxurious clothes and he was smiling as he welcomed Li Fuchen. There weren't a lot of people that could afford Earth-class mid-tier body refinement elixirs. Those reincarnation realm body refinement martial artists would normally like to purchase Earth-class low-tier body refinement elixirs. After all, 2 Earth-class low-tier body refinement elixirs' medicinal effects were equivalent to 1 Earth-class mid-tier body refinement elixir. Furthermore, 1 Earth-class mid-tier body refinement elixir's value was at least 3 times that of an Earth-class low-tier body refinement elixir. Of course, Earth-class mid-tier body refinement elixirs had fewer impurities and would be absorbed faster. Soon enough, the duo arrived at the body refinement elixir counter. The body refinement elixirs here ranged from Mystic-class low-tier to Earth-class mid-tier. However, Earth-class body refinement elixirs were extremely expensive. The cheapest Earth-class low-tier body refinement elixir would cost at least 300 low-grade spirit stones and the most expensive would cost 500 low-grade spirit stones. As for Earth-class mid-tier body refinement elixirs, the cheapest would cost 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and there were only 2 types. Chapter 413. The Vitra elixir was worth 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, while the body-forging golden elixir was worth 1,200 low-grade spirit stones. If it was a regular reincarnation realm body refinement martial artist, they wouldn't be able to afford it. After all, body refinement martial artists already consumed a lot of resources. Every trace of chi power was accumulated with wealth. In the 7-color continent, body refinement martial artists were definitely the poorest group of people. Of course, those body refinement martial artists with strong backgrounds weren't included. Give me 1 Vajra elixir and 1 body forging golden elixir. Li Fuchen reckoned that 2 Earth-class mid-tier elixirs should be able to split his dragon elephant power from 3,000 strands to 6,000 strands. 6,000 strands of dragon elephant power was enough to push his body refinement to the 5th level of reincarnation realm. After paying 2,200 low-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen left the Ever Youth Pavilion and checked into a top-notch inn. The Vajra elixir was a type of elixir that was forged with Vajra. It was extremely tough and had golden radiance. If one wasn't a reincarnation realm body refinement martial artist, it would be hard to refine the Vajra elixir. After the Vajra elixir entered his body, Li Fuchen circulated his chi power and dragon elephant power to refine the Vajra elixir. Gradually, the outer layer of the Vajra elixir melted and was like molten iron. The scalding heat contained a powerful body refinement power. 3,500 strands. 4,000 strands. 4,800 strands. After spending one day, Li Fuqian had completely refined the Vajra elixir. At the same time, the dragon elephant power in his body had split from 3,000 strands to 4,800 strands. Li Fuqian consumed the body-forging golden elixir and continued to refine it. The body-forging golden elixir's toughness was even higher than the Vajra elixir. It was just like swallowing a piece of mystic class metal. 5,000 strands. 5,500 strands. 6,200 strands. To be honest, the body-forging golden elixir's medicinal effects were stronger than the Vajra elixir. But the dragon elephant power would increase at a slower rate and would require more resources. Therefore, the body-forging golden elixir only increased Li Fuqian's dragon elephant power by 1,400 strands, and it wasn't as good as the Vajra elixir. But Li Fuqian could sense that with every additional strand of dragon elephant power, the rest of the dragon elephant power would be strengthened. It might be very weak, but it was better than nothing. In the later stages, perhaps a trace of dragon elephant's power would be equivalent to 2 traces of dragon elephant's power in the past. Opening his eyes, Li Fuqian's pupils turned pale gold, breathtaking. After a long time, the pale gold gradually faded. Consciousness scanning the body, Li Fuqian secretly thought, the strength of dragon form has doubled, and the medicine pill impurities are also more. Any pill would contain impurities. The accumulation of impurities in the body would affect cultivation. In the face of the impurities within the body, Li Fuqian has 2 choices. The first is to rely on the strength of dragon form to slowly refine the impurities. The second method was to swallow a special pill to wash away the impurities on the body. The former was slow, but it had a solid foundation. The latter was fast, but there were also impurities in special pills. Although there were only a few of them, they still couldn't be underestimated if they accumulated over time. There's no rush for now. There's no need to waste low-grade spirit stones to buy special pills. After pondering for a moment, Li Fuqian decided to play it safe. Of course, most importantly, these special pills that could wash away the impurities weren't cheap. With his current body refinement level, Mystic Class Peak Tier special pills weren't effective anymore. Earth Class Low Tier special pills were worth a few hundred low-grade spirit stones, and Li Fuqian wasn't qualified to be so extravagant. After returning to the South Forest Martial Institution's inner courtyard, Li Fuqian continued his seclusion. Next, his target was to cultivate the Green Sun Sword Intent and Ardent Sun Divine Palm to the perfection stage. Time elapsed quickly. 1 week later, Li Fuqian's Ardent Sun Divine Palm had reached the perfection stage. 1 month later, the Green Sun Sword Intent had reached the perfection stage. The former was still alright as the power was only slightly stronger than Earth Class Low-Tier Martial Arts at the trance stage. The latter's power was far superior to the Ardent Sun Divine Palm. A single sword strike would produce thousands of sword lights, and it was extremely powerful. Junior Fuqian, you came out just in time. Senior Shao wants you to visit him. On this day, as soon as Li Fuqian left the courtyard, an inner institute cadet walked over and spoke loudly. Shao Kong. Li Fuqian's expression turned cold. I'm not free. Junior Fuqian, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. No one can reject Senior Shao's good intentions. The inner institute cadet threatened. Get lost. Li Fuqian berated. It was good enough if he didn't provoke others. But if anyone provoked him, he didn't care who they were, he wouldn't give them any face. Presumptuous. I, Feng Tao, shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Senior Shao. Feng Tao might only be at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm, but he was the same as Shao Kong and also cultivated the body refinement. His strength was much stronger than regular 3rd level reincarnation realm inner institute cadets. Soaring into the sky, Feng Tao drew his long saber and cleaved at Li Fuqian. This saber wasn't just an incredible saber move, it was also infused with chi power, allowing the saber's speed to be faster and more ferocious. You are asking for trouble. Li Fuchen blasted his fist forward while the black fierce tiger spirit surged. Feng Tao arrived quickly and left quickly as well. He was sent flying by the fist and several bones in his body were broken. He was paralyzed on the ground. Such power! The Inner Institute cadets that rushed over after hearing the commotion were flabbergasted. They realized that Li Fuchen was much stronger than before. Furthermore, Li Fuchen didn't even use his chi strength this time. Junior Fuchen, I asked Junior Feng Tao to invite you out of goodwill. Aren't you disrespecting me by injuring Junior Feng Tao? A figure appeared in the open space with a whoosh. It was Shao Kong. He took a glance at Feng Tao who was paralyzed on the ground and berated Li Fuchen. Do I need to give you any face? Li Fuchen asked in return. Shao Kang's eyes flickered with cold light. Since you don't want any face, then don't blame me, Shao Kong, for bullying the weak. He was at the 4th level of reincarnation realm after all and was extremely famous in the Inner Institute's power rankings. If he was to deal with a new cadet, there would be gossip. But now that Li Fuchen injured Feng Tao, he had a reason to deal with Li Fuchen. If you want to fight, just fight. Why do you have so many excuses? Li Fuchen sneered. Courting death. Shao Kang's weapon was a silver spear. The spear was 9 feet long and had the thickness of a duck egg. Boom! Just like a flash flood, Shao Kang instantly arrived in front of Li Fuchen and thrust with his spear. When the spear thrust was thrust, 2 types of field power pressed over. It was accompanied by a thick technique intent and a tyrannical spear intent. With the addition of the chi and chi power that was poured into the silver spear, Shao Kang believed that this spear would be able to force a 5th-level reincarnation realm Inner Institute cadet to take a step back. You are the one courting death. Li Fuchen didn't retreat or give way. When facing Shao Kang's heavy and tyrannical spear, Li Fuchen countered with a fist. Shao Kang was astonished at first before he mocked. Li Fuchen actually used a fist to clash with him. Even if Li Fuchen was wearing Earth-class low-tier gloves, he wouldn't be able to withstand the impact from a long weapon. But in the next moment, Shao Kang's eyes widened. Li Fuchen's fist was tougher than he imagined. When the fist was executed, Shao Kang's spear tip was forcefully stopped. Even the spear shaft was bent and there was an ear-piercing creaking sound. The giant elephant spirit and the fierce black tiger spirit were extremely ferocious and had immediately burst open the 2 field powers that Shao Kang had released. The silver spear was after all an Earth-class low-tier weapon. After bending for a split moment, it instantly straightened and sent Shao Kang flying. Too powerful. Senior Shao is one of the strongest individuals below the power rankings. He was actually repelled by a single fist from Li Fuchen. What stage is Li Fuchen's body refinement strength at? The spectators were appalled as they had never seen such an ferocious newcomer. It seems like the commotion is coming from Junior Fuchen's side. There wasn't any class today. Just as Shinmei walked out of the courtyard, she heard a chi explosion from a distance. With a flash, Shinmei rushed towards the direction of the chi explosion. In just a short moment, Shinmei arrived at the scene. It is Senior Shao and Junior Fuchen. Shinmei was delighted. Swish! Lu Kuei had also rushed over. When he saw Shao Kang and Li Fuchen going against each other, he mocked, Junior Fuchen is truly fearless. He is going to suffer this time. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen was a match for Shao Kang. Senior Lu Kuei, earlier on, Li Fuchen and Senior Shao were evenly matched. An Inner Institute cadet said. How is that possible? Lu Kuei raised his brows and didn't believe it. Perhaps Shao Kang wasn't serious yet. Lu Kuei thought to himself. What a great Li Fuchen. I have underestimated you. Shao Kang calmed down his surging chi blood and said in a deep voice. Shao Kang, show me everything you have. Li Fuchen lowered his head to look at his fist and there wasn't a single mark. Landslide, earth rend. Shao Kahn roared out and poured his extraordinary chi power into his silver spear, causing the spear's speed and power to increase by a small level. Just in time. Li Fuchen raised his right fist and executed another fist. Creak creak creak, when the spear tip and fist clashed, there was a burst of blazing sparks. Shao Kang's silver spear bent again and was repelled again. Shao Kahn was at the 4th level of reincarnation realm and just by using the highest rank of earth class low-tier cultivation technique and spear art, he was able to burst out with the strength of a regular 8th level reincarnation realm martial artist. When complemented with his body refinement, he was able to burst out with the strength of a regular 9th level reincarnation realm martial artist. Li Fuchen's body refinement was already at the 5th level of reincarnation realm. When complemented with the perfection stage of the Tiger Soul Fist, he would also be able to reach the strength of a regular 9th level reincarnation realm martial artist. The two of them had comparable strength, but Li Fuchen was able to resist a little more. What? Shao Kahn was repelled. Lu Kuei was certain that Shao Kahn had already used 99% of his strength. Even if he didn't use his full strength, it was already close. If Shao Kahn was repelled in his current state, didn't it mean that Li Fuchen's strength wasn't inferior to Shao Kahn and was even stronger than Lu Kuei? No wonder he is the dean's in-room cadet. And Xinmei took a deep breath while her eyes flashed with a strange light. Shao Kahn, receive a fist from me too. Li Fuchen soared into the sky and used the giant elephant spirit and the fierce tiger spirit to suppress everyone. Fierce tiger, descend the mountain. When the fist was blasted out, the fierce tiger spirit expanded again and enveloped Shao Kahn. PFFF. Shao Kahn vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and retreated until he was outside a nearby courtyard. With the support of the courtyard's defense array, he didn't continue to retreat. Chapter 4:14. The spectators were dumbfounded. It was like watching a fairy tale. Li Fuchen, who had just entered the Inner Institute for a few months, had injured Shao Kahn with a single fist. Was there a need to be so ferocious? Even the influential figures on the power ranking couldn't do this back then. Damn it, how did he do it? Lu Kuei was in a daze. He realized that he didn't even have the confidence to fight with Li Fuchen. In the future, how was he going to compete with Li Fuchen for an Xinmei? This is a true heavenly prodigy. And Xinmei thought to herself. Bastard, bastard. Layer upon layer of thick earthen yellow energy surged out from Shao Kang's body, and under the boost of this earthen yellow energy, Shao Kang's aura rose madly like a tall mountain rising from the ground, causing others to feel horrified in their hearts. Thick earth power. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. It was obvious that Shao Kahn possessed the thick earth bone frame and had already activated the thick earth power. However, it seemed that the other party did not have much thick earth power. Otherwise, he would have released it long ago instead of waiting until now. You are the first person to force out my thick earth power. I will let you have a good taste of it. Shao Kahn had just activated the energy of the thick earth a few months ago. Originally, he didn't intend to expose the energy of the thick earth. After all, besides existences on the power rankings, no one was able to force him to use the energy of the thick earth. Furthermore, he didn't have much thick earth energy right now. His foundation was too shallow, and a single battle would probably exhaust all of it. If he wanted to recover, it would take a long time. But against the current Li Fuchen, he had no choice but to use the thick earth power. Senior Shao has actually activated the power of thick earth. Looks like the situation is about to be reversed. The thick earth bone frame is just an ordinary extraordinary bone frame. Under normal circumstances, one would need to be at least at the high levels of the reincarnation realm to be able to activate the thick earth power. Only the seniors on the power rankings would be able to activate ordinary extraordinary power when they are at the mid-levels of the reincarnation realm. In fact, they would be able to do it when they are at the low levels of the reincarnation realm. After activating the thick earth power, Senior Xiao's ability will increase by at least a few times. I wonder how Li Fuchen will deal with it. The situation was full of twists and turns, causing everyone's emotions to be in turmoil. Shao Kong is so strong. Alright, teach Li Fuchen a lesson. Lu Kuei clenched his fist. Li Fuchen, be defeated. With the enhancement of the thick earth power, Shao Kong rushed forward and thrust his spear at Li Fuchen. The spear contained too much power. There was true qi, extraordinary strength, and thick earth power. As the spear stabbed out, everyone felt as if a mountain was charging at them with terrifying momentum. Shao Kong, let me show you my true strength. Li Fuchen didn't execute the Tiger Soul Fist anymore. He opened up his palm and gathered the extreme ardent sun power between his fingers. Blazing Sun Divine Palm. Li Fuchen slammed his palm at Shao Kong. This palm contained two types of energy, the ardent sun energy and the dragon elephant energy. As for the blazing flame power, Li Fuchen didn't need to use it. There was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Who? The void distorted as Li Fuchen's palm clashed with the silver spear. Shao Kang's full force strike was forcefully obstructed by this palm strike, and it was difficult for him to advance in the slightest. One must know that apart from the ardent sun true qi, it also contained the power of the dragon elephant. The strength of dragon form is indestructible, and Li Fuchen's palm power has increased a lot. Bang! The ground shook as Shao Kang's silver spear was shot out. As for Shao Kong himself, he was sent flying by Li Fuchen's palm strike and vomited a large amount of fresh blood. If Shao Kong and Li Fuchen attacked from a distance, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to deal with Shao Kong for a short period of time. After all, the Blazing Sun Divine Palm could only be executed with the Ardent Sun True Qi, and the Dragon Elephant energy wasn't able to be mixed in. During close combat, the two powers could only be stacked together for a short period of time. It didn't matter even if there was a disturbance. What? Even Senior Xiao, who activated the thick earth power, isn't a match for Li Fuchen. This Li Fuchen probably has the strength to enter the power rankings. That's true. Li Fuchen's qi strength is also very powerful. With the two powers stacked together, Senior Xiao isn't a match at all. The spectators were already convinced by Li Fuchen and were all lamenting. Damn it! Lu Kuei glanced at Li Fuchen with reluctance and turned to leave. He might not be a match for the current Li Fuchen, but it might not be the case in the future. Congratulations to Junior Fuchen. And Xin Mei walked over with a smile. Li Fuchen didn't mind and said, it is just a small matter and isn't worth congratulating. Shao Kong might be formidable, but Li Fuchen wasn't able to force Shao Kong to the limits. And Xin Mei was startled and thought to herself, don't tell me he still has some strength that he hasn't used yet? That would be too terrifying. After defeating Shao Kong, Li Fuchen didn't hesitate to snatch Shao Kang's courtyard key and tossed his own courtyard key to Shao Kong. Shao Kang's courtyard was located in the inner region and the heaven and earth energy was very concentrated. It was at least 20% more concentrated than Li Fuchen's courtyard. A 20% concentration of heaven and earth energy might not be able to increase the cultivation speed by 20%, but 10% was still good. After a year, it was enough to save over a month of hard work. After moving into Shao Kang's courtyard, Li Fuchen took a deep breath. The surging energy was like a tide that surged into Li Fuchen's body before being expelled. If I cultivate here, I should be able to increase my cultivation speed by quite a bit. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi and Spirit Stone Yuan Qi could not be lumped together. Generally speaking, no matter how concentrated heaven and earth energy was, it wouldn't be as concentrated as Spirit Stone energy and it wouldn't be as pure as Spirit Stone energy. But Spirit Stone energy would only be absorbed during cultivation, while heaven and earth energy was everywhere and would be nourishing the martial artist's body at all times. Without Spirit Stones, a martial artist's cultivation speed would be greatly reduced. Without heaven and earth energy, a martial artist's cultivation speed would also be sharply reduced. For the next few days, the entire Inner Institute was spreading about Li Fuchen's achievements. Even the upper echelons of the Inner Institute knew about it. This kid is truly formidable. It seems like in another year, my South Forest Martial Institution will be able to advance a few ranks. The dean revealed a smile. There was still 1.5 years before the 24 martial institutions rankings tournament. As long as Li Fuchen's qi cultivation could increase by another level during this period of time, his strength would definitely be at the top of the power rankings. There would always be a time when a storm would calm down. Half a month later, there weren't many people discussing about Li Fuchen defeating Shao Kong. On this day, Xin paid a visit. Junior Fuchen, I have recently formed a team and is planning to explore the Violet Star Mountains. I wonder if you are interested. Xin went straight to the point. Violet Star Mountains? Li Fuchen's eyes flashed. The Violet Star Mountains was one of the 3 major mountain ranges in the Violet Flower Kingdom. It extended for over 200,000 miles. There were plenty of Class 5 demonic beasts and there were even Class 6 demonic beasts. It might be abnormally dangerous, but it was extremely tempting to reincarnation realm martial artists. When a demonic beast progressed to Class 5, the probability of producing a demon core would increase by more than 10 times. Someone did a rough calculation and out of every 5 Class 5 demonic beasts, 1 would have a demon core. A Class 5 low-tier demon core would be worth at least 100 low-grade spirit stones. A Class 5 mid-tier demon core would be worth at least 200 low-grade spirit stones. A Class 5 high-tier demon core would be worth at least 400 low-grade spirit stones. If one encountered a mutated Class 5 demonic beast, it would be even more profitable. A Class 5 low-tier mutated demon core would be worth 5 times more and would be worth at least 500 low-grade spirit stones. A Class 5 mid-tier mutated demon core would be worth at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. If one was strong enough and lucky enough, it would be easy to earn a few thousand low-grade spirit stones in a single trip to the Violet Star Mountains. Apart from that, as the Violet Star Mountains were rarely inhabited, there were countless herbs and countless treasures. There were times when harvesting herbs was more profitable than hunting Class 5 demonic beasts. Who are there? Li Fuchen asked. Xin said, apart from you, there are 3 including me. The strongest is the number 5 power rankings, Senior Zhao Han. Number 5 power rankings, Zhao Han. Zhao Han was at the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm and had already activated the Icy Cold power. His strength was extremely powerful and Shao Kong couldn't compare with him. After pondering for a moment, Li Fuchen nodded. Right now, he might have over 60,000 low-grade spirit stones, but if he wanted to return to the East Unicorn continent, he wouldn't even consider without 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Heading to the Violet Star Mountains to earn low-grade spirit stones was definitely a shortcut. Alright then, I shall try and see if I can invite 1 or 2 more individuals. Xin revealed a delighted expression. Li Fuchen's strength was barely at the level of the power rankings. With the addition of Li Fuchen, this group's overall strength was unprecedentedly powerful. When do we gather? Li Fuchen asked again. 3 days later. Xin replied. Alright. Li Fuchen nodded. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In an empty space outside of the buildings, there were 3 figures standing there. A short moment later, Li Fuchen walked over. After taking a glance, Li Fuchen noticed that the trio were all at the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm and Zhao Han wasn't among them. Junior Fuchen, let me do the introductions. This is Class 5's Liang Tianyu, this is Class 7's Du Qing. Liang Tianyu, Du Qing, this is Junior Li Fuchen. Xin introduced passionately. It is an honor to meet you. Liang Tianyu nodded with a rather indifferent expression. Du Qing smiled and had a trace of curiosity in her eyes. Li Fuchen was only at the first level of reincarnation realm and already had the strength to defeat Shao Kahn. It was inevitable for her to be curious. Of course, Du Qing knew clearly that Li Fuchen's body refinement was obviously stronger than his qi cultivation. Therefore, he shouldn't be considered a qi martial artist, he should be a body refinement martial artist. Around 15 minutes later, Zhao Han finally arrived. With his icy aura, he gave off a sharp aura that kept people away from him. His appearance could be considered handsome. Senior Zhao. Right now, even Liang Tianyu didn't dare to treat Zhao Han coldly and had to squeeze out a smile. This trip into the Violet Star Mountains was filled with dangers. If they were able to leave the Violet Star Mountains safely, they could only rely on Zhao Han. After all, Zhao Han had the strength of the 5th ranker and had cultivated an Earth-class mid-tier martial art. Among the 4 of them, only Li Fuchen didn't greet Zhao Han. He wasn't used to greeting others. If others greeted him, he wouldn't mind greeting them as a senior. Zhao Han glanced at Li Fuchen and his eyes flashed with cold intent. He said to Shinmei, "Since everyone is here, let's depart." "All right." Shinmei nodded. Chapter 4:15. As one of the 3 major mountain ranges of the Violet Flower Kingdom, the Violet Star Mountains were surrounded by close to 100 cities. The closest city to the South Forest Martial Institution was called Witheredwood City. On this day, a group of 5 rode Class 4 Unicorn Wildebeest into Witheredwood City. After placing the Unicorn Wildebeest in an inn, the 5 of them rushed towards the Violet Star Mountains without any rest. After traveling for close to 1,000 miles, the 5 of them finally arrived at the Violet Star Mountains. Due to the special environment of the Violet Star Mountains, the soil, rocks, and even the vegetation were purple in color. It looked deep and serene as a whole. It is rare for Class 6 demonic beasts to appear in the outskirts of the Violet Star Mountains. But everyone should be careful. Shinmei took a deep breath and said. Du Qing laughed and said, "With Senior Zhao around, even if a Class 5 high-tier mutated demonic beast appears, we will still stand a chance." Class 5 high-tier mutated demonic beasts were stronger than Class 5 high-tier demonic beasts. A regular 9th level reincarnation realm martial artist would be instantly killed if they encountered a Class 5 high-tier mutated demonic beast. Unknowingly, the 5 of them started to venture deeper into the outskirts of the Violet Star Mountains. Along the way, Class 5 demonic beasts would ambush them from time to time. It was a pity that the weakest among the 5, Du Qing and Shinmei, were already comparable with Class 5 high-tier demonic beasts. Regular Class 5 low-tier demonic beasts would be instantly killed before they could even get close. Only Class 5 mid-tier demonic beasts had tough skin and could withstand a few more attacks. But if the 2 of them worked together, they still wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being instantly killed. Rumble. When passing by a swamp, a giant python that was close to 1,000 feet long suddenly emerged. The eerie demonic chi was like a whirlwind that swept in all directions. It was accompanied by a multicolored water pillar that was a few meters thick. "Be careful." Shinmei dodged to the side. Li Fuchen and the others quickly dodged as well. Bang! The ground shook and the multicolored water pillar was indestructible. It forcefully blasted a pitch-black hole that was a few meters wide on the ground. If this attack landed on a human, even Zhao Han would perish. Everyone focused their eyes and looked at the giant python. It is a Class 5 peak-tier demonic beast, venomous swamp python. Du Qing said with lingering fear. Level 5 Apex Monster Beast can actually be regarded as Level 5 High-Rank Monster Beast, but it is Level 5 High-Rank Monster Beast in the peak of the existence, enough to kill the ordinary Shedding Body Realm 9th layer martial artist. "You humans shall be my meat." The venomous swamp python spoke in the human language, and it was extremely cold. Demonic beasts were the prey of humans, but weren't humans the prey of demonic beasts as well? There were close to 100 cities around the Violet Star Mountain range. Every day, countless cultivators would enter the cities. Some were strong and lucky. Not only could they survive, but they could also make a fortune. However, there were also many who died, becoming food for the demonic beasts. You die. Liang Tianyu sneered disdainfully. He swung his bronze staff at the venomous swamp python. Clang! A staff shadow that was several hundred feet long smashed onto the venomous swamp python's head, and an ear-piercing metallic explosion erupted. The venomous swamp python's head shook slightly, but it was completely unharmed. What? Liang Tianyu's pupils shrank. Last year, he had already activated the wind spirit power and his strength wasn't inferior to Shao Kong. He was comparable to a regular 9th-level reincarnation realm martial artist. His full-power attack couldn't even break the venomous swamp python's skin. Wasn't the python's defense a little too strong? Zhao Han said indifferently, demonic beasts are naturally born with tough defenses. In a situation where the strength is similar, a few martial artists would need to work together to defeat the demonic beast. Your staff is also considered a blunt weapon, it is normal that you can't injure the venomous swamp python. Li Fuqin nodded. Unless one's strength was one level stronger than the demonic beast, it was very difficult to hunt the demonic beast. All of you rarely fight with Class 5 demonic beasts. This venomous swamp python shall be your practice. I shall not make a move. Zhao Han took a step back and stood with his hands behind his back. Alright, if the few of us work together, it shouldn't be a problem to take it down. And Xin Mei's weapon was a slender saber, while Du Qing's weapon was a sword. When the two of them worked together, they left some scars on the venomous swamp python's body. Are you not going to make a move? Zhao Han looked at Li Fuqin. Li Fuqin said, it will be meaningless if I make a move. Is that so? Zhao Han sneered and didn't speak anymore. Damn humans, you are hurting me. The venomous swamp python had a massive body and no matter how it dodged, it couldn't dodge the trio's attacks. The enraged python raised its head and shot a multicolored water pillar at Liang Tianyu. Liang Tianyu might not be able to blast open the venomous swamp python's defenses, but he was still rather confident in resisting the venomous swamp python's attack. Open! Wielding the bronze rod with both hands, Liang Tianyu cleaved at the water pillar. Boom! Liang Tianyu was sent flying while the venomous water splashed on his chi protection. There was a sizzling sound and black smoke. Metal wind drizzle. Origin return sword. Seeing that Liang Tianyu had attracted the venomous swamp python's attention, and Xin Mei skimmed to the back of the python's head and brandished her saber. In an instant, the slender saber shadow slashed open the venomous swamp python's scales and was 1 foot deep. Du Qing reacted quickly and thrust her sword along the wound. In a split second, there was a flash of white light and the wound was enlarged by a few folds and extended by over 10 feet. The duo's joint attack had instantly inflicted severe injuries on the venomous swamp python. Ah, damn it, you actually dare to injure me. The venomous swamp python was enraged and its body had shrunk to a few dozen feet. But the demonic chi didn't shrink and increased instead. It turned into a giant spiral and engulfed in Xin Mei and Du Qing. Why aren't you making a move? Liang Tianyu glared at Li Fuqin and flew forward. He blasted his rod on the spiral-shaped demonic chi and wanted to cleave it apart. But the demonic chi was too boundless and Liang Tianyu had to cleave apart layers after layers. He wasn't able to cleave it apart in one go. The trio had too little combat experience with demonic beasts. This battle was also a form of tempering for them. Li Fuqin originally wanted to make a move later, but it seemed like it wasn't going to be as he wished now. Soaring into the sky, Li Fuqin rapidly approached the spiral-shaped demonic chi and blasted a fist. The elephant trumpet and tiger roar echoed at the same time. A giant elephant spirit and a fierce black tiger spirit rose up. With the two spirits and the fist force of the tiger soul fist, the spiral-shaped demonic chi paused for a moment before dispersing. Liang Tianyu's rod shadow finally penetrated the demonic chi and blasted on the venomous swamp python's body, sending it a few dozen meters away. It was fortunate that the venomous swamp python had shrunk, otherwise, the rod would only be able to shake it. All of you will die. The venomous swamp python continued to unleash its demonic aura. This demonic aura clearly contained a deadly poison. When it came into contact with the protective Jin Qi of the 4 cultivators, sizzling sounds of corrosion could be heard. As time passed, the protective Jin Qi of the 4 cultivators would be corroded. Xiao xiao xiao. At the same time, the venomous swamp python spat out colorful water columns. Compared to before, the colorful water columns it spat out now were only as thick as 2 fingers. They were slightly weaker, but they were harder to defend against and faster. Li Fuchen didn't intend to waste any more time with the venomous swamp python. He drew his scarlet blood sword and with a flash, he arrived at the side of the venomous swamp python. There was a flash of green sword light like a ray of sharp sunlight. Puff! The venomous swamp python's head flew into the air, and blood gushed out like a fountain. In terms of chi cultivation strength, Li Fuchen's sword art was only at the regular 9th level of reincarnation realm. Furthermore, it was under the precondition of bursting out with the core blazing flame power. But in close combat, Li Fuchen's sword art power had completely surpassed regular 9th level reincarnation realm martial artists. With the blessing of the dragon elephant's power, the power of this sword was 2 times stronger than the Azure Sun sword technique. Instant kill. Du Qing took a deep cold breath. Liang Tianyu didn't have a great expression as he realized that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. Only Xin-mei didn't find it strange. Li Fuchen was able to defeat Shao Kong without drawing his sword. After drawing his sword, Li Fuchen was obviously stronger. No wonder he is so arrogant. Zhao Han narrowed his eyes. He believed that his all-out attack would only have such an effect. But Li Fuchen was only able to execute an absolute sword move in close combat, while Zhao Han was able to execute the same power in both close combat and long-range combat. Once the venomous swamp python died, its body instantly enlarged. Its body was close to 1,000 feet long and was wriggling for a very long distance. Li Fuchen extended his awareness and started to scan the venomous swamp python's body. Demonic core. Li Fuchen's face flashed with delight. PFFFTSS. Li Fuchen drew across the venomous swamp python's body and extracted a fist-sized and gorgeous demonic core. A Class 5 peak-tier demonic beast's demonic core was worth 700 to 800 low-grade spirit stones, and it was definitely considered a considerable amount. But everyone had an agreement that all the rewards would be distributed according to the contribution. Li Fuchen might have contributed the most, but Xin-mei and the others had also contributed. Therefore, he would only get half of the 700 to 800 low-grade spirit stones. Class 5 peak-tier demonic core. Our luck is rather good. Xin-mei revealed a smile. Along the way, they had obtained plenty of demonic cores, but they didn't even have a single Class 5 high-tier demonic core, let alone a Class 5 peak-tier demonic core. After extracting the demonic core, Li Fuchen started to refine the essence blood of the venomous swamp python. Li Fuchen would refine the essence blood of all the Class 5 demonic beasts that he killed earlier. In total, he had obtained close to 200 drops. The Violet Star Mountains were filled with indescribable dangers. For the next few days, the 5 of them saw plenty of human corpses. Some were eaten by demonic beasts, some seemed to have died in the hands of humans, and there were saber and sword marks on the bones. They believed that there were more humans that had been devoured by demonic beasts. After all, demonic beasts would usually swallow humans in a single mouthful and would at most chew twice. There is a sneak attack. When passing by a small valley, Li Fuchen was alerted and warned the 4. Swish 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 swish, there was a sharp piercing sound as spears with the power of 10,000 caddies were shot at the 5 of them like lightning. Crackle. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and severed 5 spears at the waist. And Xinmei's saber light flashed and severed 3 spears too. The most incredible one was Xiao Han. With a single palm strike, the powerful cold chi froze 7 spears in midair. The 5 of them looked up and saw over 20 individuals wielding spears standing on both sides of the valley. All of them had unfriendly expressions. I am afraid we have encountered a dark hunter group. And Xinmei said in a deep voice. Dark hunter groups hunted demonic beasts and humans. They were normally active in large mountain ranges. The Violet Star Mountains was one of the 3 major mountain ranges of the Violet Flower Kingdom. There were at least 80 dark hunter groups, if not 100. Some of the larger dark hunter groups had over 100 members, and it was enough to strike fear in people. Swish 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 swish, the spears attacked again, and this time, there were twice as many. It seemed like each of them shot out 2 spears. Li Fuchen soared into the sky and brandished his sword, shooting out thousands of sword lights. Rumble. Chapter 4:16. Xiao Han didn't decline as he soared into the sky and executed consecutive palm strikes. 2 icy cold palm forces were like tornadoes that froze the duo, who couldn't dodge in time, into ice sculptures before shattering them into pieces. Liang Tianyu and Xinmei and Du Qing's reaction wasn't as fast as the duo. By the time they counterattacked, the dark hunting group had already dispersed. Damn it, why are these 2 so strong? This dark hunting group was called the Soul Hunting Group. The leader was an 8th-level Reincarnation Realm martial artist, while the 2 vice leaders were 7th-level Reincarnation Realm martial artists. The rest of the members were mid-level and low-level Reincarnation Realm martial artists. Their strength was uneven. Han Biao, I will deal with this icy cold kid. You and Zhou Tai will deal with that sword-wielding kid together. After the Soul Hunting Group's leader gave the order, he lunged at Xiao Han. There was a loud boom. The duo's palm collided and clashed forcefully. The chi wave produced countless cracks on the cliff. Let's kill this kid together. Han Biao was muscular while Zhou Tai was lanky. The duo attacked Li Fuchen from the left and right. As for the others, they formed groups of 5 or 6 and started to attack Liang Tianyu and the others. He cultivated an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique. Xiao Han and the Soul Hunting Group's leader clashed a few times, but neither of them was able to deal with the other. It was obvious that Xiao Han might be an 8th-level Reincarnation Realm martial artist, but his actual strength was already beyond regular 9th-level Reincarnation Realm martial artists. It was the same for Li Fuchen's side too. The duo's strength was at regular 9th-level Reincarnation Realm martial artists, and when they worked together, their strength was extraordinary. Li Fuchen didn't wish to exhaust his blazing flame power, so he kept the Scarlet Blood Sword and used his body refinement level and Tiger Soul Fist to clash with the duo. This kid's body refinement strength is too powerful. How could Han Biao and Zhou Tai suppress Li Fuchen? With the giant elephant spirit and fierce tiger spirit's prowess, they were suppressed by Li Fuchen instead. Void Break Slash. Han Biao roared out and cleaved the fierce tiger spirit with his saber. The saber's shadow was like a waterfall. Zhou Tai's meteor hammer was brandished like a wind-fire wheel as it revolved and blasted at Li Fuchen. Clang, clang. Li Fuchen executed multiple fist strikes to repel Han Biao's saber and Zhou Tai's meteor hammer. Body refinement martial artists were just that dominant. Li Fuchen was able to fight against 2 regular 9th-level Reincarnation Realm martial artists with ease. If it were a Jinchi martial artist, how could it be so easy? As time passed, they would definitely be defeated. Tiger descends the mountain. After disregarding Han Biao, Li Fuchen instantly closed in on Zhou Tai. His right fist contained the dragon elephant power, ardent sun chi, and blazing flame power as he blasted out with thunderous force. Ah! Zhou Tai's meteor hammer was connected to the chain and he didn't have enough time to withdraw the meteor hammer to block. He could only form a fist with his left hand and clash with Li Fuchen. The ferocious tiger spirit roared, and the ardent sun pure chi and the power of flames spilled out. Zhou Tai's left arm exploded inch by inch, and the remaining power of the ferocious tiger spirit did not dissipate, and directly blasted into Zhou Tai's body. In the next moment, countless wounds appeared on Zhou Tai's body. Blood spurted out without any regard for his life. He didn't even have the time to scream before he fell from the sky, dead. In close combat, Li Fuchen was enough to instantly kill Zhou Tai. Bastard, die. At the back, Han Biao slashed at Li Fuchen with a frenzied saber. Li Fuchen's awareness was already spread out in the surroundings and all of Han Biao's actions were within his senses. Before Han Biao slashed out with his saber, Li Fuchen had already dodged. He then drifted in the air and arrived at Han Biao's side. He was only 3 to 4 meters away from Han Biao. Die, die, die. Han Biao brandished his saber and brandished it while saber chi pervaded the air. The edge of Li Fuchen's mouth revealed a sneer as he drew the scarlet blood sword and repelled Han Biao's saber. There was a flash of green sword light and a black line appeared on Han Biao's neck. The black line expanded and Han Biao's head was sent flying. A single fist and sword had instantly killed Han Biao and Zhou Tai. After dealing with Han Biao and Zhou Tai, Li Fuchen glanced around. Right now, Zhao Han was in an intense battle with the hunting group leader. Furthermore, Zhao Han had the obvious advantage and it was only a matter of time before he defeated the hunting group leader. And Xin Mei and the others were rather flustered. Each of them had to face 6 enemies, while Liang Tianyu had to deal with 7 enemies. These people might only be at the low-level or mid-level of reincarnation realm, but all of them had cultivated Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques. Furthermore, they were very familiar with each other and had great coordination. Liang Tianyu and the others had a hard time stabilizing their footing, let alone killing the enemies. Of course, it was mainly due to the trio's lack of experience in killing and were only used to having one-on-one sparring sessions. What? Han Biao and Zhou Tai are dead? The soul hunting group leader took a glance at Li Fuchen's side and turned pale with fright, causing his movements to change. He dealt with his opponents so quickly. Zhao Han was also very surprised. Ice seal 1,000 miles. Zhao Han didn't bother wasting the cold ice power and executed both palms. The extreme cold palm force was like a cold ice hell that enveloped the soul hunting group leader. Crackle crackle. The soul hunting group leader's chi protection was frozen at a visible speed. Layers of frost appeared on his body, causing his movements to become sluggish. Die. With a flash, Zhao Han slammed his palm on the soul hunting group leader's chest. Creak creak. The soul hunting group leader was wearing an Earth-class low-tier artifact armor. The palm force wasn't able to break the artifact armor, but it was transmitted inside. Immediately after, the soul hunting group leader was frozen. Zhao Han's palm shook and the soul hunting group leader's body was shattered into pieces. I have underestimated you. Zhao Han didn't go down to help as his voice was transmitted to Li Fuchen. Likewise. Li Fuchen replied indifferently. The duo didn't go down to help. The Violet Star Mountains were filled with dangers and there would be plenty of killings. Since the trio wasn't in any danger, they could use this opportunity to temper their combat skills. The battle lasted for over 1 hour and Liang Tianyu was the first to break the stalemate. There were whirlwinds outside his body as he had obviously utilized the core power of the wind spirit. With a swing of his rod, a slightly weaker member of the soul hunting group was sent flying and turned into a bloody mess. He executed a powerful rod move and there were layers of rod shadows. Another 3 members of the soul hunting group were sent flying. In just a short moment, only 3 of the 7 enemies were left standing. Immediately after was Xin Mei. And Xin Mei's strength wasn't as formidable as Liang Tianyu, mainly because she didn't activate her extraordinary power. But her saber art was sharp and exquisite. As time passed, her saber art's lethality was starting to show. She made use of every opportunity to leave behind fine saber scars on the enemies. Du Qing's situation was similar to Xinmei. She was an inner courtyard cadet of the South Forest Martial Institution after all, and her combat perception was extremely high. After the initial discomfort, Du Qing gradually adapted and launched a sharp counterattack. Flee. Seeing that the situation wasn't going well and with the leader and vice-leader dead, these people didn't dare to continue the battle and started to flee. Die. Li Fuqian brandished his sword and shot out thousands of sword lights. Zhao Han executed a palm strike and the extreme cold palm force extended out in the air. In the blink of the eye, this dark hunting group was wiped out and not a single one was left. It is fortunate that it is just a small dark hunting group. And Xinmei rejoiced. She knew clearly that if the group didn't have Zhao Han or Li Fuqian, the 5 of them might not be wiped out, but half of them might perish. After wiping out the soul hunting group, everyone started to distribute the loot. Due to Zhao Han and Li Fuqian contributing the most, they each received 30% of the loot. As for the artifact armors and weapons, everyone would appraise the value. Those who didn't want them would be given spirit stones. Of course, it would be slightly lower than the market price. After all, it would take some effort to sell the items. Take the Class 5 Peak-tier Demon Core that Li Fuqian obtained earlier for example. Its value was estimated to be around 700 low-grade spirit stones. Li Fuqian didn't want to keep it and immediately chose 350 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, this demon core's value should be above 700 low-grade spirit stones. Those who chose the demon core would be able to earn a little. In just a few days, we have earned 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. This speed is rather fast. After distributing the loot, Li Fuqian was rather satisfied. And Xinmei and the others were also very satisfied. This small dark hunting group had given them over 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was simply a windfall. If they were to wipe out a mid-sized dark hunting group, they would be able to earn over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, with the 5 of their strength, if they encountered a mid-sized dark hunting group, they would run as far as they could and wouldn't dare to provoke them. With such a huge harvest, the 5 of them were much more ambitious. All of them wanted to earn a few tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones before leaving. Li Fuqian had the same thought too. Soon enough, it had been over 10 days since the 5 of them arrived at the Violet Star Mountains. Li Fuqian had earned almost 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. For the next few days, the efficiency of earning spirit stones was much lower. After all, it wasn't possible to encounter another small dark hunting group. A few days later, the 5 of them arrived at a small lake and rested for a moment. Do you guys smell a medicinal fragrance? And Xinmei took a whiff and suddenly asked. Chapter 4:17. In the mist, it was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Everywhere was white and there were occasional illusions. If it wasn't for Li Fuqian leading the way, Zhao Han and the others would have gotten lost. After an unknown period of time, the 5 arrived at a lush and verdant valley. The valley wasn't big and there was a small pond in the center. The surroundings of the pond were densely packed with herbs and the lowest grade was Mystic Class Peak-tier herbs. Among every dozen stalks of Mystic Class Peak-tier herbs, there would be an Earth Class herb. There were a few stalks of Earth Class herbs that were radiating with vibrant colors and had abnormally powerful spirit chi waves. They were obviously Earth Class Peak-tier herbs. So many herbs. And Xinmei and Du Qing took a deep cold breath. Based on a rough estimation, the medicinal herbs here were worth at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, if not more. A single stalk of Earth Class Peak-tier herb was already worth a few thousand low-grade spirit stones. A few stalks would be worth at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was just the market price. If they were to be sold, an Earth Class Peak-tier herb could easily be sold for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. After all, the rarer something was, the greater its value. In the 7-color continent, Earth-class peak-tier herbs were already considered elite herbs. As for Heaven-class herbs, they were definitely something that could only be chanced upon. Any stock would have a sky-high price and even a battle spirit realm master wouldn't be able to afford it. Harvest the herbs first. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, a large patch of herbs and soil were collected into the storage bag by Li Fuchen. Zhao Han and the others followed suit and harvested the herbs at a rapid speed. As for the distribution of the herbs, they would have to wait until they were done harvesting. Soon enough, half of the herbs in the valley were harvested and the 5 of them unknowingly arrived at the vicinity of the pond. Rumble. The pond water exploded and a giant python with a single horn rushed into the sky while letting out a horrific roar. This single-horned giant python wasn't huge and was around a few hundred feet in length and 1 foot in thickness. But its demonic chi was horrific and was definitely superior to the venomous swamp python. The 5 of them retreated while Yang Tianyu exclaimed, Class 5 high-tier mutated demonic beast, horned cold python. Class 5 high-tier mutated demonic beasts weren't comparable to Class 5 peak-tier demonic beasts. 3 or 4 Class 5 peak-tier demonic beasts would have to flee if they encountered one. Seeing that most of its herbs were harvested, the horned cold python was enraged. It swung its head and released an extreme cold breath at everyone. Crackle. The extremely cold aura moved, and the ground instantly froze as countless icicles rose up. The 5 of them retreated once more. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they retreated, they could not outrun the extreme cold aura. Clang! Li Fuchen brandished his sword and severed dozens of ice pillars. The sharp and blazing sword chi clashed with the extremely cold chi presence, causing a series of explosions. Zhao Han waved his hands, forming a layer of ice-cold chi wall to block the extremely cold chi. Liang Tianyu brandished his staff to block the attack. And Xin Mei and Du Qing were also in perfect harmony. A single attack from a level 5 high-rank mutated demon beast made the 5 of them feel tremendous pressure. Each of them had a heavy heart. My true chi cultivation is still too low. Using the Blazing Sun Divine Palm was the best way to deal with the extremely cold aura. It was a pity that Li Fuchen was only at the 1st level of Reincarnation Realm. If he was at the 3rd or 4th level of Reincarnation Realm, a single palm strike would be enough to break the extreme cold chi presence. The horned cold python was exceptionally ferocious. After it spat out an extremely cold breath, its several feet long tail suddenly lengthened, and like a divine whip, it ruthlessly swept towards the 5 people. Li Fuchen's awareness was astounding and he had the chance to dodge, but he wanted to test the horned cold python's attack power. He slashed at the horned cold python's tail. Clang! It felt as though he had slashed at an indestructible metal. Li Fuchen's all-out attack wasn't able to break the defense. For this sword, Li Fuchen had poured in his ardent sun chi, blazing flame power, and dragon elephant power. Only the core blazing flame power wasn't activated, but it was already the limit of his attack power. The tail scraped against the scarlet blood sword and produced a forceful force. Bang bang, and Xin Mei and Du Qing were sent flying and vomited fresh blood. The horned cold python's tail might have been neutralized by Li Fuchen, but the remaining force wasn't something Xin Mei and Du Qing could withstand. If it wasn't for Li Fuchen, Xin Mei and Du Qing would already be corpses. The tail's force didn't dissipate and continued to sweep at Zhao Han. Zhao Han's strength wasn't inferior to Li Fuchen. He executed a palm strike to block the horned cold python's tail. Crackle crackle. After the tail attack, the horned cold python spat out another extremely cold breath. Pfff. Countless icicles rose up and Liang Tianyu was flustered. He was sent flying by a few of the icicles and his body was covered in a layer of frost. The 3 of you, stay back and leave this place to us. Li Fuchen stopped the trio that wanted to attack again. The horned cold python was too powerful. If the reincarnation realm had 12 levels, the horned cold python's strength would at least be equivalent to an 11th level reincarnation realm martial artist. Not only would the trio be unable to help, but they would also be a burden. One had to admit that Zhao Han's strength was formidable and was worthy of being ranked 5th on the power rankings. As the icy cold power burst out from his body, his palm prowess had also increased significantly. After clashing with the horned cold python a few times, he didn't suffer any losses. It was a pity that the horned cold python's defense was too tough and its physical strength was definitely superior to Zhao Han and Li Fuchen. If the duo couldn't injure the horned cold python, it would only be disadvantageous for the duo if the battle dragged on. There must be a flaw. With his exceptional awareness, Li Fuchen was always able to avoid the horned cold python's best attack spots. Scanning with his awareness, Li Fuchen constantly searched for the horned cold python's weakness. Everything had a weakness and it was commonly known as the Achilles heel. It was impossible for the horned cold python to be completely flawless. There would definitely be some places where the defense would be weaker. Like the eyes and the abdomen. It was a pity that the horned cold python had protected these places very well. Li Fuchen was looking for a relatively easy weakness to attack. Found it. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Every time the horned cold python spat out the extremely cold qi, the ribs would swell up. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, it should be the horned cold python's lungs. After exchanging glances with Zhao Han, Li Fuchen indicated for Zhao Han to stall the horned cold python. Zhao Han might not like Li Fuchen at the start, but with a great enemy, he knew what he had to do. Icebound 1,000 miles. With the burst of icy cold core power, Zhao Han executed both palms and executed the Earth-class mid-tier martial art, Ice Soul Divine Palms finishing move. The area in front of him was like an icy cold hell. Even though the horned cold python was an ice attribute mutated demonic beast, it was still suppressed and slowed down by half a beat. Break. With the union of man and sword, Li Fuchen thrust his sword and burst out with the blazing core power. PFFF. This sword move was Li Fuchen's limit. The sharp scarlet blood sword pierced into the horned cold python's ribs without any obstruction. When the sword qi burst out, a large wound was blasted open. Screech. The horned cold python hissed and twisted its body. It was a horrifying sight. Li Fuchen didn't get entangled. He drew his scarlet blood sword and retreated quickly. His timing was just right. Junior Fuchen's combat skills are truly heaven-defying. This was the first time Xinmei witnessed Li Fuchen's combat skills and she was extremely shocked. Previously, Li Fuchen was able to defeat Shao Kong because his strength was superior. But the horned cold python's overall strength was obviously superior to Zhao Han and Li Fuchen. It was imaginable how difficult it was to injure the horned cold python. Crackle crackle. After being injured, the horned cold python started to withdraw its icy demonic qi. A layer of frost that was a few inches thick formed on the surface of its scales. It was as though it was wearing a layer of frost armor and its body size was one size bigger. But its lungs were severely injured and it wasn't able to release any icy cold qi anymore. It could only use its bloodline talent to form ice spears to attack Li Fuchen and Zhao Han. For a moment, the valley felt as though it was raining ice spears. There were continuous banging sounds and the ground was already like a hornet's nest. Crackle. Seizing an opportunity, Li Fuchen thrust at the horned cold python's weak point again. But this time, with the frost armor blocking, Li Fuchen's scarlet blood sword could only penetrate half a foot and it was hard to truly injure the python. The horned cold python reacted quickly and its head was like lightning as it bit at Li Fuchen. How could Li Fuchen allow the python to bite him? He clenched his left hand into a fist and blasted at the python's head before using the momentum to fly backwards. Li Fuchen, create an opportunity for me. Zhao Han felt that he had consumed quite a bit of his icy cold power and didn't plan to drag it out any longer. Alright. Li Fuchen also wanted to witness Zhao Han's limit strength. While circling around the horned cold python, Li Fuqian shot out thousands of sword lights. Li Fuqian might only be able to execute regular 9th level reincarnation realm attacks with long-range attacks, but his attacks were concentrated. When the thousands of sword lights attacked, the horned cold python didn't have the time to pay attention to Zhao Han. Open for me. It was unknown when Zhao Han had already appeared beside the horned cold python. His right hand was like a blade, and with the support of his icy cold chi and icy cold power, he slashed with his palm blade. Crackle. The layer of frost on the surface of the horned cold python's body was broken. Zhao Han's palm sliced through the earlier wound and a surging and pure icy cold power surged out. This icy cold power was too powerful, and Li Fuqian reckoned that Zhao Han wasn't far from developing his icy cold divine ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to break the horned cold python's defense so easily. In an instant, the horned cold python's movements turned sluggish. It might be an ice attribute demonic beast and had an extreme immunity against icy cold attacks, but it wasn't completely immune. Inside the wound, fresh blood was frozen and it was spreading deeper. Li Fuqian's eyes lit up and he instantly closed in on the horned cold python. The scarlet blood sword shook and the horned cold python's eyes were stabbed blind by Li Fuqian. After suffering severe injuries, the horned cold python finally went berserk. Its body tumbled and its tail swung violently. Even if Zhao Han wasn't paying attention, he was still sent flying and suffered minor injuries. Li Fuqian and Zhao Han weren't in a hurry as they slowly tangled with the horned cold python. When the enemy advanced, they would retreat. When the enemy retreated, they would advance. After tangling for around 1 hour, Li Fuqian and Zhao Han exerted their strength again and severely injured the horned cold python in a single attack. This time, the horned cold python wasn't as berserk as before. It was mainly because of the severe injuries and the huge consumption of stamina. With its intuition, the horned cold python scuttled towards the pool and was planning to escape. Zhao Han and Li Fuqian didn't pursue. Chapter 4:18. The herbs that were near the pool had already been destroyed. The 5 of them searched around and didn't find anything else before they left the valley. Outside the valley, there were large groups of demonic beasts. But most of them were low-class demonic beasts and there were very few Class 5 demonic beasts in this region. After eliminating a few Class 5 demonic beasts, the 5 of them left the region without any mishaps. We are too lucky this time. We obtained over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in one go. If we sell them slowly, it is possible for these herbs to be sold for 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. And Xinmei was excited. Her clan was also a major clan and was at least top 10 in the South Forest region. But she could only allocate a few thousand low-grade spirit stones every year. After all, the clan's wealth was only around a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, the clan had over 20 reincarnation realm experts and all of them required low-grade spirit stones to cultivate and purchase resources. During this trip to the Violet Star Mountains, she had obtained at least 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. It wasn't impossible for her to obtain 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Du Qing said, "Xinmei, why don't we hand these herbs to your clan? Your clan will take 10% and you will take some. Hand them to my clan." And Xinmei took a glance at Zhao Han and Li Fuqian. She couldn't make this decision and only Zhao Han and Li Fuqian could. Because they had contributed the most. Li Fuqian said, "How about this? The clan will take 10% of the total earnings from selling the herbs. After deducting the 10%, the remaining 5 of us will split it among ourselves. Zhao Han and I will each take 30%, Seniorin will take 15%, Liang Tianyu and Du Qing will split 25%. Sure. Zhao Han nodded. Seeing that Zhao Han and Li Fuqian had decided, the others naturally didn't have anything else to say. After obtaining a large amount of rare herbs, the 5 of them prepared to return. But just as the 5 of them were about to leave, a group of individuals obstructed them. It is the inner institute cadets of the Wild Lion Martial Institution. And Mei's heart shivered. The Wild Lion Martial Institution might not be ranked as the South Forest Martial Institution, but the difference wasn't huge. Furthermore, there would always be talents in every generation. Apart from the top few martial institutions, the difference between the other martial institutions was very small. The rankings would change frequently and there might be a batch of tyrannical prodigies emerging from the lower-ranked martial institutions. Hand over all your gains and I can let you off. The leader of the group was a stalwart youth that was close to 2 meters in height. His body was like a small mountain of muscles. With you? Zhao Han's eyes were cold. Of course it's me. Why? Do you want to give it a try? The burly young man said disdainfully. Boasting shamelessly. Take my palm. Summoning his ice true chi and ice power, Zhao Han threw out an ice soul godly palm towards the burly young man. The temperature in the area suddenly dropped by a few times. Good timing. The burly youth's long hair fluttered in the wind as he punched out with a fiery fist. Hoo! The huge fiery fist was like a meteor. The fist pressure was astonishing, and the fiery fist intent even caused the void to distort. There was a loud boom. Zhao Han took 3 steps back, while the burly youth only took 1 step back. What? And Mei and the others were shocked. Zhao Han was ranked number 5 on the power rankings, yet he was actually at a disadvantage. Who exactly was this person? What's your ranking in the Wild Lion Martial Institution's power ranking? Zhao Han asked with a grave expression. The tall and sturdy young man laughed, untalented, ranked 3rd on the power ranking. Hearing this, Mei and the others came to a realization. It was no wonder. So it was the 3rd ranker of the Wild Lion Martial Institution's power ranking. How about it? Have you thought it through? I am not a patient person. I can't wait for long, threatened the burly youngster. Li Fuchen said, do you think you have the upper hand? So what if I have the upper hand? The burly youth's face flashed with a sinister expression as he suddenly blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. This fist was still a fiery fist, but halfway through the fist, it turned into a fire lion. The fist intent was even more ferocious and the fist pressure was even stronger. Li Fuchen stood there motionlessly and didn't make a move in advance. When the fire lion got close to him, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. PFFF. The fire lion was split into 2 and rushed past Li Fuchen from both sides, setting off layers of scorching chi waves. Within a radius of 3 meters, it was Li Fuchen's strongest attack range. Within this range, his attack power was slightly higher than Zhao Han. The burly youth raised his brows. He didn't know that Li Fuchen was the strongest in close combat and thought that Li Fuchen's overall strength was superior to Zhao Han. After all, Zhao Han had taken 3 steps back earlier, but Li Fuchen didn't even take a single step back and had split the burly youth's fist force. 2 rankers on the power rankings. It seems like I have to get serious. After taking a deep breath, the burly youth said, if you can block my next fist, I will leave immediately. Bring it on then. Li Fuchen laughed bitterly in his heart and thought that he had to reveal some of his trump cards. Raging Blaze Lion Fist. The burly young man's low-rank Earth Realm martial art was the Berserk Lion magic art, and his martial art was the mid-rank Earth Realm martial art, the Flaming Lion Fist, which he had already trained to the Great Perfection Realm. On the other hand, Zhao Han's mid-rank Earth Realm martial art, the Ice Soul Godly Palm, was only at the Great Perfection Realm. Apart from that, the burly youth's blazing flame power had been stimulated to the limits and he was just a step away from developing the blazing flame divine ability. Blaze. It felt as though the heaven and earth were ignited. When the burly youth executed his fist, a raging blaze lion leaped across the sky and roared at Li Fuchen. The astounding fist pressure had caused the ground around Li Fuchen and the others to crack and explode. Such power. Zhao Han's expression changed. He believed that he wasn't a match for the burly youth. Split. Without a choice, Li Fuchen activated the 9-revolution purple cloud divine technique pattern and transmuted the ardent sun chi into the 9-revolution purple cloud divine technique. Immediately after, the scarlet blood sword that contained 3 levels of power cleaved at the head of the raging blaze lion. Crash. The raging blaze lion might be ferocious and tyrannical, but how could it withstand Li Fuchen's exposed trump card? From head to tail, it was cleaved into 2 by Li Fuchen. In an instant, the radius of 100 meters was in a sea of flames. It was obvious how violent and tyrannical the fist was. Good. It seems like I, Tu Qianqiu, have made a wrong judgment. Let's go. The burly youth looked at Li Fuchen with a grave expression before turning to leave. If it was a one-on-one, he might not be able to defeat Li Fuchen. With the addition of Zhao Han, it was obvious that they had no chance of victory. This is your true strength? Zhao Han couldn't understand. He only knew that at the crucial moment, Li Fuchen's qi intensity suddenly increased drastically. It can be considered so. Li Fuchen didn't comment. It should be an extremely powerful and special 5-star secret technique. Zhao Han guessed. There were plenty of 5-star secret techniques, but after reaching the reincarnation realm, 5-star secret techniques wouldn't be able to increase one's strength by much and would only be around 20%. Only some special and powerful 5-star secret techniques would be able to increase the strength by 40% or even 50%. But correspondingly, the combat time would be shortened, and if the combat time was prolonged, there would be side effects. Unknowingly, in everyone's eyes, Li Fuchen had become unfathomable. It was as though he was hidden in the mist and no one knew how strong he was. They only knew that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. In a few more years, Junior Fuchen will probably be the leader of the Inner Institute. And Xin Mei was filled with admiration. Following the original path, the 5 of them spent several days and finally walked out of the Violet Star Mountains. 7 or 8 days later, the 5 of them returned to South Forest City. 1 month later, I will give everyone the low-grade spirit stones that should be given to everyone. If everyone is still worried, I can apply to the Yin clan to pay a portion of the low-grade spirit stones to everyone. And Xin Mei said. Du Qing said, Xin Mei, there is no need to go through so much trouble. We believe in you. With such a large batch of herbs, and Xin Mei and the Yin clan didn't dare to embezzle them. After all, none of the people here were to be trifled with. It is time for me to increase my qi cultivation. Even without the assistance of elixirs, Li Fuchen was confident he could break through to the 2nd level of reincarnation realm in half a year. But he couldn't wait that long. After arriving at the Ever Youth Pavilion, Li Fuchen asked the shopkeeper if there were any good elixirs for cultivation breakthrough. The Ever Youth Pavilion's shopkeeper gave a simple introduction. The best elixir for cultivation breakthrough is the Earth-class mid-tier elixir, Primary Ascension Elixir. 1 elixir costs 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Elixirs for cultivation breakthrough had always been extremely expensive. Earth-class mid-tier elixirs, the Vajra elixir and body forging golden elixir were only around 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The price of cultivation breakthrough elixirs was 3 times higher. Are there any Earth-class high-tier elixirs? The higher the grade of the elixir, the lesser the impurities and the lesser the side effects. If the Ardent Sun Divine Technique could break through to the next rank, it would be very easy to eliminate the side effects. The Ever Youth Pavilion's shopkeeper said, Young Hero is only at the 1st level of reincarnation realm. It is too wasteful to consume Earth-class high-tier elixirs. Generally speaking, Earth-class low-tier elixirs were enough for the 1st level of reincarnation realm. There might be a lot of side effects, but it was cheap and only required around 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen was a prodigy and it was understandable for him to consume Earth-class mid-tier elixirs, but it was too wasteful to consume Earth-class high-tier elixirs. A single Earth-class high-tier elixir for cultivation breakthrough would cost around 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and it was simply a sky-high price. It doesn't matter, spirit stones aren't a problem. Li Fuchen would rather spend a little more spirit stones than delay his future cultivation. The shopkeeper shook his head and said, "Our store doesn't often have Earth-class high-tier elixirs for cultivation breakthrough." That's right, 3 days later, the South Forest City will be holding a large-scale auction. I heard that among the important auction items, there will be an Earth-class high-tier elixir, Raging Flame Heart Elixir. It is refined by one of the top 10 concoction grandmasters of the Violet Flower Kingdom, Raging Flame Pill Grandmaster. It is suitable for those who cultivate blazing heat cultivation techniques to break through. Young hero might be able to bid for it. Raging Flame Heart Elixir, huh? Li Fuchen was rather tempted. Attribute elixirs might be more expensive, but if it was an appropriate attribute elixir, the side effects would be minimized. Alright, I will participate in this large-scale auction. After earning a large amount of low-grade spirit stones in the Violet Star Mountains, Li Fuchen changed his plans and purchased a few Earth-class low-tier elixirs that could wash away the impurities. He was preparing to remove the impurities left behind by consuming the Vajra elixir and the body-forging golden elixir. 3 days later, the South Forest City was bustling. A large-scale auction wouldn't be held every year. Sometimes, it would be held once every 2 to 3 years, sometimes it would be held once every 3 to 5 years. Each time, it would attract countless reincarnation realm experts. Chapter 419. In order to enter the East Star Auction Hall, one would need to pay a certain amount of spirit stones. Normal seats would cost 50 low-grade spirit stones per person, VIP seats would cost 200 low-grade spirit stones per person, there were even better VIP rooms and supreme rooms. These were for those with noble status and spirit stones were useless. Li Fuchen didn't wish to be squeezed with others. After paying 200 low-grade spirit stones, he was led by an attendant to the VIP seats. The VIP seats were separated by a screen and weren't connected to each other, allowing for a certain level of privacy. After taking his seat, Li Fuchen started to size up the auction hall. The massive auction hall had 2,000 seats and half of them were already occupied. It was a black mass. This auction hall is rather profitable. Li Fuchen lamented in his heart. Normal seats would cost 50 low-grade spirit stones per person and 2,000 seats would cost 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This wasn't a small sum, and with the commission of the auction items, the income would be even higher. 1 hour later, the auction hall was fully occupied. Everyone was at the reincarnation realm. Even if Heaven Dipper realm martial artists were wealthy, they wouldn't normally enter. After all, during the bidding, any normal auction item would cost at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and they wouldn't have so many low-grade spirit stones. In just a short moment, a white-haired auctioneer went on stage and cupped his fist towards everyone. "I am the auctioneer for this auction. This auctioneer can guarantee that all the auction items are authentic and will not cheat anyone." After saying some meaningless words, the white-haired auctioneer announced the start of the auction. The first auction item was an Earth-class low-tier spirit heart elixir. This elixir might only be an Earth-class low-tier elixir, but the starting price was 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and it was comparable with an Earth-class mid-tier elixir. It is actually a heart cultivation elixir. Li Fuchen was moved. The heart cultivation elixir could allow a martial artist to have a clear mental state. The effects were similar to the clear spirit fruit, but it was several times better. Otherwise, the starting price wouldn't be 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. 1,100, 1,150. 1,200, 1,300. 1,500, the heart cultivation elixir was highly sought after and the price was constantly climbing. 1,800, Li Fuchen started to bid too. Once this price was called out, everyone else shriveled up. The spirit heart pill was good, but it couldn't help people break through to the next realm directly. It could only be said that the side effects were relatively small, and it was suitable for those who wanted to build a solid foundation. In the eyes of most people, the value of the spiritual heart pill was only about 1,500 low-grade spirit stones, any more than that would be a loss. Finally, the spirit heart pill fell into the hands of Li Fuchen. The second auction item was a pair of Earth-class low-tier iron claws. There was nothing special about this type of weapon. It was just that it was a niche product that rarely appeared on the market. Some of the shedding body realm martial artists who cultivated claw arts were suffering from the lack of suitable weapons, and their combat power couldn't reach the peak. At this moment, how could they not compete? In a short while, the price of the iron claw weapon had risen to 1,600 low-grade spirit stones. There were 2 third-level shedding body realm martial artists that competed fiercely and refused to let go. 1,900 going once, 1,900 going twice, 1,900 going thrice, deal. In the end, the pair of iron claws fell into the hands of a bald middle-aged man, who was elated for a long time. As time elapsed, the auction items were presented and auctioned off one by one. During this period of time, none of the auction items were left unsold and the competition was intense. Earth-class mid-tier elixir, clear spirit elixir. Concocted by Grandmaster Ever Youth. Starting price, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Gradually, the auction entered the middle phase. Clear spirit elixir. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. The spirit heart elixir and the clear spirit elixir were both able to enhance the mental state. The clear spirit elixir used the clear spirit fruit as the main ingredient and was supplemented with plenty of herbs that could enhance the mental state. The effects were much better than the spirit heart elixir. Some of the mid-levels and high-levels of shedding body realm martial artists had also participated. Li Fuchen raised his hand and called out a price of 2,800. He might have the spirit heart elixir, but Li Fuchen didn't wish to give up on the clear spirit elixir. After all, who would dislike a faster increase in the mental state? 2,900, 3,000. Those low-level shedding body realm martial artists had already given up. Only the mid-level and high-level shedding body realm martial artists were still bidding. 3,500, Li Fuchen increased by 500 in one go. Right now, a few of the high-level shedding body realm martial artists had also given up. Their cultivation levels were rather high and the clear spirit elixir had limited effects on them. Of course, if the price was within their acceptable range, they wouldn't mind bidding for it. When Li Fuchen raised the price to 4,000 low-grade spirit stones, everyone had given up. The starting price of the clear spirit elixir was only 2,000 low-grade spirit stones and they didn't have so many low-grade spirit stones to squander. Li Fuchen didn't feel that he was making a loss either. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones for a single primary ascension elixir might be able to increase the cultivation level by 1 level, but the side effects were rather significant. It was fine for those who had a slow cultivation speed, but Li Fuchen was rather confident in his cultivation speed. He wasn't willing to stay at the second level of shedding body realm for 1 or 2 years. The clear spirit elixir was a mental cultivation elixir and had negligible side effects. It was very suitable for people like Li Fuchen who valued his foundation. Soon enough, half of the morning had passed. The next auction item is one of the most important auction items in this auction. The white-haired auctioneer kept everyone in suspense. When the effect was almost over, he abruptly pulled open the special silk cloth on the auction item and spoke loudly, Earth-class high-tier elixir, Raging Flame Heart elixir, produced by the Raging Flame Pill ancestor. Not only can it allow reincarnation realm martial artists who cultivate blazing heat cultivation techniques to increase by 1 level, but the side effects are negligible. In fact, the Raging Flame Heart elixir itself has the effect of refining impurities. The auction shall now begin. The starting price is 7,000 low-grade spirit stones and each bid must not be lower than 100 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as the white-haired auctioneer finished his statement, the bidding price of the Raging Flame Heart elixir rose rapidly. In less than 10 breaths, it had already reached 9,000 low-grade spirit stones. Those who participated in the bidding were all reincarnation realm martial artists who cultivated blazing heat cultivation techniques. There were plenty of high-level reincarnation realm martial artists. The Raging Flame Heart Elixir's medicinal effects were extremely powerful. Even a 7th or 8th level reincarnation realm martial artist would be able to increase by 1 level after consuming it. If they couldn't increase their cultivation level, it would shorten the time for the next increase. As for low-level reincarnation realm martial artists, they would be able to increase their cultivation level by 1.5 levels. If their mental state was strong enough, they might be able to break through to a higher cultivation level in a few months. 10,000, Li Fuchen raised his hand. Li Fuchen was determined to obtain the Raging Flame Heart Elixir. 11,000, a 7th level reincarnation realm martial artist raised his hand. 12,000, another 7th level reincarnation realm martial artist raised his hand. 13,000, a 5th level reincarnation realm martial artist raised his hand. 15,000, Li Fuchen was wealthy and overbearing as he immediately added 2,000. Scoundrel, how can you increase the price like this? Many of the mid-level reincarnation realm martial artists gave up helplessly. They might look wealthy, but they weren't able to use it. 16,000, 17,000, 18,000. The bidding price of the Raging Flame Heart Elixir was constantly increasing, causing many of the reincarnation realm martial artists to be silently speechless. Even some of the high-level reincarnation realm martial artists couldn't endure it. 20,000, Li Fuchen's expression didn't change. With over 70,000 low-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen was very confident. As for the amount of spirit stones required to return to the East Unicorn continent, it was impossible to gather them within a short period of time. Furthermore, with a stronger strength, the speed of earning spirit stones would be faster and he wasn't afraid of not being able to gather the spirit stones. Young friend, I am Scarlet Fire Fist, Feng Long. Can you give me some face and stop bidding? A fierce-looking 7th-level reincarnation realm martial artist transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. When the price of the Raging Flame Heart Elixir reached 20,000, everyone else had given up. Only he and Li Fuchen were still competing. Li Fuchen transmitted a message back, the auction has a rule, the highest bidder wins. The Scarlet Fire Fist shouldn't be unaware of this rule, right? Young friend, leave a way out for others to meet in the future. It isn't good for you to be too high profile, right? Feng Long threatened. Li Fuchen sneered, I don't have anything to meet with you. I am determined to obtain this Raging Flame Heart Elixir. I hope you don't regret it. Feng Long stopped bidding and remembered Li Fuchen in his heart. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones was definitely a sky-high price and no one else was going to compete with Li Fuchen. Ultimately, the Raging Flame Heart Elixir landed in Li Fuchen's hands. The following auction items were all important auction items, all of which were priced above 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Among them, there was a mid-rank Earth-grade artifact armor which was sold for 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. There was also a low-rank Earth-grade artifact which was sold for 25,000 low-grade spirit stones. Next up is the finale auction item. There are a total of 3 items. The first item is the Green Dragon Artifact Saber. That's right, this saber is an Earth-class high-tier weapon. I believe everyone knows what an Earth-class high-tier weapon signifies. The starting price is 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Let's begin. The white-haired auctioneer took out a saber chi that was soaring into the sky and had astounding prowess. Buzz! In an instant, the auction hall was in an uproar. Earth-class high-tier weapons were something that couldn't be found in the market. Every time they appeared, there would be an intense competition. It wasn't exaggerating to say that if anyone possessed an Earth-class high-tier weapon, they would be able to surpass 2 levels in combat. If a 9th-level reincarnation realm martial artist obtained this Green Dragon Artifact Saber, their strength would reach an extremely fearsome level and would be able to suppress most of the 9th-level reincarnation realm martial artists. 60,000, 70,000. 80,000, the high-leveled reincarnation realm martial artists didn't even bother to increase the price by 1,000. Each bid was increased by 10,000. These people are the true tyrannical reincarnation realm martial artists. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes. The reincarnation realm martial artists that participated in the bidding were extremely wealthy and had extremely deep foundations. All of them cultivated at least Earth-class, low-tier cultivation techniques and martial arts. If they were in the East Unicorn continent, they would be able to contest with elite experts apart from the Evil King. As compared to these high-leveled reincarnation realm martial artists, the East Unicorn continent's high-leveled reincarnation realm martial artists could only be considered regular martial artists. Be it cultivation techniques, martial arts, weapons or artifacts, they were all crushed and weren't worth mentioning. Li Fuchen's body refinement strength was comparable to regular 9th-level reincarnation realm martial artists. But if it was a reincarnation realm martial artist that cultivated Earth-class, low-tier cultivation techniques and martial arts, Li Fuchen would only be comparable to the 5th level of reincarnation realm. It was impossible for him to surpass 7 or 8 levels in combat. The Green Dragon artifact saber's price had forcefully increased from 50,000 to 150,000. It was finally obtained by a peak-level reincarnation realm martial artist. Chapter 420. The second finale item was quickly brought up and it was actually an Earth-class mid-tier martial art manual. In the various martial institutions or the elite clans of the Violet Flower Kingdom, Earth-class mid-tier martial art manuals might not be rare. But in the market, Earth-class mid-tier martial art manuals were too rare. It was a known fact that many reincarnation realm martial artists didn't even have an Earth-class low-tier martial art manual. Therefore, Earth-class mid-tier martial art manuals were undoubtedly the most valuable manuals for them and could only be found by chance. It was obvious that this should be a lucky individual who obtained this manual from an unknown ruin and was planning to exchange it for a large amount of low-grade spirit stones for his own cultivation. This Earth-class mid-tier martial art manual's starting price was also 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, but the final price was an astonishing 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. It had broken the bidding record for the Green Dragon artifact saber in one fell swoop. Those elite reincarnation realm martial artists would probably be able to turn the Evil King into dregs. The one who obtained the Earth-class mid-tier martial art manual was also a peak-level reincarnation realm martial artist. It wasn't hard to imagine that in the future, this peak-level reincarnation realm martial artist's strength would surge. Of course, as compared to the various martial institutions and elite clans' peak-level reincarnation realm martial artists, there would definitely be a huge disparity. A truly formidable peak-level reincarnation realm martial artist would have cultivation techniques and martial arts that were at least Earth-class mid-tier. Their weapon would be at least Earth-class mid-tier or possibly Earth-class high-tier weapons. When facing such an opponent, even if Li Fuchen's cultivation was at the peak level of reincarnation realm, he might not be able to win. Of course, Li Fuchen was just at the beginning. Once he truly reached the peak level of reincarnation realm, all aspects would be better and he would definitely not be stagnant. When it was close to noon, the white-haired auctioneer suddenly got excited and spoke with a resounding voice. The third finale item, which is also the final finale item, will be brought up to the stage. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 attendants worked together to carry a tray onto the stage. This tray was huge and was 3 meters in length. It looked extremely heavy too. The 2 attendants were at the Earth realm, but it was rather strenuous for them to carry it. It was as though the item on the tray was 10,000 kilograms in weight. The white-haired auctioneer fiercely pulled the special silk aside. Crackle, 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 crackle. This special silk was clearly covered with an array formation. As the silk was pulled apart, a 3-meter-long horn was revealed, accompanied by a scalp-numbing electric arc. Just one look at it would cause one's soul to tremble. The white-haired auctioneer spoke with confidence, the sharp horn of the Class 6 mid-tier demonic beast, Thunderstorm Rhinoceros. Everyone should have heard of the Thunderstorm Rhinoceros. It is a type of extremely savage demonic beast. Even a mid-level battle spirit realm master wouldn't dare to face it head-on. Once it is infuriated, within a radius of 100 miles, there would be thunderstorms that would have the power to destroy a city. This sharp horn of the thunderstorm rhinoceros is the most precious material on the body of the thunderstorm rhinoceros apart from the demonic core. Be it used to refine a cardinal artifact, weapon, or elixir, it would have miraculous effects. The starting price is 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each increment must be at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. What? The horn of a level 6 thunderstorm rhino? Everyone's eyes widened, and their breathing quickened. Class 6 demonic beasts were known as demon generals and were able to command demonic beasts. Their spirit wisdom wasn't inferior to humans. The entire body of a Class 6 demonic beast was a treasure. Any scale or claw would be priceless. The horn was so precious that let alone a reincarnation realm expert, even a battle spirit realm master wouldn't ignore it. 200,000, in the supreme private room, there was a deep voice that echoed. It is a battle spirit realm master. Everyone looked at each other in dismay and no one dared to increase the price. Competing with a battle spirit realm master was simply too much to do. Furthermore, they didn't have so many low-grade spirit stones to bid. 250,000, the voice was transmitted from another supreme private room. 300,000, 400,000. The bidders were all battle spirit realm masters from the supreme private rooms. Each increment of 500,000 or 100,000 made everyone feel as though they were in a dream and their mouths were dry. The demon general's horn is so valuable. Li Fuchen's mouth was also dry. In his collection, there was also a demon general's horn. It might not be as big and extraordinary as the thunderstorm rhino's horn, but it was still a demon general's horn. Li Fuchen didn't expect to sell it for a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, but it should be able to sell it for 100,000 or 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. 450,000, a familiar voice echoed. It was Grandmaster Everyouth. As the overlord of the South Forest City, Grandmaster Everyouth naturally wouldn't miss out on this large-scale auction. 500,000, 550,000. It was obvious that the other battle spirit realm masters didn't plan to give up. At their level, there were too few things that were useful to them. If they missed it, they would definitely regret it for a long time. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to auction the demon general's horn. Li Fuchen's heart was burning with passion. He didn't expect for the demon general's horn to be so valuable. If he knew, there would be 2 demon generals' horns being auctioned in this auction. How could Li Fuchen know that demon generals were equivalent to battle spirit realm masters? Apart from battle spirit realm masters, no one was able to kill demon generals. Furthermore, demon generals were too powerful. In order to kill a Class 6 low-tier demon general, one's cultivation would need to be at least at the mid-level of battle spirit realm. In order to kill a Class 6 mid-tier thunderstorm rhino, one would need to be at least a high-level battle spirit realm master. Regular masters would have to flee if they encountered a demon general and wouldn't dare to engage in combat. Furthermore, there were very few demon generals on the continent. In places with a high concentration of demon generals, there would be demon kings. It was too difficult to kill a demon general. Even the masters on the Violet Flower Kingdom's master rankings wouldn't dare to say they could do it. It would all depend on luck. Ultimately, the thunderstorm rhino's horn didn't land in the hands of Grandmaster Everyouth. It landed in the hands of Grandmaster Raging Flame, who was also one of the top 10 concoction grandmasters of the Violet Flower Kingdom. As such, the sensational auction had ended. After paying the spirit stones, Li Fuchen left the East Star Auction Hall with the Spirit Heart Elixir, Clear Spirit Elixir, and Raging Flame Heart Elixir. Kid, you snatched my fated opportunity. I am not done with you. In the dark, Scarlet Fire Fist, Feng Long glared at Li Fuchen. In an inn's heaven-class suite, Li Fuqian sat cross-legged on the meditation mat and took out the Raging Flame Heart Elixir. The Raging Flame Heart Elixir was like a lump of amber and there was a cluster of flames inside. It looked rather mystical and there were traces of meditation chi presence that were emitted, allowing Li Fuqian to feel comfortable. It is rather similar to the meditation mat's chi presence. With the two of them working together, the effects should be maximized. The meditation mat was obtained from the Black Sky sect ruins. He had been using it and the effects were remarkable. Li Fuqian was able to progress smoothly until now because of the meditation mat. Li Fuqian circulated his ardent sun chi and consumed the Raging Flame Heart Elixir. At the start, the Raging Flame Heart Elixir had a trace of cold intent. Gradually, the trace of cold intent turned into heat. When the Raging Flame Heart Elixir was refined into the interior, the inconspicuous flame suddenly burst out and enveloped Li Fuqian. TSS. Li Fuqian felt that there were plenty of impurities in his body that had been refined by the flame. At the same moment, there was a fiery intent that was extremely clear and spirited chi presence that rose and fused into Li Fuqian's mind. When complemented with the meditation mat's chi presence, Li Fuqian entered an unprecedented ethereal state. It felt as though his entire body had blended into the void and he was observing his body like a spectator. He was observing the connection between his body and the void. If a battle spirit realm master was here, they would definitely be able to see that Li Fuqian was in the union of heaven and man state. The Raging Flame Heart Elixir's medicinal effects were too pure and it was much purer than the chi in mid-grade spirit stones. In other words, when using the Raging Flame Heart Elixir to break through, there was no need to worry about delaying his future cultivation. This was also the reason why Li Fuqian spent 20,000 low-grade spirit stones to bid for the Raging Flame Heart Elixir. Later stage of First Level Reincarnation Realm. Peak stage of First Level Reincarnation Realm. Boom! When the Raging Flame Chi burst out, a surging Chi wave swept in all directions. It was fortunate that this inn was a top-notch inn in the South Forest City and was set up with an array. Otherwise, this chi wave impact was enough to turn the inn into ashes. After breaking through to the second level of Reincarnation Realm, the Raging Flame Heart Elixir's medicinal effects had yet to be fully consumed. Middle stage of Second Level Reincarnation Realm. Later stage of Second Level Reincarnation Realm. In just a short moment, Li Fuqian's cultivation was stabilized at the later stage of Second Level Reincarnation Realm. The surging and resplendent chi made Li Fuqian look like a sun god that was dazzling. As compared to his cultivation, Li Fuqian's mental state was progressing faster and had already reached the limits of second-level Reincarnation Realm. He was just one step away from breaking through to the third level of Reincarnation Realm. When Li Fuqian opened his eyes, two blazing light beams burst out and struck the array's barrier with sparks. There is no hurry. After a few more days, I will consume the Spirit Heart Elixir and the Clear Spirit Elixir to prepare to break through to the third level of Reincarnation Realm. Li Fuqian's cultivation might have stabilized, but his mental state wasn't. There were still hidden dangers from consecutive breakthroughs and he wasn't in a hurry. For the next few days, Li Fuqian stayed in seclusion and had been stabilizing his cultivation and mental state. In addition, he felt that the Ardent Sun Divine Technique was showing signs of breaking through. The Ardent Flame Heart Elixir allowed him to enter a very mystical state. This state had weakened significantly after his cultivation broke through to the second level of Reincarnation Realm, but it didn't vanish completely. When Li Fuqian cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine Technique, he felt that it was much smoother than before. Apart from that, the speed of comprehending the Blazing Flame Bone Frame pattern was much faster because of the Ardent Flame Heart Elixir. Right now, Li Fuqian had already comprehended 30% of the Blazing Flame Bone Frame pattern. The speed of absorbing the Blazing Flame power was 20 to 30 times faster than before. In the Bone Frame spatial zone, the Blazing Flame power was just like a small sun. It was extremely condensed and extremely tyrannical and blazing. As compared to it, the Ardent Sun Chi wasn't just slightly inferior. Li Fuchen found out from some ancient texts that the cultivation of heaven-class cultivation techniques seemed to be related to the bone frame. Perhaps, the qi that was cultivated was the power of the bone frame. Of course, heaven-class cultivation techniques were too far away from Li Fuchen. It was unknown if there were any heaven-class cultivation techniques in the entire seven-color continent. Even if there were, they would probably be in the hands of those primary sea realm monarchs. The path of the martial Tao is still very long and I have just started. Li Fuchen's fighting spirit was soaring. Chapter 421. I might as well raise my body refinement cultivation as well. Previously, Li Fuchen had consumed some elixirs to temper the impurities. The Vajra elixir's impurities and the body-forging golden elixir's impurities were almost eliminated. Even if the impurities weren't eliminated, Li Fuchen's body refinement could still be increased, but it would affect his future body refinement cultivation. Li Fuchen went to the Ever Youth Pavilion and purchased 5 Vajra elixirs and 5 body-forging golden elixirs, spending a total of 11,000 low-grade spirit stones. 2. Inside the inn suite, Li Fuchen was constantly refining the Vajra elixir and the dragon elephant power within his body was rapidly increasing. 7,000 threads. 8,000 threads. 9,000 threads. 10,000 threads. 11,000 strands. 12,000 strands. 12,800 strands. 5 Vajra pills and 5 body-forging golden pills only added 6,600 strands of dragon elephant power. Last time, a diamond pill and a body-forging golden pill increased his strength by more than 3,000 strands. This is mainly because the strength of the dragon elephant is not just increasing so simply. The strength of the dragon elephant that existed before is also gradually strengthening. This requires the consumption of the medicinal power of the body-refining medicinal pills. On the path of body refinement, the further one progressed, the more resources one would need. This was not just for show. There were plenty of reincarnation realm body refinement martial artists in the 7-color continent, but there weren't many battle spirit realm body refinement masters. Li Fuchen reckoned that in order to push his body refinement to the battle spirit realm, he would need at least 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Regular battle spirit realm masters wouldn't have so much wealth. Even if they had, they wouldn't invest all of it into body refinement, unless they focused on the body refinement Tao. Take the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's Wang Jian for example. He possessed the Vajra bone frame and was an innate body refinement prodigy. If he didn't focus on the body refinement Tao, it would be a pity. Of course, a person with the body refinement bone frame would require a lot less low-grade spirit stones. A regular person would need up to 1 million low-grade spirit stones to push their body refinement to the battle spirit realm. Wang Jian might only need a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. As Li Fuchen's body refinement increased by 1 level, his body refinement strength had also increased and had already surpassed regular 9th level reincarnation realm experts. The next time I want to raise my body refining cultivation to another level, it will probably take more than 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen laughed bitterly. Body refinement cultivation, seriously speaking, did not have small realms. For example, shedding body realm body refining martial artist is shedding body realm body refining martial artist, will not be like true qi cultivation base, divided into 9 layers. Previously, Li Fuchen was merely using the East Unicorn Continent's reincarnation realm experts to forcefully divide his body refinement into several levels. In fact, it was an estimation of his strength and not the specific minor realms of his body refinement. It was just like strength. Strength was only divided into big and small. There was no such thing as a realm. In the early stages of body refinement, there weren't any major realms. There weren't any Qi refinement realm, origin returning realm, earth shattering realm, or heaven dipper realm. Normally, one would compare one's body refinement with one's Qi cultivation to know what level one's body refinement was at. Only at the shedding body realm, due to the cultivation of extraordinary chi power, so you can clearly know that you are shedding body realm body refining martial artist. The efficiency of the Yin family was very fast. In just half a month, they had sold all the medicinal herbs, earning a total of 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was also due to the fact that he was in a hurry. If he had auctioned it off at an auction, it would be possible for him to sell it for 250,000 low-grade spirit stones. For the 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, the Yin family would take 10%, leaving behind 180,000 low-grade spirit stones. For the 180,000 low-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen and Zhao Han would each get 30%, making each of them 54,000 low-grade spirit stones. And Xin Mei would get 15%, making 27,000 low-grade spirit stones. Liang Tianyu and Du Qing would get 25%, making each of them 22,500 low-grade spirit stones. In short, everyone was happy. There were over 30,000 low-grade spirit stones left previously. With the addition of these 54,000 low-grade spirit stones, I will have around 90,000 low-grade spirit stones. 90,000 low-grade spirit stones was a huge sum, and only those extremely powerful high-leveled reincarnation realm martial artists would have such wealth. After all, the stronger one was, the better the ability to accumulate wealth. A simple trip into the Violet Star Mountains would allow one to obtain plenty of low-grade spirit stones. During the auction, in order to contest for the Green Dragon Artifact Saber and Earth-class mid-tier martial art manuals, the two peak-level Reincarnation Realm martial artists had each spent 150,000 low-grade spirit stones and 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, this was also the duo's limit. I am still lacking a body refinement weapon. Apart from the Violet Flower Kingdom's top 10 concoction grandmasters, there are also 5 blacksmith grandmasters. Among them, only Grandmaster 100 Smelt can refine a body refinement weapon. Why don't I ask for one? If it was someone else, they wouldn't spend so much effort to obtain a body refinement weapon. After all, most of the people would supplement the body refinement Dao and focus on the Qi refinement Dao. Even if they obtained a body refinement weapon, their body refinement strength wouldn't be on par with their Qi cultivation strength. But Li Fuchen was different. With the Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique, Dragon Elephant Body Forging chapters, it would be a pity if Li Fuchen didn't increase his body refinement strength. Grandmaster 100 Smelt resided in Limestone City, and Limestone City was the county city of Limestone region. It was tens of thousands of miles away from South Forest City. Riding on the Class 4 Unicorn Wildebeest, Li Fuchen rushed towards Limestone City. Finally out of the city. During these days, Scarlet Fire Fist, Feng Long had been sending people to watch over Li Fuchen. Once Li Fuchen exited the city, Feng Long followed. It didn't matter if Li Fuchen used the Raging Flame Heart Elixir, Feng Long wasn't going to let Li Fuchen off. 300 miles away from South Forest City, after following for so long, can you come out now? On the horseback, Li Fuchen turned around and said, Your awareness is rather strong, but it is a pity that this place shall be your death ground today. Scarlet Fire Fist, Feng Long flashed out while his body was surging with blazing chi presence. Feng Long's cultivation was at the 7th level of Reincarnation Realm, and he had cultivated an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique and martial art. In his eyes, Li Fuchen was already a dead man. It is still uncertain who will die. Li Fuchen dismounted the horse. Die! Feng Long didn't waste any time and blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. This fist's power was even stronger than the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's number 3 power rankings. When the fist was executed, the air felt as though it was burning. A flaming fist that was the size of a house was blasted with thunderous chi presence. Li Fuchen didn't retreat or give way. The giant elephant spirit and the fierce tiger spirit rose up at the same time and countered with a fist. Boom! The ground caved in and exploded. Surging magma splattered and the scorching chi presence filled the radius of a few thousand feet. Little bastard, I have underestimated you. Feng Long's eyes flashed with astonishment. It seems like you are merely a so-so. Li Fuchen shook his fist and extinguished the flames on his fist. The Scarlet Fire Fist was indeed worthy of being called the Scarlet Fire Fist. His fist intent was astounding. If Li Fuchen's fist didn't contain the ardent sun qi and blazing flame power, he wouldn't be able to block this fist. But only in close combat would Li Fuchen be able to concentrate all his power on his fist, making it difficult to kill his opponent. If I didn't guess it wrongly, you will only be able to utilize your strongest strength in close combat. Let's see how you are going to block next. Feng Long grinned sinisterly and rushed into the sky. He then brandished dozens to 100 fists at Li Fuchen. Countless flaming fists descended from the sky and the prowess was appalling. The elephant trumpeted and tiger roared. Li Fuchen brandished his fist to penetrate the flaming fists, but there were too many of them. Even after penetrating them, there were still endless blazing flame qi that blasted down, turning Li Fuchen's area into a sea of flames. If I want to kill him, I have to reveal my trump card. After transmuting the ardent sun qi into the 9 revolution purple qi, Li Fuchen drew the scarlet blood sword and executed the clear sky sword art. In an instant, a full moon-like sword qi spread out with Li Fuchen at the center. A thick layer of the ground was shaved off. The sword qi exploded and extinguished the sea of flames. Li Fuchen flew into the sky and fought with Feng Long, Scarlet Fire Divine Fist. Feng Long was shocked and blasted a fist with full strength. PFFF. The flaming fist was split into 2 and Li Fuchen charged at Feng Long. Impossible, how can you be so powerful? Feng Long retreated miserably and didn't have the prowess from before. There are plenty of things you don't know. Die. The 9 revolution purple qi divine technique and the clear sky sword art were at least earth class high tier. The increase in strength was too much and it didn't just compensate for the gap of 5 levels between Li Fuchen and Feng Long, it had also reversed the gap. Fresh blood sprayed out and Feng Long's arm had an additional sword wound. Damn it, Scarlet Fire Primary Armor. Feng Long's body was covered with a layer of flaming armor. He cultivated the Earth-class low-tier martial art, Scarlet Fire Divine Fist. His cultivation technique was the Earth-class low-tier Scarlet Fire Divine Technique. When the Scarlet Fire Divine Technique was cultivated to the highest rank, he would be able to execute a defensive method that would increase his defense by 1 level. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's clear sky sword art was too ferocious. The Scarlet Fire primary armor was only able to block a few swords before collapsing. Die! Li Fuchen thrust with his sword and the sword light turned into a sphere that enveloped Feng Long. Bang! The spherical sword light exploded and Feng Long was immediately turned into a blood mist. The only things that remained were a pair of gloves, an artifact armor, and a red storage bag. Finally exhausted. After killing Feng Long, Li Fuchen wasn't too happy. His body's 9 revolution purple qi was rapidly disintegrating and turning into ardent sun qi. His back was burning and after scanning with his awareness, Li Fuchen noticed that the 9 revolution purple qi divine technique's pattern on his back had vanished. There were only traces of scar-like pattern imprints. It was fortunate that the clear sky sword art martial pattern on his wrist hadn't vanished, but it didn't seem like he could use it for a few more times. The martial pattern was much dimmer than before. It seems like I can only rely on myself in the future. Li Fuchen extended his hand and sucked Feng Long's gloves, artifact armor, and storage bag over. When he opened the storage bag, there were over 30,000 low-grade spirit stones and 5 mid-grade spirit stones. With these 5 mid-grade spirit stones, I should have no problem progressing to the 3rd level of reincarnation realm. Li Fuchen might have the spirit heart elixir and the clear spirit elixir to increase his mental state, but he wasn't confident he could progress to the 3rd level of reincarnation realm within a short period of time. After reaching the reincarnation realm, it was very difficult to progress by 1 level. Unless the accumulation was rather robust, otherwise, one had to slowly endure. But it was different with mid-grade spirit stones. The purity of the mid-grade spirit stones was only slightly inferior to the Raging Flame Heart Elixir and was much purer than low-grade spirit stones. With the combination of the two, it was hard for Li Fuqian not to progress. Let's reach the Limestone City first. Chapter 422. Bluestone City, a city built with large bluestones. As the county capital of Bluestone County, Bluestone City was one of the places with the highest concentration of refiners, second only to the Violet Flower King's Imperial City. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that almost 30% of the utensils circulating in the Violet Flower Kingdom's market came from Limestone City. One could well imagine Limestone City's status. Master 100 Smelting has actually left. What a coincidence. Li Fuqian's luck wasn't very good. As soon as he arrived at Limestone City, he found out that Grandmaster 100 Smelt wasn't around. It was the same as making a wasted trip. Since I'm already here, I can't return empty-handed. No matter what, I have to obtain a body-refining weapon. Originally, Li Fuqian was planning to request for an Earth-class low-tier body refinement weapon from Grandmaster 100 Smelt. But since Grandmaster 100 Smelt wasn't around, there was no hope for an Earth-class low-tier body refinement weapon. But there should be Mystic-class body refinement weapons in the Limestone City's weapon shops. During the Evergreen Tea Party, the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's Wang Jian's gloves seemed to be a Mystic-class peak-tier body refinement weapon. The Bai Lian Pavilion was a weapon shop opened by the Bai Lian Master. "Shopkeeper, do you have any body refining weapons?" Li Fuqian asked as soon as he entered the door. "Yes, other shops don't have it. Only my Bai Lian Pavilion has it." The shopkeeper saw that there was business and quickly went forward to greet them. Li Fuqian said, "I want the best body refinement weapon. Bring me to take a look." "All right." A smile appeared on the manager's face. Although body tempering weapons were rare, martial artists who specialized in body tempering were even rarer, so it was not easy to find a buyer. Second floor of Bai Lian Pavilion. "Young hero, there are a total of 5 top-grade profound rank body refinement weapons here. They are respectively a saber, a sword, a glove, an iron claw, and an anklet." The shopkeeper gestured with his right hand as he introduced. Li Fuqian took a glance and noticed that there was an obvious difference between body refinement weapons and chi weapons. There were chi waves of varying strength on the body refinement weapons, as though they were alive. They had their own breaths and meridians, giving Li Fuqian an extremely strange feeling. "Can I take it out for a look?" Li Fuqian asked. The shopkeeper nodded. "Of course." Li Fuqian picked up one of the swords. The surface of the sword was covered in blood patterns. At a glance, it looked like the meridians and blood vessels of the human body. The power of vitality surged into his body. Buzz! A blood-red sword radiance extended from the tip of the sword. It was incomparably sharp. It really is a body-refining weapon. Li Fuqian's eyes contracted. This sword seemed to have become an extension of his body and was closely connected with his chi power. But swords are useless to me. I have never learned a body tempering sword technique. Putting down the body refinement sword, Li Fuqian picked up the gloves. It was a pair of black gloves. The back of the hand and the base of the fingers were covered with a layer of armor. It looked relatively thick, and when Xiao Chen's consciousness entered it, he could see many blood-colored patterns. As his vitality surged in, the blood-colored patterns immediately lit up, and a layer of blood-colored light appeared on the surface of the black gloves. With this top-tier profound rank body refinement glove, my body refinement strength can increase by almost 30%. Having a weapon or not made a huge difference. Li Fuqian was confident that with this glove, he would be able to contest with the Scarlet Fire Fist with just his body refinement strength. "Shopkeeper, how many spirit stones?" Li Fuqian asked. The shopkeeper said, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 10,000? It's quite expensive. Li Fuqian frowned. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but he felt that it was too expensive. An Earth-class mid-tier chi weapon wasn't even worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. A Mystic-class peak-tier body refinement weapon was actually worth 10,000. If it was an Earth-class low-tier body refinement weapon, wouldn't it cost at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones? The shopkeeper shook his head and said, "This glove is forged using chi bloodstones, blood-patterned iron, and mithril. Just the materials alone will cost 1 or 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. 10,000 it is. I will take it." Li Fuchen might feel that it was expensive, but it was impossible for him to give it up. Young hero is very bold. The shopkeeper was beaming with joy. As the shopkeeper of the 100 Smelt Pavilion, he had a mission every month. When the store's income exceeded a certain amount, he would receive a certain bonus. The higher the income, the greater the bonus. But if the store's income didn't reach the standard, his spirit stones would be deducted. After paying the spirit stones, Li Fuchen left the 100 Smelt Pavilion with the shopkeeper sending him off. In an inn with a courtyard, Li Fuchen stayed. Roar! There was a tiger roar as Li Fuchen punched the air. In a split moment, a fierce tiger spirit rose up. As compared to before, this fierce tiger spirit was 30% bigger. It was more condensed and more tyrannical. It felt as though it was going to shatter the void. No wonder it is a Mystic-class peak-tier body refinement weapon. Li Fuchen was very satisfied with this glove. It is a pity that I didn't see Grandmaster 100 Smelt. If I can request for an Earth-class low-tier body refinement glove, my body refinement strength will be increased by at least 60%. In terms of chi weapons, the difference between Mystic-class high-tier and Mystic-class peak-tier wasn't huge. But the difference between Mystic-class peak-tier and Earth-class low-tier was rather huge. Forget it. Even if Grandmaster 100 Smelt is in Limestone City, I might not be able to see him. Even if I see him, he might not be willing to refine an Earth-class low-tier body refinement weapon for me. After all, the materials are hard to find and he might not be interested in this little bit of income. Originally, Li Fuchen was planning to sell some items to gather the cost of the refinement, but he didn't have to do so now. Li Fuchen didn't think about the body refinement weapon anymore and started to cultivate in seclusion to break through to the third level of reincarnation realm. In the secret room of the courtyard, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged on the meditation mat. Time elapsed bit by bit. After a long time, Li Fuchen opened his eyes. The Spirit Heart Elixir's medicinal effects are still a little lacking. It isn't enough for my mental state to break through to the third level of reincarnation realm. While speaking, Li Fuchen took out the clear spirit elixir and consumed it. 1 hour later, Li Fuchen's connection with heaven and earth chi was much closer. With him as the center, heaven and earth chi was rippling. I have finally broken through. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and held a mid-grade spirit stone in each hand while absorbing the chi inside. A few hours later, Li Fuchen took out 2 more mid-grade spirit stones. When the last mid-grade spirit stone was half absorbed, Li Fuchen's body suddenly burst out with an ardent sun-like radiance. The surging and blazing chi waves blasted in all directions. For a moment, the temperature in the secret room had increased by more than 100 times and it felt as though it was a blazing hell. It wasn't over yet. Right at this moment, the ardent sun radiance on the surface of Li Fuchen's body suddenly revolved and the surrounding temperature rose drastically again. Li Fuchen's body appeared with an ardent sun halo. When the ardent sun halo appeared, the array in the secret room shook violently as though it was going to explode. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen opened his eyes and withdrew the ardent sun halo. I didn't expect for my cultivation level and cultivation technique to have a breakthrough. Li Fuchen's face flashed with delight. Earlier on, his cultivation had successfully broken through from the second level of reincarnation realm to the third level. Immediately after, his ardent sun divine technique had also broken through from the 24th rank to the 25th rank, forming the ardent sun halo. Chapter 423. The Dean made an exception and gave me the 25th rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique. If I want to obtain the 26th rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique, I will have to contribute to the Martial Institute. After the 24th rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique, each rank was more terrifying than the previous one. Even the 24th rank was already very formidable. In order to cultivate the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 24th rank, the body refinement would need to be at the subcompletion level of Reincarnation Realm. Li Fuchen's current body refinement was only one level higher than the subcompletion level of Reincarnation Realm and was far from reaching the completion level of Reincarnation Realm. Opening up his right hand, the golden ardent sun chi soared up and emitted a blinding radiance. While feeling the temperature, Li Fuchen said to himself, "My chi strength is now comparable with regular 6th level Reincarnation Realm experts. With the blazing flame power, it is enough to reach the 7th or 8th level. With the green sun sword intent, my chi strength is even stronger than my body refinement strength." After closing his eyes and opening them again, Li Fuchen's eyes shot out two divine radiances. It is time to return. Originally, he thought that he would only be able to return after the 24 Martial Institutions Rankings Tournament. But with the consecutive breakthroughs in strength, he had the confidence to return. Most importantly, he was worried about the Li clan and the Azure Water sect. The situation in the East Unicorn continent was too complicated. It might have only been a short 1 or 2 years, but Li Fuchen didn't know how the East Unicorn continent had changed. If he could return earlier, he would naturally return earlier to avoid regret. But the prerequisite was to gather enough low-grade spirit stones. He was preparing to sell the Class 6 demonic beast horn to Grandmaster Ever Youth. It didn't matter even if he suffered a loss. But with Grandmaster Ever Youth's magnanimity, he probably wouldn't take advantage of Li Fuchen. Eager to return, Li Fuchen immediately left the Limestone City and headed for the South Forest City. South Forest City's Everlasting Youth Garden, this is indeed a demonic general's horn and it is also a Class 6 mid-tier demonic general's horn. But it has been too long and the power on it has dissipated. It isn't comparable to the Thunderstorm Rhino's horn. How about this? I will purchase it for 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Grandmaster Ever Youth was pleasantly surprised, but he also felt that it was a pity. He was pleasantly surprised because this was the horn of a Class 6 demon general, which was innately not weaker than a Thunderstorm Rhino's horn. Unfortunately, after a long period of time, the power of this horn had dissipated by more than half. If the power of this horn had not dissipated, its value would not be lower than that of a Thunderstorm Rhino's horn. Furthermore, this was only auctioned in an ordinary large-scale auction. If it was auctioned in a high-class auction, then the price would not be measured in low-grade spirit stones, but mid-grade spirit stones. At the very least, it could be auctioned for hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones. I'll leave it to the alchemy sect to decide. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. The price of 300,000 low-grade spirit stones was far beyond his expectations. Grandmaster Ever Youth continued, "You brat, you sure have a lot of good stuff. I can see that your chi and blood have stagnated. You must have consumed too many body-forging elixirs, causing the impurities to increase. I have an Earth-class high-tier elixir, the 3 Revolutions blood-tempering elixir. It should be enough to help you get rid of all the impurities in your chi and blood." Grandmaster Ever Youth took out a jade bottle which contained a resplendent and flawless elixir. He then tossed it to Li Fuchen. "Many thanks, Pill Master." Li Fuchen received it respectfully. An Earth-class high-tier elixir wasn't something that could be found in the market and could only be found in auctions. A single elixir would cost at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. With this 3 Revolutions blood-tempering elixir, Li Fuchen was able to increase his body refinement by another level and it wouldn't affect his foundation. After all, Earth-class high-tier elixirs were extraordinary and it was obvious from the Raging Flame Heart elixir. After bidding farewell to Grandmaster Ever Youth, Li Fuchen checked into an inn. He then took out the teleportation board and activated the chi pool within to start devouring the chi from the low-grade spirit stones. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. 210,000 low-grade spirit stones. After devouring 210,000 low-grade spirit stones, the chi pool within the teleportation board was finally filled up. Before this, the vitality pool was only 30% liquefied. In fact, the chi pool only required 70% liquid chi to teleport from the East Unicorn continent to the Seven-Color continent. Li Fuchen was afraid that an accident might happen, therefore, he filled it up. There are still over 200,000 low-grade spirit stones left. I shall increase my body refinement by another level first. After exiting the inn, Li Fuchen arrived at the Ever Youth Pavilion. This time, he purchased 30 Vajra elixirs and 30 body forging golden elixirs, spending a total of 66,000 low-grade spirit stones. A few days later, Li Fuchen's body refinement had increased by another level. With just his body refinement, he was already able to contest with regular 7th-level reincarnation realm martial artists. With the Tiger Soul Fist and the Mystic Class Peak-Tier body refinement gloves, his body refinement strength had caught up to his chi cultivation strength. The Dragon Elephant power is now at 25,000 strands. If I want to increase it by another level, I will probably need another 300,000 to 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. The higher the level of body refinement, the more resources would be required. It was simply ridiculous. It was no wonder apart from those with body refinement talents, no one was willing to dual cultivate chi and body. With so many resources, it was enough to support the chi cultivation to the battle spirit realm. As Li Fuchen's body refinement increased by another level, the impurities in Li Fuchen's chi had accumulated to a limit. The impurities in 60 to 70 elixirs weren't a joke. If Li Fuchen didn't pay attention and there was an accident, he might explode and die. It was impossible to rely on the Dragon Elephant power to refine the impurities without at least 1 or 2 years. After consuming the 3 Revolution Blood Tempering Elixir, Li Fuchen started to remove the impurities. The 3 Revolution Blood Tempering Elixir had a total of 3 layers of medicinal effects. The first layer of medicinal effects removed 30% of the impurities. The second layer of medicinal effects removed 40% of the impurities. The third layer of medicinal effects didn't just remove all the remaining impurities, it had also started to refine the Chi power and Dragon Elephant power. It made the Chi power and Dragon Elephant power even purer. The next time Li Fuchen consumed the body refinement elixir, he would be able to get twice the results with half the effort. The 3 Revolution Blood Tempering Elixir is indeed formidable. Li Fuchen felt that his body was much lighter and his chi power was much livelier. It wasn't as heavy and sluggish anymore. I am left with less than 140,000 low-grade spirit stones. I will just need to buy a few things and return. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and felt rather excited and apprehensive. To be honest, Li Fuchen didn't have the confidence to defeat the evil king. It was fortunate that he had absolute confidence to protect himself. After all, he was a dual cultivator of chi and body. His overall strength was absolutely formidable and his defense was at an extremely fearsome level. There was basically no weakness. He might not be confident to defeat the evil king, but it wouldn't be that easy for the evil king to defeat him either. Apart from the evil king, Li Fuchen didn't need to be apprehensive of the others. Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of 1-on-1 or 1-on-2. Chi cultivation strength and body refinement strength might not be able to be stacked, but chi cultivation defense and body refinement defense could be stacked. With the Earth-class mid-tier silver scale armor, no matter how chaotic the East Unicorn continent was, Li Fuchen would be able to roam freely. P.S. I am returning to the East Unicorn continent. The plot isn't easy to write. I originally didn't plan to return so early, but after some consideration, I feel that it is better to return earlier. After all, the East Unicorn continent is too chaotic. With sufficient strength, it is reasonable for me to return earlier. Chapter 424. With less than 140,000 low-grade spirit stones, he could buy a lot of things. I must buy the Star Spirit Elixir and the Spirit Root Elixir. The Star Spirit Elixir and the Spirit Root Elixir were Earth-class low-tier elixirs. They could upgrade bone frames below the 3-star level by 1 star, and each elixir was worth 300 low-grade spirit stones. Li Fuqian bought 10 elixirs for each of them and spent a total of 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was an incredible thing to upgrade the bone frame star level, as it was the same as changing one's fate. But in the 7-color continent, upgrading bone frames below the 3-star level wasn't considered much. So what if you upgraded your bone frame to the 3-star level? In the 7-color continent, 4-star bone frames were just normal. In fact, there were hundreds of cities in the South Forest region, and all the first-rate clans in each city had descendants with 3-star bone frames. Those below 3-star bone frames were considered trash and weren't worth nurturing. Unless the parents had authority in the clan, they would spend 300 low-grade spirit stones to purchase a Star Spirit Elixir or Spirit Root Elixir for consumption. After all, 300 low-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum, and it was equivalent to the entire wealth of a peak-level Heaven Dipper realm martial artist. It is a pity that there aren't any elixirs to upgrade the bone frame to 4-star. In the East Unicorn continent, Li Fuqian naturally valued his parents the most. After consuming the 7-color glazed grape, his parents' bone frames were upgraded by 1 star. His father was a 2-star bone frame while his mother was a 1-star bone frame. With the Star Spirit Elixir and Spirit Root Elixir, the duo would be able to upgrade their bone frames to the 3-star level. But with their innate perception and age, it was basically impossible for them to reach the reincarnation realm after reaching the peak of the Heaven Dipper realm. Even if Li Fuqian had the capability to bring them to the 7-color continent, they would have to accept the baptism of the 7-color continent's heaven and earth chi for many years and still wouldn't be able to progress to the reincarnation realm. Even in the 7-color continent, one would need at least a 4-star bone frame to upgrade their cultivation to the reincarnation realm. If one wasn't at the reincarnation realm, even if they took good care of themselves, their lifespan would only be over 100 years old and wouldn't be any different from an ordinary person. There is no hurry, my parents aren't even 50 years old. Once I progress to the battle spirit realm, I might be able to make them reincarnation realm experts. In this world, there are too many things that can upgrade the bone frames. It is just that my level isn't high enough and I can't get in touch. Apart from purchasing the Star Spirit Elixir and the Spirit Root Elixir, Li Fuqian also purchased some Mystic Class Cultivation Elixirs and Mystic Class Cultivation Elixirs. His parents' cultivation was at most at the Earth Shatter realm, and they were only at the low levels of the Earth Shatter realm. If they were to purchase high-grade elixirs, they wouldn't be able to use them. Mystic Class Elixirs were just right. Earth-class elixirs were generally consumed by reincarnation realm martial artists. I wonder if Grand Elder Zhao Wujin has advanced to the reincarnation realm. Let's buy a few rebirth pills. The value of the shedding body bone changing pill was 10 times that of the shedding body pill, reaching 5,000 low-grade spirit stones per pill. He gave one to Zhao Wujin and kept the rest as a backup. In addition, Li Fuqian also bought a few primary ascension elixirs, which could allow low-leveled reincarnation realm martial artists to advance by 1 level. One of the elixirs was considered a meeting gift for sect patriarch Ouyang Wentian. In total, Li Fuqian had spent over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. In the end, he was left with only 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. But Li Fuqian didn't feel any heartache. With his current strength, he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough low-grade spirit stones when he reached the East Unicorn continent. The East Unicorn continent might be barren, but it was still a continent. The entire continent had plenty of low-grade spirit stones. By then, Li Fuqian was preparing to bring more low-grade spirit stones to the 7-color continent and use them to increase his strength. I can return now. On this day, Li Fuqian activated the teleportation board and turned into a stream of light to leave the seven-color continent. The East Unicorn continent was currently divided into 3 factions. The Evil Dao led by the Evil King, the 100 Sects Alliance, and the demonic 10 regions. But for the recent 2 years, the 100 Sects Alliance wasn't having a good time. Originally, the 100 Sects Alliance had over 90 regions, but now, it was only left with over 30 regions. Most of the sects had surrendered to the Evil Dao and had become the Evil King's lackeys. Among them, the Heaven Fiend sect, Spirit Hidden sect, and Violent Saber sect successively surrendered to the Evil Dao. The Azure Water sect received the news in advance and left the Azure Water region. They joined one of the top 10 elite factions, the Wind Snow sect, and became a branch of the Wind Snow sect. Southwest of the Wind Snow region, Azure Water Hall. In the hall's main hall, Ouyang Wentian was frowning. The 100 Sects Alliance wasn't having a good time. His Azure Water sect had also become a hall and didn't even have its own mountain. Ouyang Wentian gritted his teeth and accepted the fact that the Azure Water sect had become the Azure Water Hall. He was worried that the 100 Sects Alliance would be devoured by the Evil Dao and the demonic 10 regions sooner or later. By then, would the 100 Sects Alliance have to submit to them? If that happened, the entire East Unicorn continent would be in a frenzy of demons and demons. The Evil Dao would wreak havoc and the continent would enter an unprecedented era of darkness. Putting aside the major matters, Ouyang Wentian thought about Li Fuqian and the Li clan. After Li Fuqian vanished, the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect brought a large group of people to abduct the Li clan. Back then, Ouyang Wentian as the sect patriarch couldn't do anything. Grand Elder Zhao Wujin merely said a harsh statement and was beaten into a cripple. Had it not been for the Wind Snow sect's Supreme Elder's treatment, Zhao Wujin wouldn't have survived. It was because of this incident that Ouyang Wentian decided to move the sect to the Wind Snow region. The facts proved that his decision was extremely correct. Subsequently, the Evil Dao came to look for the Azure Water sect. After finding out that the Li clan had been abducted by the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect, they immediately occupied the Azure Water region. It was said that they even looked for trouble with the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect but left it unsettled. After all, the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect were elite factions among the top 10 factions and had deep foundations. Unless the Evil King wanted to start an ultimate war, he wouldn't start a war directly. Of course, most importantly, Li Fuqian had vanished without a trace. If they couldn't find Li Fuqian, it was useless even if they captured the Li clan. Sigh, I wonder where did Li Fuqian go? Ouyang Wentian was very curious. He didn't know what Li Fuqian did to provoke the Thunder God sect, the Mystic Tools sect, and the Evil Dao to mobilize such a large force for him. On this day, a light suddenly appeared in the sky above the East Unicorn continent. Immediately after, a figure landed. I am finally back. Li Fuqian landed slowly and had an excited expression. When he left the East Unicorn continent previously, he was only at the Heaven Dipper realm. This time, he was already at the Reincarnation realm and his combat strength was at the pinnacle. He didn't have to fear anyone. Li Fuqian didn't know how the Li clan and the Azure Water sect were doing. When recalling back at the Black Sky sect ruins where he had a conflict with Yu Lai and Gu Yun, Li Fuqian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. It was fine if the two of them didn't deal with the Li clan and the Azure Water sect. If they did, then don't blame him for being ruthless. He didn't care if they were the pillars of the 100 Sects Alliance. The heaven and earth chi here is indeed thin. As a reincarnation realm martial artist, Li Fuqian had a very close connection with heaven and earth chi. The thin heaven and earth chi on the East Unicorn continent made him very uncomfortable. This feeling was as though he was walking into dirty water from clear water. It was fortunate that after a moment, the uncomfortable feeling vanished. A martial artist had to adapt to any environment. There were some desperate situations that didn't even have heaven and earth chi. With a flash, Li Fuchen soared into the sky. He needed to know which region he was in. When passing by a city, Li Fuchen saw plenty of evil Dao martial artists escorting tens of thousands of citizens. Li Fuchen descended. Who are you? The leader of the evil Dao martial artists was a peak-level Heaven Dipper realm martial artist. He looked at Li Fuchen with bewilderment. Die. Li Fuchen didn't even bother speaking nonsense and released his ardent sun field power. Ah! Over 1,000 evil Dao martial artists had self-immolated. As for the innocent people, Li Fuchen didn't harm any of them. With his awareness, he was able to control the ardent sun field power exquisitely. Many thanks for my lord's rescue. Tens of thousands of citizens knelt down and their faces were filled with joy after surviving a calamity. The evil Dao martial artists escorting them were the subordinates of the Blood Ancestor. They were escorted there to refine the myriad blood pearls. What region is this? Li Fuchen asked. One of them replied, River West region. So it is the River West region. Li Fuchen understood. The River West region was once the sect region of the River West sect, but it was invaded by the evil Dao. All of you can go back. Li Fuchen waved his hand and flew away. Along the way, Li Fuchen saw countless evil Dao martial artists committing evil deeds. For these people, Li Fuchen only had one word, kill. If he saw one, he would kill one. If he saw 10, he would kill 10. Finally, Li Fuchen arrived at the center of this region, where the sect of the River West region was located. River West Hall, one of the halls under the Blood Ancestor. In the main hall of the River West Hall, the River West Hall Master was listening to his subordinates report. Hall Master, a total of 1 million people were escorted back this month. The River West Hall Master nodded, 1 million should be enough. After all, we cannot kill them all at once. The Blood Ancestor was the evil king's right-hand man and controlled over a dozen regions. Each region had at least 1 billion people. With over a dozen regions, it would be close to 20 billion. With such a large population, the Blood Ancestor didn't have to worry about not having enough myriad blood pearls. Furthermore, he was already at the extremity of the reincarnation realm and his requirement for the myriad blood pearls had decreased sharply. The myriad blood pearls were mainly used to refine blood corpses. As for the other blood Dao cultivators, they weren't able to use the myriad blood pearls to cultivate as they didn't cultivate the Blood Ancestor's myriad blood great technique. They could only use the myriad blood pearls to increase their combat strength temporarily, but the side effects were great. Rumble. The River West Hall's main hall shook. On the outside, the winds and clouds were changing. Dark clouds were gathering and rumbling thunderbolts were roaming in the sky. It felt as though it was the end of the world. Who is attacking the array? The River West Hall Master was enraged. The River West Hall's Hall Defense Array was once the faction defense array of the River West sect. It was able to withstand continuous attacks from mid-level reincarnation realm martial artists. Even high-level reincarnation realm martial artists wouldn't be able to break the array within a short period of time. But looking at the situation outside, the Hall defense array was obviously broken by a single attack. The River West Hall Master thought that it was an elite expert from the 100 Sects Alliance. Who dares to be so impudent in our River West Hall? Several reincarnation realm evil Dao martial artists flew into the sky and glared at Li Fuchen. Chapter 425. The River West Hall Master, Wei Shichuan had also flown out. As a Hall Master of the Blood Ancestor's lineage, Wei Shichuan's cultivation was at the 8th level of reincarnation realm. He might not have cultivated an Earth-class low-tier evil Dao cultivation technique, but he had cultivated the Earth-class low-tier evil Dao martial art, Blood Essence Hand. In the Blood Ancestor's lineage, his strength was ranked top 5 and was much stronger than most of the Hall Masters. After all, the River West region was one of the largest regions among the dozen regions controlled by the Blood Ancestor. After taking a glance at Li Fuqian and seeing that Li Fuqian was only at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm, Wei Shichuan frowned. He didn't believe that a 3rd level reincarnation realm martial artist would be able to break the River West Hall's Hall Guardian array in a single attack. Even he was barely able to do it. Who are you? To barge into my River West Hall is a capital offense. Wei Shichuan yelled out coldly. In his opinion, Li Fuqian should be a disciple of a hidden expert. The East Unicorn continent was massive and there would always be some unknown places with astounding experts. It was said that there were hidden experts on the surrounding islands of the East Unicorn continent. Apart from that, there might be some places with few people in the East Unicorn continent that had absolute experts. If you surrender now, you still have a chance. The River West Hall had a total of 15 reincarnation realm experts. With the advantage in numbers, no one put Li Fuqian in their eyes. How many regions does the 100 Sects Alliance have left? Li Fuqian stood in the air and asked. He, you can't even protect yourself and you are still thinking about the 100 Sects Alliance. But there is no harm in telling you. The 100 Sects Alliance is only left with 36 regions. If it wasn't for the evil monarch's benevolence, the 100 Sects Alliance might not even exist. A fierce-looking reincarnation realm evil Dao expert laughed heartily. Li Fuqian didn't comment. The evil monarch, blood ancestor, and the others all wanted to destroy the 100 Sects Alliance, but they probably couldn't. What about the Azure Water region? Li Fuqian asked again. The Azure Water region is the extreme Yin ancestors' territory. Why are you asking? What about the Azure Water sect? Li Fuqian's face turned dark and was filled with murderous intent. The Azure Water sect has escaped to the Wind Snow region. They are lucky to have escaped quickly. Hearing this, Li Fuqian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Azure Water sect was fine. The Li clan that was attached to the Azure Water sect should be fine as well. Otherwise, even if he had to go all out, he would slaughter the entire Demon Dao forces and kill the East Unicorn continent into a river of blood. With his current strength, there was no need to fear anyone. There were only 1 or 2 people who could compete with him. He scanned the interior of the River West Hall with his consciousness. Li Fuqian saw that in the back mountain of the River West Hall, there were countless people imprisoned. With a rough glance, there were probably hundreds of thousands or close to 1 million people. In some of the dungeons, there were plenty of Demon Dao martial artists torturing prisoners. There were also countless young women imprisoned in luxurious manners for the Demon Dao martial artists to enjoy. Demonic Dao martial artists will always be demonic Dao martial artists. After cultivating demonic arts, their minds have already become twisted. Li Fuqian took a deep breath and suddenly released the Ardent Sun Field Power. The all-out Ardent Sun Field Power enveloped the radius of 10 miles. The power might be much weaker, but no one below the reincarnation realm would be able to withstand it. All of them started to self-immolate and were immediately turned into ashes. The miserable roars echoed throughout the entire River West Hall and caused chills to run down one's spine. This ability could only be possessed by those who cultivated Earth-class mid-tier cultivation techniques. Those who didn't cultivate Earth-class mid-tier cultivation techniques wouldn't be able to do this even if they were stronger than Li Fuqian. The Ardent Sun Field Power involved the natural law and it was much stronger than the Earth-class low-tier field power. Courting death. Wei Shichuan and the others were shocked at first before they were enraged. They felt an invisible ardent sun power spreading out and immediately after, there were countless roars coming from the River West Hall. With Wei Shichuan as the leader, 15 reincarnation realm demon Dao martial artists were about to make a move. Die! The ardent sun field power shrank and Li Fuqian drew the scarlet blood sword and brandished it. Thousands of green sword lights that were like the radiant sunlight swept across the 15 individuals. Bang bang bang, lumps of blood mist burst out. Apart from Wei Shichuan, the others were all turned into blood mist and were incinerated into ashes. Wei Shichuan was formidable and had strength that surpassed regular 9th-level reincarnation realm martial artists. But after Li Fuchen's sword, he still suffered severe injuries. Blood Essence Hand. Wei Shichuan's face was distorted as he slammed a blood palm at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's expression didn't change as he burst out with blazing flame power and brandished his sword again. With the support of the blazing flame power, Li Fuchen's sword art's lethality increased drastically. Bang! Wei Shichuan had also exploded into a blood mist and was incinerated into ashes. After doing everything, Li Fuchen went on a killing spree in the River West Hall. In fact, he didn't even need to make a move and just released the Ardent Sun field power. It didn't matter where the enemies were hiding, as long as they weren't covered by the array, they would be incinerated to death. In just 15 minutes, Li Fuchen enveloped the area with his awareness and eliminated all the Demon Dao martial artists. He then said loudly, "Everyone, you are free." Finishing his statement, Li Fuchen flew and left. 3 days later, at the Azure Water Region's Mystic Moon Hall, all the Demon Dao martial artists were massacred. Wherever Li Fuchen passed by, none of the Demon Dao factions were spared until he arrived at the Wind Snow region. The Wind Snow region was the Wind Snow sect's territory and its surface area was comparable to 7 or 8 Azure Water regions. As the ruler of the Wind Snow region, the Wind Snow sect had already taken in 3 sections. Of course, as the price, these 3 sects would become the Wind Snow sect's halls and would be ruled by the Wind Snow sect. The Azure Water sect wasn't an exception. After asking around, Li Fuchen found out the Azure Water sect's foothold. From far away, Li Fuchen could see a mountain range in front of him and a group of well-proportioned buildings. Scanning with his awareness, Li Fuchen's awareness easily permeated into the array. The newly constructed array obviously couldn't be compared with the Azure Water sect's sect protection array back then. After scanning with his awareness, Li Fuchen saw many familiar faces. Sword Maniac Li Xiangru has progressed to the 2nd level of Heaven Realm. Sword Tiger Qin Yuanhu is already at the 3rd level of Heaven Realm, 1 level higher than Li Xiangru. Emotionless Sword Xue Feng is at the 1st level of Heaven Realm. Grand Elder Zhao Wujin is injured. Li Fuchen saw that Zhao Mingyue was taking care of Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin was lying on the bed with a pale expression and didn't seem to have much time left. Where are the Li clansmen? Li Fuchen's awareness continued to scan but didn't find any traces of the Li clansmen, let alone his parents. With a bad premonition, Li Fuchen increased his speed and arrived at the mountain range in just a few blinks of the eye. PFFF. Li Fuchen found a flaw in the array and brandished his sword. The array broke open a small hole and Li Fuchen went in. Releasing his awareness, Li Fuchen made sure that there weren't any Li clansmen inside. With a gloomy expression, Li Fuchen arrived at the Azure Water Hall's Grand Hall. With the support of his qi, his voice was transmitted to Ouyang Wentian's ears. Sect Patriarch, I am Li Fuchen. Come to the Grand Hall quickly. In a courtyard outside the Azure Water Hall, Ouyang Wentian was having tea with Supreme Elder, Elder Gua. Hearing the voice, Ouyang Wentian had a drastic change in expression. Sect Patriarch, what's wrong? Elder Gua was curious. Ouyang Wentian's figure flashed and flew towards the Azure Water Hall. He left behind a statement. Elder Gua, quickly inform the other Supreme Elders that Li Fuchen is back. What, Li Fuchen is back? Elder Gua was shocked. Li Fuchen was considered a legend in the East Unicorn continent. At such a young age, he was already able to stir up a storm. If it wasn't for the lack of cultivation time, he might have a place in the East Unicorn continent. It was a pity that the Demon Dao rose too quickly and the demonic 10 regions were also eyeing covetously. If he was given a few more decades, the Azure Water sect wouldn't need to rely on others and would have already soared to the sky and become an elite force in the East Unicorn continent. Putting down the teacup, Elder Gua quickly went to inform Supreme Grand Elder Ouyang Tai and the others. When Ouyang Wentian arrived at the Azure Water Hall, Li Fuchen was already waiting there. Li Fuchen, is it really you? Ouyang Wentian sized up Li Fuchen carefully. In just a blink of the eye, he was certain that this young man with an extraordinary aura was Li Fuchen, who had vanished for a long time. But Li Fuchen's cultivation was too horrific. Just a short period of time had passed and he had actually reached the 3rd level of reincarnation realm. Furthermore, his chi presence was much stronger than regular 3rd level reincarnation realm martial artists. It was as vast as the blazing sun. Sect Patriarch, where are my Li clansmen? Li Fuchen had sharp eyes and asked in a deep voice. When facing Li Fuchen's horrifying eyes, Ouyang Wentian felt immense pressure in his heart. He spoke bitterly, your Li clansmen have been abducted by the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect. They spread the word that they want you to personally head over to the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect to receive punishment. Courting death. Li Fuchen had an enraged expression. The surrounding void distorted and the entire hall couldn't withstand the chi presence that was slightly emitted, causing cracking sounds to be heard. Ouyang Wentian felt that Li Fuchen was like the blazing sun. That horrific chi presence made his skin scorch. Swish 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 swish, figures skimmed into the hall. They were the Azure Water Sect's supreme elders. The Azure Water sect originally had a total of 7 reincarnation realm martial artists. They were the sect patriarch, Ouyang Wentian, the 4 supreme elders, and the left and right protectors. But in the battle with the demons, Supreme Elder, Elder Liang, and the left protector had fallen. Right now, there were only 5 reincarnation realm martial artists left. Li Fuchen, where did you go? Supreme Grand Elder, Ouyang Tai frowned. Li Fuchen didn't answer Ouyang Tai's question and continued to ask Ouyang Wentian, Grand Elder, what happened? Ouyang Wentian said, Elder Zhao helped your Li clan to speak up and was severely injured. His dantian was crippled too. Had it not been for the Wind Snow Sect's Supreme Elder's treatment, he would have died a long time ago. Li Fuchen's expression was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip water. Swish! The void distorted and Li Fuchen's figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already outside the Azure Water Grand Hall and was skimming towards Xiao Wujin's courtyard. Ouyang Tai and the others looked at one another before looking at Ouyang Wentian. Ouyang Wentian said, Supreme Elders, from today onwards, you will follow Li Fuchen's lead. But you must not expose any information about him, in case the Thunder God sect, Mystic Tools sect, and the Evil Dao find out. Chapter 426. Quietly arriving at the courtyard, Li Fuchen pushed open the door and walked in. In the spacious house, Zhao Mingyue was feeding medicine to her grandfather, Xiao Wujin. Seeing her grandfather's frail appearance, Zhao Mingyue wanted to cry. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Zhao Mingyue turned around. When her eyes landed on Li Fuchen, she was startled for a moment before her tears flowed down, as though she had suffered endless grievances. I'm back. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and apologized. Sob, as though Zhao Mingyue was possessed, she threw herself into Li Fuchen's embrace and cried non-stop. Patting on Zhao Mingyue's skinny back, Li Fuchen consoled her, don't worry, I am here. Xiao Wujin was injured because of him, and he was indebted to him. No matter what, he would treat Xiao Wujin. Gently pushing Zhao Mingyue away, Li Fuchen came to the side of Xiao Wujin. Great Elder. Li Fuchen bent down and spoke softly. You are. Xiao Wujin weakly opened his eyes. At this moment, he didn't look like the once majestic Grand Elder of the inner sect. It had only been a year or two, but his body was withered and skinny. His face was filled with wrinkles and his eyes were turbid. After a long time, Xiao Wujin finally recognized Li Fuchen. His turbid eyes were filled with excitement as he grabbed onto Li Fuchen's hand. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. I don't have much time left. To be able to see you back is already a blessing from the heavens. The thing he was most proud of was unearthing the true dragon, Li Fuchen. When Li Fuchen was still weak, he had provided plenty of assistance to Li Fuchen. Thinking up to here, Zhao Wujin couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. Great Elder, with me here, you won't die. While speaking, Li Fuchen activated the healing ring on his finger. In a split second, a green halo burst out and enveloped Zhao Wujin's body. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Zhao Wujin's withered body gradually became stronger, as if he was filled with air. At the same time, Zhao Wujin's turbid eyes gradually brightened, and his entire body's energy was rapidly rising. When Zhao Mingyue saw this scene, she covered her mouth and was speechless. As expected of a healing artifact. In fact, Li Fuchen could also use elixirs to heal Zhao Wujin, but how could elixirs be as effective as a healing cardinal artifact? The reason why secret treasures were secret treasures was not just for show. My body. Zhao Wujin's voice was much louder, and his face was filled with disbelief. Li Fuchen's awareness entered Zhao Wujin's body and suddenly realized that Zhao Wujin's damaged dantian was also recovering. It seems that I have underestimated this healing ring. Li Fuchen's expression changed. One had to know that repairing the dantian was something that not even an earth-level pill could do. However, the healing ring was able to do it easily. That's for the best. Not being able to cultivate is a huge blow to anyone. Li Fuchen was in a much better mood. As long as the Grand Elder's dantian recovered, he would be able to quickly recover his cultivation with his original peak-level Heaven Dipper realm cultivation. Fuchen, what is going on? Zhao Wujin stood up and asked with a trembling voice. Li Fuchen laughed and said, Grand Elder, this is a healing cardinal artifact that I obtained from the Black Sky Sect ruins. It can recover any injuries, including damaged dantian. Ha, the heavens didn't give up on me, Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin was extremely excited. No one wanted to die, and no one wanted to be unable to cultivate for the rest of their lives. Originally, he had already thought it through and felt that death was inevitable. But now, the heavens suddenly didn't want him to die. How could he not be excited? Grandfather. Zhao Mingyue dove into Zhao Wujin's embrace. My obedient granddaughter, it has been hard on you. Zhao Wujin's tears flowed down his face. After a long time, Zhao Wujin finally calmed his emotions and said to Li Fuchen with a complicated expression, Fuchen, you have returned too early. I can see that you are already a reincarnation realm martial artist. Your innate potential is unprecedented and there is no one who can surpass you in the future. But if you return now, you will only become a thorn in the side. The East Unicorn continent is massive and there is no place for you to stay. You better leave quickly. After 10 years, come back again. I believe everything will still be in time. Li Fuchen shook his head, Grand Elder, since I dare to return, I will not fear anyone. The Thunder Gods sect and the Mystic Tools sect dared to abduct my Li clansmen, abduct my parents, and injure the Grand Elder. This matter will not be let off just like this. Fuchen, Zhao Wujin's cultivation was ruined and couldn't see Li Fuchen's cultivation level. He didn't know where Li Fuchen got his confidence from. Li Fuchen said, Grand Elder, I know my limits. When has Fuchen ever disappointed you? You should recuperate well first. Keep these low-grade spirit stones and elixirs. Li Fuchen took out a storage bag and handed it to Zhao Mingyue. There were 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and some cultivation elixirs. It was enough for Zhao Wujin to recover his cultivation in the shortest time possible. As for the rebirth elixir, Li Fuchen didn't give it to Zhao Wujin for now. It wouldn't be too late to give it to him when Zhao Wujin's cultivation reached the peak level of Heaven Dipper realm. Alright then, be careful. Zhao Wujin chose to believe in Li Fuchen. Just like how he firmly believed that Li Fuchen could break the law of bone frame. Li Fuchen didn't head straight to the Thunder Gods sect and the Mystic Tools sect. He needed to head to the Wind Snow sect to understand the situation there. He might have the strength to not fear anyone, but he mustn't act blindly. The Wind-Snow sect was situated in the #1 mountain range of the Wind-Snow region, the Wind-Snow Mountains. The Wind-Snow Mountains would have snow all year round and the weather was extremely cold. Cultivating in such an environment would stimulate one's potential and increase the cultivation speed. On this day, in front of the Wind-Snow sect's entrance, a figure was galloping over. Who is it? There were 9 Earth Shatter Realm martial artists guarding the entrance. The leader of the Earth Shatter Realm martial artists yelled out. In the midst of the wind and snow, Li Fuchen stood in the air and said indifferently, "Go and report that Li Fuchen is here to visit." Li Fuchen. The leader of the Earth Shatter Realm martial artists was startled for a moment before recalling something. "You are the former Azure Water sect's direct line disciple, Li Fuchen." "That's right. Wait here for a moment." Li Fuchen's name was rather widespread in the East Unicorn continent. #1 stars ranking. No. 1 prodigy of the East Unicorn continent. In addition, the Thunder God sect, Mystic Tools sect, and the Evil Dao had all searched for Li Fuchen, causing Li Fuchen's name to be extremely well known. The Earth Shatter Realm martial artist knew that something major had happened and quickly went to report. In just a short moment, the Wind-Snow sect matriarch, Shi Huawei, led a few Reincarnation Realm martial artists to the foot of the mountain. Shi Huawei was a middle-aged beauty and had once seen Li Fuchen on Empty Star Fate. She had a rather deep impression of him. After seeing Li Fuchen again, Shi Huawei's eyes lit up. It was indeed Li Fuchen. Be it looks or aura, they were identical. But Li Fuchen's cultivation had shocked Shi Huawei abnormally. How did he cultivate to the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm? Her Wind-Snow sect's youth generation leader, Wind-Snow Fairy, Su Lin, was only at the 5th level of Heaven Dipper Realm. The Thunder God sect's youth generation leader, Thunderous King Star, Situ Lei, was only at the 7th level of Heaven Dipper Realm. As compared to Li Fuchen, they were simply insignificant. If she didn't remember wrongly, Li Fuchen was only 26 or 27 years old this year. At such an age, he wasn't just the #1 prodigy of the East Unicorn continent, he was simply the #1 prodigy in the history of the East Unicorn continent and no one could surpass him. "Li Fuchen, why are you here at my Wind-Snow sect?" Shi Huawei calmed down the shock in her heart and asked. Her Wind-Snow sect didn't have any enmity with Li Fuchen. In fact, Li Fuchen was indebted to them. If the Wind-Snow sect didn't take in the Azure Water sect, the Azure Water sect would have been eradicated. Li Fuchen said, "Greetings to sect matriarch Shi. I am here for the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect. I need to know the foundation of these 2 sections." It was because the Wind-Snow sect had taken care of the Azure Water sect that Li Fuchen was being polite. Otherwise, he would have already broken the Wind-Snow sect's array and forcefully ascended the mountain. Shi Huawei shook her head. "Apologies, I cannot agree to this favor." It was a very irrational action to offend the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect for Li Fuchen. Let alone Li Fuchen, who was at the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm. Even if Li Fuchen was at the 9th level of Reincarnation Realm, Shi Huawei wouldn't be able to help him. "Sect matriarch Shi, receive my fist." Li Fuchen circulated the dragon elephant power and blasted a fist at Shi Huawei. Audacious. Shi Huawei's expression suddenly changed. As the sect matriarch of the Wind-Snow sect, her status was at the pinnacle. She was already thinking highly of Li Fuchen when she spoke nicely. She didn't expect for Li Fuchen to actually make a move. The wind and snow burst out while Shi Huawei countered with a palm strike. At the same time, the corner of her mouth revealed a sneer. Li Fuchen was only at the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm while she was at the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm. The difference between the 2 of them was insurmountable. She was going to teach Li Fuchen a lesson with this palm strike and let Li Fuchen know the immensity of heaven and earth. Roar! The fierce black tiger spirit rose up and enveloped the radius of a few miles. Bang boom! Shi Huawei's ice snow palm force was like tofu that was easily destroyed. Immediately after, the unstoppable fist force blasted over and caused the sky to change. What? Shi Huawei's expression changed drastically as though she couldn't believe everything in front of her eyes. She was an 8th level reincarnation realm martial artist and she wasn't a match for Li Fuqian. It was simply the biggest joke in the world. Presumptuous. The reincarnation realm experts that Shi Huawei brought along all made their moves. Bang! Including Shi Huawei, all the Wind Snow sect's reincarnation realm experts were sent flying. There was a surging chi wave that caused a horrific blizzard. After executing the fist, Li Fuqian didn't make another move and stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He only used 20% to 30% of his strength in this fist. If he used his full strength, there would be no survivors in his sight. Is this person really Li Fuqian? The Earth Shatter realm experts that were guarding the entrance quickly hid in the Wind Snow sect's array and had pale expressions. Li Fuqian, what is the meaning of this? Shi Huawei's beautiful eyes were filled with frost. Of course, in her heart, she was already extremely shocked and had nearly lost her ability to think. Li Fuqian said indifferently, I just wish to tell you that I, Li Fuqian, am no longer an ant. The Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect abducted my parents and the Li clansmen. I have already formed a grudge with them. Today, the Wind Snow sect is giving me face. In the future, I, Li Fuqian, will repay them in double. There were times when violence was the fastest way to solve a problem. Chapter 427. What if my Wind Snow sect doesn't give you face? Shi Huawei probed. Li Fuqian said indifferently, I am indebted to the Wind Snow sect and I naturally won't repay kindness with enmity. But the Wind Snow sect will lose an opportunity, a chance to reap the fruits. But I feel that Sect Mistress Shi won't give up this opportunity. Of course, if Sect Mistress Shi can't make the decision, you can discuss with the Grand Elders of the Wind Snow sect. I will wait here. Li Fuqian had his own principles. Even if he was stronger, he wouldn't use his strength to bully the weak, let alone repay kindness with enmity. Otherwise, he would be no different from an evil Dao martial artist. Alright, wait here. Shi Huawei flashed and entered the array. This matter had too many implications and if there was any mishap, the Wind Snow sect might not be consigned to eternal damnation, but it would definitely be greatly affected. It was true that she couldn't make the decision. After a short moment, all the reincarnation realm experts of the Wind Snow sect had appeared and there were dozens of them. The Wind Snow sect's supreme Grand Elder was a white-haired elder who was at the peak level of reincarnation realm. He had once fought with the Horn Demon region's owner, the Horn Demon King, and was only slightly disadvantaged. Taking a step forward, the white-haired elder burst out with a horrifying icy cold chi presence and enveloped Li Fuqian. The peak level of reincarnation realm might also be at the 9th level of reincarnation realm, but his chi had already accumulated to the extremity. There wasn't much difference in quality, but the quantity was much greater. As the white-haired elder burst out with his chi presence, the snow was getting heavier and the wind was getting stronger. Countless tornadoes were produced and wreaked havoc within the radius of 10 miles. The sky was pitch black and the snow had frozen into hailstones that were crashing down. Just by bursting out with his chi presence, the white-haired elder had changed the radius of 10 miles and was extending outwards. Of course, this was mainly because the East Unicorn Continent's heaven and earth suppression was much weaker. If it was the 7-color continent, the white-haired elder would never be able to do this. Standing in the wind and snow, Li Fuqian had a composed expression. Before the hailstones could even get close to his body, they would be shattered by an invisible chi presence. The Wind Snow sect is indeed formidable. They actually have so many reincarnation realm experts. When facing so many reincarnation realm experts, a regular person would be trembling with fear, but Li Fuqian wasn't a regular person. After witnessing the prowess of a battle spirit realm master, the Wind Snow sect's reincarnation realm experts were just regular experts in his eyes. This old one is Mu Hanxin. Li Fuchen, if you can withstand a palm strike from me without backing off, my Wind Snow sect will give you some face. The white-haired elder said coldly. Let alone one palm strike, I can take 10 or 100 palm strikes. Li Fuchen grinned. Shameless boasting. A supreme elder of the Wind Snow sect sneered. Mu Hanxin did not get angry, be careful. As Mu Hanxin spoke, the quintessence in his body surged and gathered in his right hand. His palm, which was originally just a normal color, instantly turned pitch black and translucent. Strands of black icy chi condensed on it. Boom! When Mu Hanxin executed a palm strike, a monstrous icy cold field and extreme cold palm intent rushed at Li Fuchen. This palm strike was actually the finishing move from the first half of the Earth class low-tier palm art, dark cold palm art. It might only be the first half and wasn't as powerful as a complete Earth class low-tier martial art, but it was only slightly inferior. With Mu Hanxin's cultivation at the peak level of Reincarnation Realm, the power of this palm strike was enough to injure a regular class 5 demon. This kid is asking for trouble. Another supreme elder of the Wind Snow sect sneered. Just in time. Li Fuchen could naturally see the power of Mu Hanxin's palm strike, but it wasn't enough to affect him. He activated the Dragon Elephant power and the Tiger Soul Fist. In an instant, the giant elephant spirit and the fierce black tiger spirit rose at the same time. In a split second, Li Fuchen executed a fist strike and the fierce black tiger spirit enveloped Mu Hanxin. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound. Within a radius of 10 miles, the tornadoes and snow had all exploded. The hailstones that filled the sky had also been turned into dregs. An indescribable chi wave spread out with the duo at the center. Even though everyone here was at the Reincarnation Realm, they were still forced to retreat and didn't dare to forcefully resist. At the center of the chi wave, Mu Hanxin, who was withstanding the greatest force, had a pale expression and was sent flying. Even his chi protection was instantly shattered. Li Fuchen was like a reef that had been through 10,000 years. He stood within the chi wave and didn't move at all. When the horrific chi wave rushed over, half of it was repelled by the fierce black tiger spirit and the giant elephant spirit. The remaining chi wave was only able to make Li Fuchen's clothes flutter. A single fist and Mu Hanxin was defeated. As for what Mu Hanxin said about not retreating after receiving Li Fuchen's palm strike, it was now a joke. Li Fuchen didn't just retreat, he sent Mu Hanxin flying with a single fist. Shi Huawei and the Wind Snow sect's Reincarnation Realm experts were flabbergasted. Mu Hanxin was the #1 expert of the Wind Snow sect and he couldn't even receive a single fist from Li Fuchen. How powerful was Li Fuchen? Could it be that he had become the disciple of a peerless master in the past 2 years? Was that why he had such terrifying strength? Everyone couldn't help but guess. After forcefully stopping himself from flying back, Mu Hanxin's face turned red. He coughed and said, "Sect Matriarch, quickly invite young hero Li into the sect." Li Fuchen's strength had already convinced him. With Li Fuchen's strength, he might really be able to deal a huge blow to the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect. If the Wind Snow sect was to make use of this opportunity and tie Li Fuchen to their battleship, they might not be able to dominate the East Unicorn continent, but they would at least be able to protect themselves. Young hero Li, please. Shi Huawei calmed her emotions and gestured with her right hand. In the Wind Snow Grand Hall, Li Fuchen was seated on the first seat on the right. The first seat on the left was Mu Hanxin. As for the seat of honor, it was naturally sect matriarch Shi Huawei. No matter what, Shi Huawei was still the sect matriarch and her status in the sect was half a rank higher than the supreme elders. Young hero Li, the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect might be one of the top 10 elite factions in the 100 Sects Alliance like our Wind Snow sect, but their sect's foundation is much stronger than our Wind Snow sect. Perhaps only the Eternal Spring Valley can compare with these two major sections. Mu Hanxin took a sip of tea and said slowly. "Tell me the details." Li Fuchen said. On the host seat, Shi Huawei said, let's start with the Mystic Tools sect. The Mystic Tools sect is known as the most ancient sect in the East Unicorn continent, and they possess a forbidden technique called the union of man and weapon. But in order to cultivate the union of man and weapon, one's cultivation must be at the reincarnation realm and the weapon must be a blood-refined weapon. The so-called blood-refined weapon is a special weapon that is refined with the user's essence blood and exclusive materials. The Mystic Tools sect's tool pattern secret technique is actually derived from the union of man and weapon. From what I know, the Mystic Tools sect's Supreme Grand Elder Gu Yun has cultivated the union of man and weapon. He is already halfway fused with a Mystic class peak-tier blood-refined weapon. His strength might not be comparable to the Evil King, but in terms of defense, there aren't many that can match him. Union of man and weapon, huh? Li Fuchen didn't know the specifics of the union of man and weapon, but after thinking about it, he felt that this forbidden technique wasn't simple. When the qi was enhanced by the weapon, it would be able to exhibit stronger power. But the weapon and the body were ultimately not a single entity, therefore, the enhancement wouldn't be able to reach the limits. But the union of man and weapon was probably able to achieve this. Apart from that, the Mystic Tools sect still possesses a battleship. Shi Huawei continued. Battleship? Li Fuchen looked at her. Shi Huawei said in a grave tone, that is a dilapidated battleship. It is unable to fly and can only be placed in the Mystic Tools sect. But its power is earth-shattering. It is said that the Evil King fancied this battleship and wanted to forcefully seize it. But he was severely injured by the array pagoda on the battleship. Since then, he didn't dare to find trouble with the Mystic Tools sect. Hearing the statement, Li Fuchen became slightly serious. He was very clear about the power of the array pagoda. There was an array pagoda in the Black Sky sect ruins, but that array pagoda wasn't as powerful as the array pagoda on the Mystic Tools sect's battleship. To be able to severely injure the Evil King in a single attack, it wasn't something a regular array pagoda could do. If you want to forcefully barge into the Mystic Tools sect, I advise you to forget about it, unless you are stronger than the Evil King. Shi Huawei warned Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, I know my limits. The array pagoda might be powerful, but it would only be effective if it could hit the target. With exceptional awareness, Li Fuchen was rather confident. Shi Huawei shook her head. As for the Thunder God sect, they might be known as the #1 sect in the 100 Sects Alliance, but they are easier to deal with than the Mystic Tools sect. Their greatest reliance is the Thunder Fire Array. This is an offensive array with extreme power. If one isn't at the Evil King's level, it is impossible to barge in. Even the Evil King would have to retreat when facing the Thunder Fire Array and the Thunder God sect's reincarnation realm experts. Thunder Fire Array, huh? Li Fuchen revealed a smile. As compared to the battleship, the array's power was much weaker. It wasn't because of the Thunder Fire Array, it was mainly because Li Fuchen was confident in his awareness. As long as it wasn't a Class 6 array, Li Fuchen would be able to find the array's flaw. After progressing to the reincarnation realm, Li Fuchen was able to utilize even more awareness and wasn't inferior to Battle Spirit Realm Masters. On the opposite side, Mu Hanxin said, Young hero Li, why don't my Wind Snow sect step forward and ask the Mystic Tools sect and the Thunder God sect to release your Li clansmen? Li Fuchen sneered and said, do you think they will release them? Putting aside the fact that they don't know my strength, even if they know my strength, they will probably force me to hand over the artifacts I obtained from the Black Sky sect ruins. Li Fuchen's rise was too fast and it was inevitable for the opposition to be suspicious. Instead of that, he might as well be stronger and take the initiative. Mu Hanxin was speechless. Li Fuchen's rise was indeed too strange. Anyone would think that Li Fuchen had obtained great benefits from the Black Sky sect ruins. It was fine if the Mystic Tools sect and the Thunder God sect weren't powerful enough. But the two sects had deep foundations and even the Evil King couldn't do anything to them. Why would they put Li Fuchen in their eyes? Many thanks to the Wind Snow sect for informing me of this information. In the future, Li Fuchen will definitely repay this favor. Standing up, Li Fuchen's figure flashed and skimmed out of the wind-snow grand hall. With another flash, he vanished without a trace. Looking at the direction where Li Fuchen vanished, everyone in the grand hall had different expressions. The East Unicorn continent is going to change again. I hope that it will change in a good direction this time. Mu Hanxin lamented. Earlier on, he had observed Li Fuchen's expression. After hearing the information about the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect, Li Fuchen didn't have any apprehension. It was obvious that he had a trump card. Of course, it might be because the ignorant were fearless. Chapter 428. The Thunder God sect was once the #1 sect of the East Unicorn continent and was now the #1 sect of the 100 Sects Alliance. Thunder rumbled in the surroundings of the Lightning God sect, which was situated in the center of the Lightning God mountain range. Occasionally, purple lightning snakes would descend from the sky and strike the depths of the Lightning God mountain range. It was rumored that the Thunder God mountain range had a unique magnetic field. There were many magnetic mountains, and the magnetic mountains attracted the heavenly thunder, causing the Thunder God mountain range to be extremely rich in thunder and lightning yuan qi. This was also the reason why the Thunder God sect specialized in thunder and lightning cultivation methods and martial arts. The highest peak of the Thunder God sect was called the Heavenly Thunder Peak. This peak was 70,000 zhang tall, like a giant sword that connected heaven and earth. At the top of the peak, purple lightning flashed, and layers of clouds overlapped. From afar, Li Fuchen could see the Thunder God sect and the Thunder God sect's #1 peak, the Heaven Thunder Peak. As expected of the #1 sect. Such a sect atmosphere wasn't something the Wind Snow sect could compare with. As for the Azure Water sect's former mountain gate, it was simply like a straw shed. There was no comparison at all. The Thunder God sect has 2 layers of formations. One is a defensive formation, and the other is an offensive formation, the Thunder Fire formation. The Thunder Fire formation should be set up on the Heaven Thunder Peak. In this way, it can attack anyone who enters the Thunder God sect. However, the most important thing now is to find the Li family first. It was still a little forceful for Li Fuchen to face the entire sect with his own strength. If he was alone, Li Fuchen wouldn't be afraid, but the Li clansmen were in the Thunder God sect and he mustn't be reckless. When he was just a few miles away from the Thunder God sect, Li Fuchen stopped and released his boundless awareness to search for loopholes in the Thunder God sect's defense array. After a long time, Li Fuchen found a few loopholes and permeated with his awareness. Li Fuchen's awareness was extremely powerful. When he was at the Heaven Dipper realm, it had already faintly surpassed the Reincarnation realm. After reaching the Reincarnation realm, his awareness wasn't considered weak among the Battle Spirit realm masters. A single sweep was enough to observe the internal situation of the Thunder God sect. It's at the back mountain of the Heavenly Thunder Peak. Soon enough, Li Fuchen noticed the Li clansmen. In a courtyard surrounded by towering walls, half of the Li family was imprisoned. There was a formation around it, so the Li family couldn't fly out even if they wanted to. Mother. Li Fuchen saw his mother, Shen Yuan. As for his father, Li Tianhan, he was imprisoned in the Mystic Tools sect. The people of the Li family were not in a good state. They were all emaciated, and their eyes were lifeless. Some of the younger Li family disciples had despair in their eyes, and they were extremely irritable. The dog food is here. Hurry up and eat. Outside the courtyard wall, a deacon of the Heavenly Thunder sect was carrying an iron basin the size of a bathtub, which was filled with food. However, the food was really like dog food, dirty and messy. Ordinary people would feel disgusted just by looking at it, let alone eating it. Furthermore, this iron basin looked like a lot of food, but when it was divided evenly, everyone's portion was pitifully small. Martial artists who had not reached the Heaven Star border realm had a similar need for food as ordinary people. Seeing this scene, Li Fuchen was burning with anger. The Thunder God sect actually treated the Li family like dogs. Damn you lie, damn Thunder God sect. Li Fuchen clenched his fist tightly as killing intent surfaced in his eyes. Son of a bitch, why are you snatching? You're not allowed to eat today. The sound of a whip rang out. An 8 or 9-year-old Li family disciple panicked from hunger. He had just rushed over when he was whipped and rolled on the ground. He was in so much pain that his face contorted. Tears welled up in his eyes, but they didn't fall. Clearly, he was already used to it. A bunch of dogs. If it weren't for the fact that you're still useful, I would have killed all of you long ago. The Sky Thunder sect's deacon laughed sinisterly. He truly couldn't watch any longer. At this moment, Li Fuchen only had one thought in his mind. He had to rescue the Li family and make the Thunder God sect pay the price. Li Fuchen stood up and burst out with his ardent sun qi. He turned into a golden stream of light and flew rapidly towards the Thunder God sect. Open. After finding a flaw, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. Thousands of green sword lights blasted on a single point on the Thunder God sect's sect protection array. Rumble. The Thunder God sect's sect protection array was originally in an invisible state. After receiving the attack, it immediately revealed itself. It was like an inverted pale blue bowl that covered the entire Thunder God sect. Who is attacking the array? Everyone in the Thunder God sect looked up at the sect protection array. All of them were rather flustered. They thought that the evil king was attacking again. After all, apart from the evil king, who would overestimate themselves and attack the Thunder God sect's sect protection array? Li Fuchen's sword move merely used the ardent sun qi and blazing flame power. He didn't use his full strength, but it was already beyond a regular 9th level reincarnation realm martial artist. If it was a regular sect's array, it would have been broken by a single sword move. Open for me. The ardent sun qi transformed into the bronze sword qi before Li Fuchen slashed again. There was a crackling sound as a giant crack appeared. Li Fuchen flashed and entered the Thunder God sect. Swish! Golden streams of light flashed like golden lightning. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen arrived outside the courtyard where the Li clansmen were imprisoned. Ah! There was a miserable scream as the Heaven Thunder sect's deacon that had insulted and assaulted the Li clansmen had instantly combusted and turned into ashes. Inside the courtyard, Li Xiaodai carried a small bowl of food and handed it to Shen Yuyan. Mother, you eat first. Xiaodai is not hungry. Li Xiaodai had already recognized Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan as her adoptive parents. Xiaodai, you should eat. You have not eaten for an entire day. Shen Yuyan shook her head. Right at this moment, the miserable scream outside attracted the Li clansmen's attention. A voice echoed. Mother, I am Fuchen. Li Fuchen floated up and appeared above the courtyard wall. In an instant, the Li clansmen saw Li Fuchen. Fuchen. Shen Yuyan's face was streaming with tears. The constant hunger didn't make Shen Yuyan depressed. She was most worried about Li Fuchen and Li Tianhan. She would often have nightmares at night and would think that Li Fuchen was dead. Big brother Fuchen. Li Xiaodai was crying even more sorrowful than Shen Yuyan. Mother, everyone from the Li clansmen, your suffering will not be in vain. Li Fuchen didn't break the array as he would definitely have a battle with the Thunder God sect later. This array was considered to be protecting the Li clansmen. Fuchen is here, we are saved. But this is the Thunder God sect, can Fuchen rescue us? The Li clansmen's eyes were burning with hope, but the hope was so slim. They were both anticipating and afraid. Who dares to be impudent in my Thunder God sect? The Thunder God sect reacted very quickly as 40 to 50 reincarnation realm experts flew towards Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen soared into the sky and was overflowing with murderous aura. I am Li Fuchen and I am here to collect a debt. Li Fuchen, you are finally here. I thought you have already abandoned your Li clan and your kin. Ha, since you are here, don't think of leaving. Hand over the artifacts and my Thunder God's sect might leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, your Li clan will be exterminated. One of the Thunder God's sect's reincarnation realm experts laughed heartily. Die. Li Fuchen's eyes surged with murderous intent. With a single fist, the reincarnation realm expert instantly burst into a blood mist. Audacious. Courting death. Take him down. The Thunder God sect's reincarnation realm experts were the strongest in the East Unicorn continent. The Supreme Elder hadn't arrived yet and only the Inner Sect Elders had arrived. Once the Inner Sect Grand Elder gave the order, 5 Inner Sect Elders lunged at Li Fuchen. All of you shall die. With the giant elephant spirit and the fierce black tiger spirit rising, Li Fuchen executed a fist that had a majestic fist force that could swallow mountains and rivers. A single fist force sent the 5 Inner Sect Elders flying. Bang bang bang. There was a burst of blood mist as all of them died miserably. With Li Fuchen's strength, those below the high level of reincarnation realm were no different from ants. Even high-level reincarnation realm experts wouldn't be able to withstand a single fist from him. Among the reincarnation realm experts, there were only 1 or 2 high-level reincarnation realm experts. The rest of them were mid-level or low-level reincarnation realm experts. What? Is this person really Li Fuchen? Why is he so powerful? The Thunder God sect's Inner Sect Elders were appalled. Li Fuchen was already at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm and it was already very shocking. Their sect's number 1 prodigy, Situlei, was only at the 7th level of Heaven Dipper realm. Right now, Li Fuchen had killed 5 Inner Sect Elders in a single fist. With such strength, apart from the Supreme Elder, no one else was a match for him. Everyone, attack together. The Thunder God sect's Inner Sect Grand Elder had a change in expression as he spoke sternly. When 40 to 50 reincarnation realm experts worked together to attack, even the evil king would have to retreat 3 feet. If he stood still, he would be jolted to death sooner or later. Let this old one meet him. There was a loud and clear voice that echoed like the heavenly thunder. The Thunder God sect's Supreme Grand Elder, Yu Lai, and the rest of the Supreme Elders flew down from the Heaven Thunder Peak. Supreme Grand Elder. Everyone spoke with respect. Supreme Grand Elder Yu Lai was the number 1 expert in the 100 Sects Alliance and was ranked top 5 in the entire East Unicorn continent. In front of him were the Evil King, the Petrified Queen, and the Blood Devil King. Yu Lai's eyes landed on Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, I didn't think that you would dare to come to my Thunder God sect. Nobody who doesn't have a lot of requests. As long as you hand over all the artifacts that you obtained from the Black Sky sect ruins, not only will I let you and your Li clan off, I will also treat you as an esteemed guest. I wonder what do you think? Li Fuchen revealed a sneer. Artifacts belong to the virtuous. The Thunder God sect's Supreme Grand Elder actually used my clansmen to threaten me. I really don't know if it is my honor or the Thunder God sect's humiliation. If the Thunder God sect didn't deal with the Li clan, Li Fuchen might not hand over the artifacts to the Thunder God sect, but he wouldn't look for trouble with them either. It was a pity that the Thunder God sect was more despicable than he imagined. Perhaps in their opinion, Li Fuchen was someone who didn't bother about trifles. Stubborn. Since that is the case, don't blame this old one for being merciless. Yu Lai snorted and surged with thunder chi, forming a layer of thunder armor on the surface of his body. This thunder armor looked extremely solid and it might only be a thin layer, but it was emitting a horrifying thunder prowess. Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique, Thunder Armor Divine Technique. The Thunder Armor Divine Technique could be used for both offense and defense. Not only did it have astounding defense, it could also greatly increase movement speed and attack speed. After forming the Thunder Armor, the thunderbolts in the sky above the Thunder God sect were also attracted and fused into Yu Lai's Thunder Armor, increasing its prowess. Yu Lai grinned and said coldly, "You shouldn't have come to the Thunder God sect. In the Thunder God sect, my strength is 30% stronger than normal. This little bastard is dead. Chapter 429. You lie, you were suppressed by me back at the Black Sky Sect ruins. Right now, I can still suppress you. The giant elephant spirit above Li Fuchen's head was getting more condensed and was suppressing the void. Courting death. Yu Lai's face was ashen while his thunderbolt armor was glowing with thunder light. In the next moment, Yu Lai appeared on the right side of Li Fuchen as though he had teleported. His right fist carried boundless thunderbolts as he blasted at Li Fuchen's head. With the support of the thunder armor divine technique, even if Li Fuchen encountered the Blood Devil King, he would still be able to contest. As the black fierce tiger spirit rose up, Li Fuchen turned around and sent a fist at Yu Lai's fist. Rumble. The radius of a few miles had turned into a thunderbolt sea. Inside the thunderbolt sea, the black fierce tiger spirit had expanded to the limits and forcefully burst the thunderbolt sea. Yu Lai grunted and couldn't help but take 100 meters back. On the other hand, Li Fuchen didn't move at all and was like a demon god. How can this child's fist force be so powerful? Yu Lai had an extremely unpleasant expression. Inside the Thunder God sect, with the support of the Heaven Thunder, his combat strength had increased by 30%. If he wasn't able to suppress Li Fuchen in such a situation, didn't it mean that Li Fuchen's true strength had already surpassed him? My heart is thunder, Heaven Thunder enter my body. Yu Lai roared while his body was emitting thunder light. He was like a magnet that contained boundless magnetism, attracting countless heaven thunder to descend and fuse into his thunderbolt armor and even his body. At the same moment, an extremely horrific thunder power was awakened in Yu Lai's body. This was the power of the 6-star thunderbolt bone frame. My heart is thunder was the Thunder God sect's 5-star secret technique. In the hands of others, this secret technique could only summon thunder and control the surrounding thunder chi to blast at the enemy. But in the hands of Yu Lai, this secret technique could summon heaven thunder and fuse it into the thunder armor chi, greatly increasing the power of the thunder armor chi. Of course, this secret technique would only be able to display an effect that surpassed regular 5-star secret techniques in the Thunder God sect. Outside of the Thunder God sect, this secret technique wouldn't be as powerful. 5-star secret techniques would only be able to increase the strength of reincarnation realm experts by 20% to 30%. As for the 6-star thunder bone frame's power, every time it was used, it would decrease by a portion. He would only use it against the petrified queen and the evil king. During normal situations, he wouldn't even need to use it. With the support of the heavenly thunder and the power of thunder and lightning, the thunder and lightning armor on Yu Lai's body instantly spread out, covering his head and limbs. From top to bottom, there was not a single gap. Take another punch from me. With the violent thunderbolts, Yu Lai's movement speed increased by several folds and was unbelievably fast. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's exceptional awareness, he wouldn't have been able to react in time. Boom! Fist against fist, the two of them collided again. This time it was Li Fuchen who was sent flying. As I expected, my body refinement strength is slightly stronger than Yu Lai's in his normal state. However, under the favorable conditions, the opponent's strength surpasses mine by quite a bit. Li Fuchen body tyrannical, coupled with the silver-scaled treasure armor body protection, did not suffer any injuries. After all, it is just a bombardment. Li Fuchen, hurry up and accept your death. Yu Lai transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged forward once more. Yu Lai, I shall let you witness my true strength. After confirming his body refinement strength, Li Fuchen didn't hold back anymore. The ardent sun chi in his body was transmuted into the bronze sword chi. Within the bone frame spatial zone, the blazing flame power was surging out violently as though it was free. Immediately after, Li Fuchen wielded the scarlet blood sword and brandished it horizontally. This sword move was unbelievably tyrannical. The streaks of green sword light were like streaks of aurora that contained indestructible, incinerating, and slicing power. Bang bang bang, on Yu Lai's body, the originally seamless thunder and lightning armor was instantly sliced apart like tofu. Without the protection of the thunder and lightning armor, Yu Lai wasn't a match for Li Fuqian. He crossed his arms to protect his face and was sent flying while vomiting a large amount of fresh blood. Li Fuqian's qi cultivation strength was already comparable to his body refinement strength. With the enhancement of the 6-star secret technique, the bronze sword essence, his strength had a drastic increase. It allowed the green sun sword intent to be tyrannical and blazing, it also had the unstoppable slicing power. Not good, even the Supreme Grand Elder isn't a match for him. The Thunder God Sect's inner sect elders were in extreme shock. Supreme Grand Elder Yu Lai was the #1 expert in the 100 Sects Alliance. In the East Unicorn continent, there were only 3 or 4 individuals that were stronger than him. What capabilities did Li Fuqian have to actually be superior to the Supreme Grand Elder? Thunder Fire Array, activate. Inside the Heaven Thunder Peak, the Thunder God Sect Patriarch, Situ Shua, saw everything and instantly activated the Thunder Fire Array. Crackle. The Heaven Thunder Peak burst out with thunder radiance. Countless thunder dragons broke away from the array and lunged at Li Fuqian. The speed wasn't inferior to a true thunderbolt. Li Fuqian brandished his sword and scattered the thunder dragons. But in the next moment, more thunder dragons attacked. They were accompanied by lumps of blazing fireballs that were the size of millstones. The fireballs were extremely powerful. One of the fireballs didn't manage to hit Li Fuqian and blasted a 100-meter deep pit on the ground. The horrific blazing flame power soared up and the intense radiance made everyone unable to open their eyes. Bang boom. Huff huff. For the Thunder Fire Array, as long as the array power didn't stop, the attacks wouldn't stop either. When the sky was filled with thunder dragons and fireballs, it actually gave off an illusion that it was the end of the world. Scatter. Li Fuqian yelled out and executed the green sun sword intent to the extremity. Thousands of green sword lights crisscrossed and intercepted the thunder dragons and fireballs. This child is actually so powerful. The Thunder God Sect Patriarch, Situ Shua, had a gloomy expression. Attack together and eliminate this little bastard. One of the Thunder God Sect's supreme elders yelled out and launched a fist at Li Fuqian. Swish swish swish. Tens of thousands of arrows were shot at Yu Lai. Yu Lai was already injured and there were too many sect origin bronze swords. He was drenched in blood and the thunder armor on his body was shattered and reformed again. The heaven thunder power in his body was already depleted and the thunder power was also rapidly depleting. Die! Li Fuqian seized the opportunity and brandished his sword. Thousands of green sword lights condensed into a bundle and brushed past Yu Lai's head. Bang! Yu Lai's body wasn't damaged but his head exploded. The #1 expert of the 100 Sects Alliance had perished in an instant. Supreme Grand Elder. Everyone yelled out. Li Fuqian, you killed my Thunder God Sect's Supreme Grand Elder. My Thunder God Sect is absolutely irreconcilable with you. Situ Shua gritted his teeth and controlled the Thunder Fire Array to condense more Thunder Fire Dragons. I, Li Fuqian, have never offended the Thunder God Sect. In the Black Sky Sect ruins, there are plenty of artifacts and everyone is relying on their own ability. But your Thunder God Sect doesn't care about honor and captured my Li clansmen to force me to hand over the artifacts. What logic is this? Since all of you are so stubborn, so what if I slaughter the Thunder God Sect? Sect origin swords, use them all. Li Fuqian's long black hair fluttered and he looked like a demon god. In the void around him, a total of 10,000 return to origin bronze sword chi emerged. During these 2 years, Li Fuqian's life origin sword energy had already nurtured 100,000 sect origin swords chi. Earlier on, he had only used 50,000 swords. He believed that these 50,000 sect origin bronze swords chi were enough to eliminate all the reincarnation realm experts of the Thunder God Sect. As for the Thunder Fire Array, he would slowly destroy it later. Heavens! The reincarnation realm experts of the Thunder God sect who were able to withstand the sect origin bronze sword's chi were in despair. All of their faces were ashen. They weren't Supreme Grand Elder Yu Lai and wouldn't be able to withstand too many sect origin bronze swords chi. Once 50,000 sect origin bronze swords chi were used, they would surely die. Chapter 430. Situ Shua felt dizzy as he faced the 50,000 10,000 ancestral sword chi. He was certain that if the Thunder God sect didn't surrender and bow their heads, after today, the Thunder God sect would no longer have any reincarnation realm martial artists. If the opposition was more ruthless, they might slaughter the entire Thunder God sect in a fit of anger. Of course, he could also ask the elders to control the thunder fire array at the Heavenly Thunder Peak to attack Li Fuchen. But without the restraints from the elders, Li Fuchen was able to concentrate on breaking the thunder fire array. Seeing how Li Fuchen was able to easily break the defensive array and enter the Thunder God sect, it meant that Li Fuchen had a certain level of proficiency in breaking arrays. Who knew if the thunder fire array would be broken or not? Why must my Thunder God sect suffer such a calamity? Situ Shua was in great pain. Before this, their Thunder God sect was the #1 sect in the 100 Sects Alliance. Before the rise of the evil Tao, they were the #1 sect in the East Unicorn continent. Right now, they were being stepped on by a young man, and all of this was because they abducted the young man's family. If they knew that Li Fuchen was so formidable, the Thunder God sect would never provoke Li Fuchen. If they didn't provoke Li Fuchen, the Thunder God sect's elite combat forces wouldn't suffer such severe casualties, and the Thunder God sect's Supreme Grand Elder Yu Lai wouldn't have perished either. But there were no ifs in this world. Like cause, like effect. When Li Fuchen teleported back, it was the time when the Thunder God sect was at its peak. Situ Shua, whether we fight or surrender, a single word from you will decide the fate of the Thunder God sect. Li Fuchen didn't wish to carry out a massacre. It was already enough to kill the Thunder God sect's Supreme Grand Elder Yu Lai and close to half of the inner sect elders. It was meaningless to continue killing. Of course, it was up to Situ Shua's decision. Situ Shua had a conflicted expression on his face. The Thunder God sect had little hope of fighting. If they surrendered, the Thunder God sect would lose all face, and they wouldn't be able to explain to the dead. On the Heaven Thunder Peak, Situ Lei was also watching. As the first prodigy of the Thunder God sect, Situ Lei has always been very proud. He believes that he can advance to the battle spirit realm and become the #1 expert of the Eastern Lin continent. But now, his pride and fighting spirit had been completely destroyed. Compared to Li Fuchen, he was no different from an ant. When Li Fuchen massacred the Thunder God sect's reincarnation realm experts, he could only watch and didn't even have the qualifications to fight. I can't accept it. Situ Lei clenched his fists tightly, and his teeth creaked. Sect leader, surrender. An inner sect elder who advocated for peace said sorrowfully. Fighting to the death might make the people of the world feel that the Thunder God sect had a backbone, but so what? The Thunder God sect that had lost its top combat strength would only become the target of bullying. At that time, the forces of the demonic path would definitely not let the Thunder God sect off. The Thunder God sect could not act on impulse and end its legacy. Surrendering to Li Fuchen would definitely preserve the majority of their strength. With the Thunder Fire Array, the Thunder God sect would still be the Thunder God sect, just not #1 in the 100 Sects Alliance. What's more, Li Fuchen was too outstanding. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the #1 prodigy in the history of the East Unicorn continent. Losing to such an existence wasn't too shameful. Li Fuchen was destined to suppress the East Unicorn continent. Let alone the Thunder God sect, in the future, even the evil Tao and the demonic 10 regions would be trampled by Li Fuchen. Grandmaster, we can't surrender. I don't believe that he can break the Thunder Fire formation. Of course, there were also those who fought to the death and refused to surrender. You guys can give it a try. Li Fuchen's awareness was already scanning the Thunder Fire Array. As long as the Thunder Fire Array wasn't a Class 6 array, Li Fuchen had the ability to break it. Awareness that was comparable to a Battle Spirit Realm Master wasn't just for show. A few miles behind Li Fuchen, the Li clansmen were already in a daze. A single man and sword was actually able to suppress the entire Thunder God sect. Was this something that a human could do? Mother, Big Brother Fuchen is already invincible. Li Xiaodai said with a face of worship. Beside her, Shen Yuyan nodded repeatedly and was crying tears of joy. We finally made it through. Tianhan, we will be able to reunite soon. Li Tianhan was imprisoned in the Mystic Tools sect and originally thought that the husband and wife wouldn't be able to reunite for the rest of their lives. They didn't expect for the world to change so quickly. Their son carried an invincible strength and suppressed the Thunder God sect, forcing them to lower their heads. On the Heaven Thunder Peak, Situ Shua finally lowered his head. Li Fuchen, you win. As the Thunder God sect patriarch, he had to consider the big picture and couldn't be swayed by impulse and destroy the Thunder God sect's legacy. Situ Shua, you have made a wise decision. Earlier on, I have already found the flaw of the Thunder Fire Array. Li Fuchen had an indifferent expression. He was able to suppress the Thunder God sect, but it wasn't because he was stronger than the Evil King. The Evil King might have unparalleled martial strength, but in group battles, he was still inferior to Li Fuchen. His awareness was also inferior to Li Fuchen. In group battles, he was inferior to Li Fuchen, which made it hard for the Evil King to contest with so many reincarnation realm experts and the Thunder Fire Array. If his awareness wasn't as good as Li Fuchen's, he wouldn't be able to enter the Thunder God sect so easily. When he was attacking the defense array, he would probably be attacked by the Thunder Fire Array. Situ Shua's expression changed. He didn't know if Li Fuchen was speaking the truth. If it was true, it was truly extremely dangerous earlier. If he didn't surrender, once Li Fuchen broke the Thunder Fire Array, it would be the doomsday for the Thunder God sect. It would be hard for them to make a comeback. After forcefully exhaling a turbid breath, Situ Shua felt as though he had aged 10 years. His entire body's strength had been sapped. At the same moment, the rapidly revolving Thunder Fire Array had gradually slowed down and was hidden in the void. My Thunder God sect is defeated. There were too many people spectating this battle. Almost the entire Thunder God sect was spectating. Once the Thunder God sect was defeated, all of their pride seemed to have been shattered. All of them had sorrowful expressions. Of course, there were plenty of people who were looking at Li Fuchen with admiration. Peerless experts had always been respected by others. The Evil King was the #1 expert of the East Unicorn continent. The 100 Sects Alliance might hate him, but they also respected him. After all, being unrivaled was everyone's dream. When they saw someone achieving it, it was natural for them to have all sorts of emotions. Mother, we are going back. After withdrawing the sect origin bronze swords, Li Fuchen turned around and used a fist to break the courtyard's array. Fuchen. Shen Yuyan's slender figure walked out of the courtyard's wall. Li Fuchen descended and said apologetically, Mother, all of you have suffered. If it wasn't for him, the Li clansmen wouldn't have to go through such hardships. Silly child, Mother is already very happy that you are able to return alive. Shen Yuyan reached out and wanted to rub Li Fuchen's head, but her body shook and she nearly fell. After a long period of starvation and malnutrition, Shen Yuyan and the others weren't even comparable to ordinary people. In addition to the ups and downs in their emotions, they suddenly felt dizzy. Li Fuchen looked back and saw plenty of people who had fainted and had weak chi presences. Turning back to look at Situ Shua with cold eyes, Li Fuchen activated the healing ring. The green halo was enlarged to the limits and enveloped the Li clansmen. The most important part of the healing ring was that green crystal. This green crystal contained powerful vitality energy, but Li Fuchen guessed that the vitality energy contained within the green crystal wasn't limitless. Once it was depleted, this healing ring would be rendered useless. Of course, the Li clansmen had low cultivation levels and ordinary vitality energy. Therefore, they couldn't deplete a lot of vitality energy. With the nourishment of the green halo, the Li clansmen recovered one by one. They looked radiant and didn't look like they had suffered from starvation at all. Li Fuchen brought Xin Yuyan, Li Xiaodai, and the others and left the Thunder God sect. Along the way, no one dared to obstruct them and no one dared to have any ideas on the Li clansmen. Looking at Li Fuchen's departing figure, Situ Shua had a complicated expression. A few years ago, Li Fuchen was just a minor heavenly prodigy, an ant. Who would have thought that Li Fuchen would grow to such an extent? Time and fate. A few dozen miles away from the Thunder God sect, come out. Li Fuchen yelled out. Young hero Li has matchless strength and overwhelming martial strength. This old one is impressed. The Wind Snow sect's supreme grand elder, Mu Hanxin, appeared with a face filled with admiration and shock. Right now, he was completely convinced by Li Fuchen. Apart from Li Fuchen, no one in the East Unicorn continent would be able to escape unscathed from the Thunder God sect, let alone suppressing the Thunder God sect and forcing them to lower their heads. Don't ask how he knew. Since Li Fuchen was able to bring the Li clansmen out of the Thunder God sect safely, he knew that the Thunder God sect must have lowered their heads. Otherwise, with the Thunder God sect's arrogance, they wouldn't let them go so easily. Li Fuchen said, Elder Mu, I shall trouble you to bring my mother and the others to the Wind Snow sect. I still need to make a trip to the Mystic Tools sect. With Mu Hanxin's protection, the Li clansmen would be very safe. Mu Hanxin said solemnly, young hero Li doesn't have to worry. Unless this old one dies, I will ensure their safety. This was a rare opportunity. With Li Fuchen around, the 100 Sects Alliance might not be able to suppress the evil Dao and the demonic 10 regions, but they would definitely be able to stand firm and contest with the evil Dao and the demonic 10 regions. As for his Wind Snow sect, because they were close to Li Fuchen, they would be able to occupy the most important position. The prerequisite was to maintain this relationship. Fuchen, you have to be careful. Xin Yuyan said with concern. Li Fuchen said confidently, Mother, don't worry. The Mystic Tools sect won't be able to do anything to me. Elder Mu, I shall trouble you then. While speaking, Li Fuchen flashed and turned into a golden stream of light that vanished into the horizon. The Mystic Tools sect was one of the most ancient sects in the East Unicorn continent. Only the Eternal Spring Valley was comparable to the Mystic Tools sect. Their foundation was so profound that even the Thunder God sect wasn't comparable. It could be said that heading to the Mystic Tools sect was much more dangerous than the Thunder God sect. The Thunder God sect's Thunder Fire Array was only slightly stronger than Li Fuchen at its strongest. It wasn't even able to injure Li Fuchen. Of course, if the battle dragged on, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to withstand it. But if Li Fuchen spent some time, he would still be able to break the Thunder Fire Array and wouldn't allow it to continue unleashing its prowess. But the Mystic Tools sect's dilapidated battleship was different. It was basically unbreakable and had immense power. A single attack severely injured the evil king meant that if Li Fuchen was struck by the attack, he would be in danger too. Of course, apart from the dilapidated battleship, the Mystic Tools sect was much easier to deal with than the Thunder God sect. After all, the Mystic Tools sect's reincarnation realm experts were inferior to the Thunder God sect in terms of quality and quantity. Chapter 431. From a distance, Li Fuchen's awareness permeated the Mystic Tools sect's defensive array and entered the interior. Soon enough, Li Fuchen found his father, Li Tianhan, and the others in the back mountain. Unlike the Thunder God sect, the Mystic Tools sect treated the Li clansmen as laborers. They were either mining or transporting ores. During the process, the supervisors would whip them from time to time. Damn it! Li Fuchen's anger rose again. If the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect only imprisoned the Li clansmen and didn't humiliate them, Li Fuchen wouldn't start a massacre. But the two sects were used to being superior and didn't treat the Li clansmen as humans. If Li Fuchen didn't return, it was unknown how the Li clansmen would be tortured. After cleaving a crack on the Mystic Tools sect's defensive array, Li Fuchen entered the Mystic Tools sect. The back mountain of the Mystic Tools sect was a vast ore vein. This ore vein was very abundant. After countless years of excavation by the Mystic Tools sect, all the ores above the surface were basically excavated, but there were even more ores below the ground. Outside one of the ore mines, Li Tianhan was pulling a ore cart and walking with difficulty. Slap! A whip mark appeared on Li Tianhan's naked back. Hurry up and move. What are you dawdling for? The one who lashed out was a supervisor with a protruding mouth and monkey-like chin. After lashing out once, he wasn't satisfied and lashed out 2 more times. When the other laborers saw this scene, they all lowered their heads and had fearful expressions. This supervisor had a nickname, Vicious Wolf. He had a vicious temperament, and every month, there would be 2 or 3 laborers that would die in his hands. Furthermore, they were whipped to death by him. Perhaps the ores on the ore cart were too heavy. When Li Tianhan increased his speed, his strength wasn't uniform. With a clang, the entire ore cart suddenly flipped over and a large amount of ores rolled on the ground. You are courting death. Vicious Wolf's eyes flashed with a vicious light as he lashed at Li Tianhan. This whip even used a trace of qi. If it landed on Li Tianhan's body, his skin would definitely be lacerated and his flesh would be churned. But Li Tianhan was suddenly stunned and looked ahead in a daze. He didn't even feel the whip lashing at him. Ah! A mournful scream rang out, and Du Lang's 7 orifices suddenly spewed out raging flames. His entire body began to burn, and in an instant, he was burned to ashes. The whip lost control and flew past Li Tianhan's body. Fuchen. Li Tianhan rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was dreaming. Father, I'm here. Li Fuchen landed on the ground and hugged Li Tianhan. Fuchen, it's really you. Li Tianhan's body trembled as he hugged Li Fuchen tightly. For over a year, he had gone through all sorts of hardships and suffered multiple beatings. He had never shed a single tear, but now his eyes were instantly wet. His family would always be his weakness. Whenever he thought of Shen Yuyan and Li Fuchen, he felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He had already neglected his own hardships. Father, I have already rescued Mother and the others from the Thunder God sect. Right now, I will bring you away from the Mystic Tools sect. Li Fuchen's heart was also in pain. What? You saved your mother? Li Tianhan grabbed onto Li Fuchen's shoulder and said excitedly. Yes. Li Fuchen nodded vigorously. That's great, that's great. Li Tianhan was so excited that he didn't know what to do. He was crying and laughing at the same time. He didn't know how Li Fuchen rescued Shen Yuyan, but he knew that Fuchen wouldn't lie to him. Furthermore, his mind was in a mess and he wouldn't think about how Li Fuchen rescued her. Patriarch, Fuchen. One after another, the Li clansmen walked out from the ore mine. These Li clansmen were all males. After receiving Li Fuchen's transmitted message, they walked out one by one. As for those who obstructed them, they were already burned to death by Li Fuchen's ardent sun field power. Fuchen, what should we do now? A Li clansman asked Li Fuchen. Follow me out of the Mystic Tools sect. While Li Fuchen was speaking, he activated his healing ring and released a green halo, allowing everyone to recover to a healthy state. Who dares to barge into my Mystic Tools sect? Hurry up and die. When Li Fuchen split open the defensive array, the upper echelons of the Mystic Tools sect were already alerted. From the various peaks of the Mystic Tools sect, a large group of reincarnation realm experts flew over and there were a total of 38 of them. The leaders were obviously the supreme elders of the Mystic Tools sect. Even the Mystic Tools sect's supreme grand elder, Yun was among them. As the evil king had barged in once, the Mystic Tools sect was very vigilant. Once there was a commotion, all the reincarnation realm experts would be mobilized. Li Fuchen. After seeing Li Fuchen, Yun's eyes were wide open and he was extremely astonished. I didn't think that you would actually cultivate to the 3rd level of reincarnation realm. But since you are here, don't leave. Yun laughed heartily. In his opinion, Li Fuchen must have learned an incredible array-breaking technique from somewhere, therefore, he was able to break the Mystic Tools sect protection array with ease. It was a pity that Li Fuchen had underestimated the Mystic Tools sect. How could it be so easy to secretly bring away the Li clansmen? Yun, Yulai has already died in my hands. It is your turn now. Yun was someone Li Fuchen had to kill. Not only did Yun nearly kill him, but he had also caused his father, Li Tianhan, and the others to suffer. Yulai died in your hands. What kind of joke is that? Yun didn't believe Li Fuchen's words. In the entire East Unicorn continent, there weren't more than 5 individuals that could kill Yulai. Furthermore, among the 5 individuals, only the evil king had a higher chance of killing Yulai. As for the others, Yulai might not be a match, but he was still able to escape. Whether it is a joke or not, you will know later. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, a round metal plate landed on the ground. In the next moment, with the metal plate as the center, a golden cover enveloped Li Tianhan and the others. This was a Class 5 array board and Li Fuchen spent 40,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase it. The so-called array board could be considered a cardinal artifact and it was inscribed with a miniature array. After activating the array board, the array inside could be activated. But the power of the array was too domineering after all. Using a small array board to support the array was still a little forceful. When the power withstood exceeded the limit, the array board would collapse. In addition, if it was used too many times, the array board would also crack. As for those array boards that could withstand more than the limit or those that could be used countless times, it wasn't that there weren't any, but it was too rare and wouldn't circulate in the market. Even if one wanted to buy it, it wasn't that Li Fuchen could afford it. With the array board protecting Li Tianhan, Li Fuchen circulated his qi and soared into the sky. Watch me destroy you with a single fist. Yun brandished his fist and blasted a flaming fist at Li Fuchen. In your dreams. The giant elephant spirit and the fierce tiger spirit rose at the same time while Li Fuchen also blasted a fist. Rumble. A violent chi wave radiated in all directions. Yun was caught off guard and was sent flying. Li Fuchen's fist caused Yun's expression to change. Such a powerful fist had actually reached his class. Again. The red tool pattern on his body lit up and Yun's right fist was burning with red flames. Iron Transformation Divine Fist. Chapter 432. Just in time. Li Fuchen didn't retreat or give way as he clashed with Yun's fist. It was as though 2 meteorites had collided. Everyone felt as though the void was trembling. Surging energy and flames spread out in all directions. Some of the profound Tools sect's inner sect elders with weaker cultivations couldn't even stop themselves and were sent flying. Those profound Tools sect's inner sect elders with stronger cultivations were also forced to retreat several miles away. Yun was able to become the Mystic Tools sect's Supreme Grand Elder because he naturally had a 6-star bone frame and it was the 6-star Blazing Flame bone frame. Therefore, this fist didn't just contain Qi and tool pattern power, it also contained the Blazing Flame power. In terms of fist strength, he wasn't inferior to Li Fuchen by much. Let me test his foundation first before eliminating him in a single move. Yun was different from Yulai as Yun's defense was much stronger than Yulai. If his strongest move wasn't able to kill Li Fuchen might lose the opportunity completely. Li Fuchen didn't want to drag things out. Boom boom boom, the duo's fists clashed for over a dozen times. Li Fuqian took advantage of his superior body refinement level and ignored the recoil force. Gu Yun's body was covered with red tool patterns and didn't care about the recoil force either. I've underestimated you. However, if this is all you've got, then die. The red tool pattern on Gu Yun's body was extremely bright like a red-hot soldering iron. A horrific wave was released. This wave was like a flesh wave and also like a mystic-class tool wave. But it was several times stronger than a mystic-class tool and was close to an earth-class tool. The mystic tool's sect's forbidden technique, union of man and tool. When the evil king was born, Gu Yun might be slightly inferior to Yu Lai, but the current Gu Yun was only stronger than Yu Lai. Because he was already 60% fused with a blood-refined tool. In order to injure him, one would need to have the ability to easily sever a mystic-class peak-tier tool. Otherwise, even dozens or 100 strikes wouldn't be able to kill him. To a certain degree, he was even more fearsome than a body refinement martial artist. After all, body refinement martial artists still had the body of flesh and blood. After cultivating the union of man and tool, they would only be considered half human and half tool. Apart from that, the union of man and tool would allow the martial artist to exhibit combat strength that was beyond the limits and there was no need to worry about the burden. Iron Transformation Immortal Fist. It was the same Iron Transformation Immortal Fist, but this time, Gu Yun's fist became red from inside to outside, as if it was a piece of steel that had just been roasted 100 times. As he punched out, a terrifying and blazing power broke out crazily. Azure Sun Sword Intent. Taking a step back, Li Fuqian drew his scarlet blood sword and brandished it, releasing thousands of sword lights. Clang 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 clang. Gu Yun's fist technique was straightforward and had very few changes. Although his punch shattered more than 90% of the sword light, there was still 10% of the sword light that cut Gu Yun's body. However, these sword lights didn't gain anything other than leaving faint white marks on Gu Yun's body. On the contrary, Gu Yun's fist force made Li Fuqian explosively retreat several miles away. What a hot and condensed fist power! The unity of man and weapon is indeed worthy of the unity of man and weapon. Li Fuqian was taken aback. In terms of direct combat strength, Gu Yun was several times stronger than Yu Lai. Of course, Gu Yun's speed wasn't as fast as Yu Lai and seemed rather stupid. I didn't use the core blazing flame power for that sword move earlier, neither did I use the bronze sword essence secret technique. But even if I used it, it would probably be hard to kill the opponent in a single move. I will have to execute the clear sky sword art. To be honest, even if Li Fuqian used his full strength, he was only 70% or 80% confident that he could kill Gu Yun, but it was enough. After all, in this world, nothing was foolproof and everything had its risks. The core blazing flame power that Li Fuqian didn't even use during the battle with Yu Lai burst out and fused into the ardent sun chi. In the next moment, the ardent sun chi turned into the bronze sword chi and poured into the clear sky sword art martial pattern on his wrist. A resplendent and vast sword light lit up. When Li Fuqian thrust with his sword, the void felt as though it was collapsing. A giant spherical sword light instantly enveloped Gu Yun. Not good. Gu Yun was appalled. The red tool pattern on his body flickered violently and endless flames surged out from Gu Yun's body to resist the sword light's slashes. But the spherical sword light wasn't so easy to resist. The densely packed sword lights were destroyed and reborn, born and destroyed again. Each cycle would cause a large number of cracks on Gu Yun's body, making him look like a porcelain man that was about to crumble. Bang! When the spherical sword light's power was exhausted, it suddenly exploded and produced the final and most horrifying round of sword light slashes. Gu Yun screamed miserably while his body was covered in cracks. His right arm was instantly severed. These sword lights weren't just dense, they obviously contained the mystical power of law, allowing the sword lights to have horrific lethality. He didn't die even after that. Li Fuqian had a higher opinion of Gu Yun. But it is about time. Li Fuchen blasted a fist at Gu Yun's chest. Bang! Gu Yun was shattered into thousands of pieces and couldn't be more dead. Everything happened too quickly, so fast that the Mystic Tools sect's reincarnation realm experts couldn't react in time. Most importantly, they were too confident in Gu Yun. They believed that with Gu Yun's defense, even if he wasn't a match, he wouldn't be in any danger. Who would have known that Li Fuchen would suddenly burst out with lethality that was 2 times stronger than before? Bastard, you killed my Mystic Tools sect's Supreme Grand Elder. Today, I shall make you pay with your life. The Mystic Tools sect patriarch was burning with rage. He instantly flew to the dilapidated battleship on the main peak. Immediately after, an array pagoda on the deck of the battleship lit up. Woo woo woo. There was a horrifying and ear-piercing sound. An extremely bright wind blade was produced and instantly appeared in front of Li Fuchen. Due to the extreme speed, it looked like a flat white aurora that had extremely ferocious slashing power. Danger! Li Fuchen's awareness had already spread throughout the void. The instant the wind blade was produced, his awareness had traces of stinging pain, and it was something that he had never experienced before. With a flash, Li Fuchen dodged the wind blade attack in advance. PFFF. The ground in front of him trembled lightly and an unfathomable crack appeared. I must not get hit by this wind blade, otherwise, I will definitely be severely injured. Li Fuchen didn't think that his defense was stronger than the evil king. Even if he had the Earth-class mid-tier silver scale armor, it was still hard to neutralize the impact of the wind blade. Hum 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 hum, multiple wind blades were produced, forcing Li Fuchen to dodge in all directions. Everyone, attack together. Let's see how he dodges. The rest of the Mystic Tools sect's Supreme Elders and Inner Sect Elders made their moves. All sorts of chi forces filled the void and blasted at Li Fuchen. Sect Origin Swords. Li Fuchen quickly summoned the Sect Origin Bronze Swords chi. A total of 50,000 Sect Origin Bronze Swords chi skimmed at the Mystic Tools sect's members. Ah! There were endless miserable screams as the Mystic Tools sect's Inner Sect Elders perished one after another. Chapter 433. 50,000 Sect Origin Bronze Swords chi was basically Li Fuchen's final trump card. Once it was used, he wouldn't be able to use any more Sect Origin Bronze Swords chi within a short period of time. He would need to spend a few days to nurture it. But Li Fuchen had to use it. The Mystic Tools sect had the advantage in numbers and he was alone. As the Mystic Tools sect's Inner Sect Elders fell one after another, the Mystic Tools sect patriarch was anxious. Li Fuchen, if you don't surrender now, I will eliminate your Li clansmen. That array board is not able to withstand a single attack from the Wind Blade Array Pagoda. Li Fuchen also spoke in a cold voice, if you kill a single member of my Li clansmen, I will slaughter the entire Mystic Tools sect. If you want to fight to the death with me, you can try. Li Fuchen wasn't going to fall for the trick. He was indeed concerned about his father's life and death, but it didn't mean that he would surrender. Because once he surrendered, his and the Li clansmen's fate would be in the hands of the Mystic Tools sect. If that was the case, he might as well act forcefully. He didn't believe that the Mystic Tools sect patriarch would be so deranged to use the entire Mystic Tools sect as a wager to fight to the death with him. Li Fuchen, you deserve death. The Mystic Tools sect patriarch was unwilling, but he didn't dare to attack the Li clansmen. He had no choice but to use the Wind Blade Array Pagoda to attack Li Fuchen in a frenzy. However, Li Fuchen's awareness was too powerful. As long as he felt a trace of pain in his awareness, he would immediately dodge the wind blades in advance. As time elapsed, the Mystic Tools sect lost a few more Inner Sect Elders. Ah! Ah! The Mystic Tools sect patriarch roared out in a frenzy. His heart was in a dilemma and at the same time, he hated Li Fuchen. He was now in a dilemma. If he continued to attack Li Fuchen, all of the Mystic Tools sect's inner sect elders would perish. If he killed the Li clansmen, Li Fuchen would definitely slaughter the entire Mystic Tools sect in his rage. But he was unwilling to accept this fact. Sect Patriarch, the overall situation is more important. There is no need for us to fight to the death. A Mystic Tools sect's Supreme Elder advised earnestly. He could see that Li Fuchen didn't have the intention to massacre the upper echelons of the Mystic Tools sect. Li Fuchen was just taking revenge on Supreme Grand Elder Gu Yun and taking revenge on the Mystic Tools sect for imprisoning the Li clansmen. Now that Gu Yun was dead and over a dozen inner sect elders were dead, Li Fuchen's anger had almost dissipated. If he continued to fight, the Mystic Tools sect would suffer greater losses. If it really reached that stage, it would only result in a life and death struggle. Most importantly, it was impossible to kill Li Fuchen. If it was possible to kill Li Fuchen, it would be fine to risk it, at least to vent his hatred. Grand Master, Elder Wu is right. Furthermore, as long as there's life, there's hope. If the life is destroyed, then everything will be destroyed. Another senior elder advised. The Profound Tools sect master began to waver. In fact, it wasn't that he hadn't thought about this. However, he was the Mystic Tools sect master. He viewed Mystic Tools sect's glory as his own glory and viewed Mystic Tools sect's humiliation as his own humiliation. His emotions were fluctuating too much and it was hard for him to make a decision. At this moment, Li Fuchen spoke. Gu Yun conspired for my artifact, therefore, I killed him. Your Mystic Tools sect bullied others and abducted my Li clansmen. I have also taken my revenge. Right now, I am going to bring my Li clansmen away. I wonder if your esteemed sect has any objections. Li Fuchen naturally didn't wish to have a life and death struggle with the Mystic Tools sect. His father's life was much more precious than the Mystic Tools sect. As long as he brought the Li clansmen away, he would have fewer worries. The East Unicorn continent was massive and he would be able to do as he wished. Li Fuchen, my Mystic Tools sect will remember this humiliation today. The Mystic Tools sect patriarch stopped the wind blade array pagoda and gritted his teeth. I hope you won't forget. Li Fuchen had also withdrawn the sect origin bronze swords. Close to half of the 50,000 sect origin bronze swords had been consumed. You may leave before I change my mind. The Mystic Tools sect patriarch lowered his eyes and did his best to control his murderous intent. In that case, I shall accept your invitation. Li Fuchen flew to the side of Li Tianhan and the others and kept the array board. He then swept his chi and brought a large group of Li clansmen out of the Mystic Tools sect. Looking at Li Fuchen's departing figure, the Mystic Tools sect's #1 prodigy, immovable King Star, Qi Heng clenched his fist tightly. Li Fuchen, there will be a day when I surpass you. The Mystic Tools sect's humiliation was naturally Qi Heng's humiliation too. He couldn't possibly remain indifferent. Of course, he could only say these words in his heart. Right now, the gap between him and Li Fuchen was too huge and it was immeasurable. If he said it out loud, he would only become a joke. But the ups and downs changed, he didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to catch up to Li Fuchen. They are out, they are out. The Li clansmen were rather excited. To them, the Mystic Tools sect was simply hell and they didn't want to stay in there for even a moment. Father, Li clansmen, all of you have suffered when I wasn't around. But from today onwards, no one will dare to bully my Li clansmen. The entire East Unicorn continent will be under my Li clansmen's control. Li Fuchen knew that everyone needed to vent, therefore, he spoke an arrogant statement. Of course, this statement wasn't too arrogant as the news hadn't spread out yet. Once it was spread out, anyone who wanted to deal with the Li clansmen would have to consider if they were qualified or not. Fuchen, you have grown up. My Li clansmen produced an absolute prodigy like you. I wonder which true god has been moved by you. One of the Li clansmen's upper echelon said with delight. A few days later, everyone returned to the Wind Snow sect. The entire Wind-Snow sect was in an uproar. Including the Wind-Snow sect's Supreme Grand Elder, Mu Hanshin, everyone came out to welcome them. Among the crowd, the Wind-Snow sect's #1 prodigy, Wind-Snow Fairy, Su Lin, was staring at Li Fuchen with a complicated expression. They were all prodigies, but Li Fuchen had left them far behind. If they were fireflies, Li Fuchen would be the sun in the sky. Not only did he look down on the youth generation, he also looked down on the older generation. In the entire East Unicorn continent, there were probably only 2 or 3 individuals that could contest with him. To be honest, Su Lin was rather jealous of Li Fuchen's strength. After all, who didn't want to dictate their own fate? Who didn't want to be all-powerful and reach the pinnacle? Inside the Wind-Snow sect, the Azure Water sect's members were also present. When Li Fuchen headed to the Mystic Tools sect, the entire Wind-Snow sect had unanimously decided to let the Azure Water sect become independent. How would the Wind-Snow sect dare to dictate Li Fuchen's sect? Ouyang Wentian and the rest of the Azure Water sect felt as though they were dreaming. When they found out that Li Fuchen had suppressed the Thunder God sect, they suspected that the Wind-Snow sect was deceiving them. After all, how old was Li Fuchen? How could he suppress the Thunder God sect? It was something that not even the evil king could do. But now, they had no choice but to believe it. To be able to bring back the Li clansmen from the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect was enough to prove Li Fuchen's strength. The Azure Water sect's youth generation were all looking up to Li Fuchen. It included Li Xiangru, Chen Yuanhu, Xue Feng, Lu Wuhuang, and Yuan Tian. Everyone felt as though they were watching a myth. In the past, they were delusional enough to catch up to Li Fuchen's footsteps. Right now, they had already given up on this thought. Before reaching the reincarnation realm, they didn't dare to have such thoughts. Among the crowd, Guan Shui had the most complicated expression. There were times when she thought about how good it would be if she didn't break off the engagement back then. After all, she was a woman, and which woman didn't wish for their other half to be a dragon or phoenix among men? But the human heart was truly mystical. Li Fuchen was so glorious, but she was relieved. Such a glorious Li Fuchen wouldn't belong to her. On a mountain peak of the Wind-Snow sect, the Li clansmen were arranged to stay here. When Li Tianhan and Xin Yuyan met, they were extremely excited. It was the same for the rest of the Li clansmen. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's achievements had finally spread across the continent. Without a doubt, the entire continent was shaken. Demonic 10 regions, Stone region. After the petrified queen received the news, she remained silent for a long time. The humans are truly tenacious and fortunate. No wonder the East Unicorn continent has never been enveloped by darkness. In every era, there would be an absolute figure. But this Li Fuchen is ultimately just a single individual. It is a fool's dream to think he can contest with the demonic 10 regions and the evil Tao by himself. Blood Devil region. The Blood Devil King grabbed a Heaven Dipper realm martial artist and bit him until his mouth was filled with blood. Who is this Li Fuchen? He is actually able to suppress the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect. There must be something fishy about this. One of these days, I shall meet him and see how capable he is. The rulers of the demonic 10 regions didn't really believe the rumors. At least, they felt that the rumors were too exaggerated. Not even the evil king was able to force the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect to lower their heads. But they still acknowledged Li Fuchen's strength. After all, the rumors wouldn't be spread out without a third. Evil region, Evil Fist sect. The evil king revealed an interested expression. He didn't know if the rumors were exaggerated, but he knew that he was looking forward to Li Fuchen's artifacts even more. Li Fuchen was able to be so powerful because of those artifacts. Otherwise, who would be able to achieve such accomplishments in just 1 or 2 years? Help me take care of these artifacts for now. When he barged into the Mystic Tools sect, he had underestimated the power of the dilapidated battleship. If he went again, he wouldn't be injured. When he was on guard, there had never been an existence that could injure him. Region of Extreme Een, the Extreme Een ancestor had a gloomy expression. Along the way, Li Fuchen had destroyed plenty of his halls, making him extremely furious. Now that he knew about the rumors, he didn't dare to take the initiative to provoke Li Fuchen. This wasn't because he feared Li Fuchen. Before he understood Li Fuchen's strength, he wouldn't take the risk. Li Fuchen, just you wait. My evil Tao will sweep the entire East Unicorn continent sooner or later. Amir, you will not be able to stop us. The Extreme Een ancestor had to endure this anger for now. Just like the Extreme Een ancestor, the Blood ancestor was also very sullen. Back at the Black Sky Sect ruins, he had suffered a loss in the hands of Li Fuchen. Now that Li Fuchen was out, he didn't dare to take the initiative to provoke Li Fuchen. For a moment, he felt extremely sullen. Wait until I nurture a sufficiently powerful blood corpse. You will suffer sooner or later. The Blood ancestor suppressed his anger and went into seclusion. The demonic 10 regions and the evil Tao weren't the only ones that were shaken, the 100 Sects Alliance was even more shaken. They weren't too far away from the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect, therefore, they had more detailed information. When they found out that Li Fuchen had killed the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect's Supreme Grand Elders, they were all horrified. At the same time, they were silently rejoicing. With Li Fuchen around, their pressure had lessened. At least, they didn't have to worry about the evil Tao and the demonic 10 regions invasion. Chapter 434. Fuchen, the elixirs you gave us are too mystical. In just a short 1 month, your mother and I have progressed by 3 levels. But our qi is very stable and there isn't a trace of weakness. At a pavilion at the peak of the mountain, Li Tianhan said to Li Fuchen with surprise. Before Li Fuchen returned, the duo had each consumed an earth-shattering fruit. One of them was at the 2nd level of the Earth Realm while the other was at the 1st level of the Earth Realm. But now that 1 month had passed, Li Tianhan was at the 5th level of the Earth Realm while Shen Yuyan was at the 4th level of the Earth Realm. Li Fuchen laughed and said, Father, those elixirs are just the appetizer. Next, I am going to give you and mother the main course. While speaking, Li Fuchen took out 2 bottles of elixirs. This bottle is the Spirit Root Elixir and this bottle is the Star Spirit Elixir. These 2 elixirs can allow you and mother's bone frames to reach 3-star. In the future, it will be several times easier for you to cultivate. Elixirs to upgrade the bone frame. Li Tianhan's eyes widened. The bone frame was like a person's innate fate and it determined one's future achievements. The bone frame might be able to change, but artifacts that could change the bone frame were too rare. Even elite factions might not have them. Li Fuchen continued, I am unable to obtain elixirs to upgrade the bone frame to 4-star or 5-star for now. But there will definitely be a chance in the future, 4-star or 5-star bone frame. Li Tianhan was speechless. That is too far away. Your mother and I will be satisfied to have a 3-star bone frame. Li Fuchen said, Father, don't you wish to progress to the reincarnation realm? The lifespan of a reincarnation realm expert is 250 years old. I wish for you and mother to live for another 200 years. Hearing the statement, Li Tianhan's eyes were burning with passion. How could he not wish to progress to the reincarnation realm? But the chances were too slim and close to 0. Therefore, he never dared to think about it. Father doesn't have to worry. This isn't a dream. Believe me. Father believes you. Li Tianhan nodded heavily. Li Fuchen had created too many miracles and Li Tianhan subconsciously chose to believe. With the Spirit Root Elixir and Star Spirit Elixir, Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan weren't the only ones who upgraded their bone frames to 3-star. Li Xiaodai, who was Li Fuchen's godsister, had also received the same treatment. Her bone frame had also upgraded to 3-star and she was beaming with joy. As for the remaining spirit root pills and star spirit pills, they would be kept by Li Tianhan. They could be given to the hard-working descendants of the Li family in the future. The Wind-Snow sect was huge and the Azure Water sect was temporarily placed within the Wind-Snow sect. After all, it was safer here and the situation wasn't clear. It was better to be a little more careful. Arriving at the Azure Water sect's mountain peak, Li Fuchen transmitted a message to Ouyang Wentian. Fuchen. A short moment later, Ouyang Wentian flew over with a respectful smile. Li Fuchen smiled and said, "Sect Patriarch, I wonder how long have you been stuck at the second level of reincarnation realm?" Ouyang Wentian was a 5-star bone frame, and with such a bone frame, it wasn't impossible for him to break through to the battle spirit realm in the 7-color continent. But in the East Unicorn continent, due to the thin heaven and earth chi, if there weren't any great opportunities, he would at most be able to reach the mid-levels of the reincarnation realm. It was extremely difficult to reach the high levels of the reincarnation realm, let alone the breakthrough to the battle spirit realm. It was something that even a 6-star bone frame would find hard to achieve. Ouyang Wentian blushed with shame. It's been 12 years. He spent 8 years to progress from the first level of reincarnation realm to the second level of reincarnation realm. He reckoned that he would need at least another 3 to 4 years to progress to the third level of reincarnation realm. Li Fuchen flipped his palm and an primary ascension elixir appeared in his hand. Sect Patriarch, this primary ascension elixir can assist you in progressing to the third level of reincarnation realm. Just treat it as a greeting gift for Sect Patriarch's generosity towards me. The primary ascension elixir could allow a low-leveled reincarnation realm martial artist to progress to the next level perfectly. A single elixir was worth 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Fuchen, how can I accept this? Ouyang Wentian was shocked. After handing the elixir to Ouyang Wentian, Li Fuchen said, "Sect Patriarch doesn't have to say anymore. This is a small token of Li Fuchen's appreciation." Finishing his statement, Li Fuchen turned and flew off the mountain peak. Staring at the primary ascension elixir in his hand, Ouyang Wentian was filled with gratitude and passion. For the next few days, Li Fuchen had a very peaceful life. Every single day, he would be comprehending the blazing flame bone frame's patterns. There was still a difference between the 4-star blazing flame bone frame and the 5-star or 6-star blazing flame bone frame. The high-grade blazing flame bone frame could absorb the blazing flame power that was obviously purer and more vigorous. If Li Fuchen didn't want to be left behind, he had to rely on his own perception and work hard to comprehend the blazing flame bone frame pattern. If he could comprehend the blazing flame bone frame pattern to 50% and develop the blazing flame divine ability, then even if the opponent had a 6-star blazing flame bone frame, as long as the divine ability wasn't developed, the opponent wouldn't be comparable to Li Fuchen's 4-star blazing flame bone frame. Right now, Li Fuchen's blazing flame bone frame pattern had already been comprehended to more than 40% and was very close to 50%. I wonder what exactly is a divine ability? Li Fuchen was very curious. Apart from comprehending the blazing flame bone frame pattern, Li Fuchen was also comprehending the green sun sword intent and the ardent sun divine palm. Once these two martial arts reached the trance stage and comprehended the intent, it would greatly increase Li Fuchen's combat strength. As for his cultivation, it was basically impossible to increase it within a short period of time. He took less than 2 years to progress from the 8th level of Heaven Dipper realm to the 3rd level of Reincarnation realm. This speed was truly appalling. It was one thing to have sufficient resources, but the main reason was Li Fuchen's powerful spirit soul. Otherwise, even if Li Fuchen consumed elixirs that could increase his mental state, it would be hard for him to control such powerful strength. If the spirit soul was a wooden barrel, the mental state would be the water in the barrel. With a powerful spirit soul, the wooden barrel would be sturdy and huge, allowing it to contain more and heavier water. It could be said that the spirit soul was a person's most important source, even the bone frame was inferior to the spirit soul. On Wind Snow Mountain, Mu Hanxin and Li Fuqin were enjoying the snowy scenery while drinking tea. The humans are truly miserable. All the regions that are occupied by the demonic 10 regions have become food. In my previous life, I went to a region that was occupied by the demons. There were plenty of cities that were empty and filled with corpses. Mu Hanxin sighed. Li Fuqin was silent. For more than a month, he didn't go out. It wasn't that he didn't want to chase away demons, but it was because he didn't have enough manpower. Based on the current situation, the 100 Sect Alliance's overall strength was far weaker than the demonic 10 domains and the demonic Tao. Especially the demonic 10 domains, which had the strongest overall strength and the most peak experts. If a war were to break out, the 100 Sect Alliance would be wiped out. Therefore, he hoped that he could reach a higher level. Once he had the strength to easily kill the masters of the monster and demon 10 territories, he would naturally destroy them in one fell swoop. But after hearing Mu Hanxin's statement, Li Fuqin felt that he shouldn't be so calm. Even if he couldn't start an ultimate war with the demonic 10 regions, he had to at least force the demonic 10 regions out of the humans' territory. Looks like it's time to show my sword again. Li Fuqin stood up. Mu Hanxin exclaimed, "Young hero Li, what are you trying to do?" When he said this, he was purely lamenting and didn't have any intention to provoke Li Fuqin. After all, the monster and demon 10 regions were different from the Thunder God's sect and the Mystic Tools sect. When Li Fuqin was dealing with the Thunder God's sect and the Mystic Tools sect, he was dealing with one sect at a time. When dealing with the demonic 10 regions, he was dealing with one race at a time. To be honest, if Li Fuqin was to face the Thunder God's sect and the Mystic Tools sect at the same time, he might not be able to suppress the two sections. His individual martial strength wasn't at the level where he could crush everything and was ultimately a little too forceful. If Li Fuqin was to start a war with the demonic 10 regions, he would be facing 10 existences that were on par with Yu Lai and Gu Yun. At the same time, he would have to face plenty of Class 5 demons, Class 5 peak-grade demonic beasts, and Class 5 high-tier mutated demonic beasts. The scene would be unimaginable. I know what I am doing. Li Fuqin wasn't foolish enough to start a war with the demonic 10 regions. He was just asking them to restrain themselves. Elder Mu, wait for my good news. Li Fuqin flashed and left the Wind Snow sect. Mu Hanxin let out a bitter laugh. No wonder Li Fuqin was invincible at such a young age. Only the evil king would be able to match up to such a vigorous and decisive spirit. He didn't head to a region that was occupied by the demons. There were too many demons in a region, and even if Li Fuqin killed for a year, he wouldn't be able to kill all of them. The region that Li Fuqin was heading to was one of the demonic 10 regions, the Horn Devil region. Horn Devil region, Horn Devil Palace. The Horn Devil King was tasting human martial artists. To demons, humans were delicacies. Devouring humans would allow them to strengthen their source. The stronger the human, the more source they would obtain after devouring. It is a pity that I am unable to devour reincarnation realm martial artists. If I can devour a few dozen reincarnation realm martial artists, I might be able to progress to a Class 6 demon. The Horn Devil King thought in his heart. Boom! The huge Horned Demon Palace was split into two. Chapter 435. Li Fuqin didn't think of starting a war with the demonic 10 regions now. Therefore, he couldn't kill the Horn Devil King. Once he killed the Horn Devil King, the demonic 10 regions would definitely unite again and attack the 100 Sects Alliance. By then, Li Fuqin might be able to protect himself, but the others wouldn't be able to hold on. Without Yu Lai, Gu Yun, and dozens of reincarnation realm experts, it would more or less be affected. Of course, Li Fuqin didn't regret it. These two individuals deserved to die, and he wasn't going to compromise. Compromise was the behavior of the weak. With strength that was comparable with the evil king, no one was able to make him compromise. Li Fuchen, do you know what you are doing? The Horn Devil King held his horn and asked with vigilance. Li Fuchen said, ask the demons of your Horn Devil region to return to your territory, otherwise, I will kill you next time. Li Fuchen said he was here to have a conversation, but he was actually here to warn the Horn Devil region. Before waiting for the Horn Devil King to reply, Li Fuchen flashed and left. Damn it! The Horn Devil King vented his anger by brandishing his horn. A small mountain peak that was a few dozen miles away had instantly exploded. One day later, Li Fuchen arrived at the Power Devil region. The owner of the Power Devil region was the Power Devil King, and he was a Class 5 power demon. His strength wasn't inferior to the owner of the Mountain Shaking region, the Mountain Shaking Elephant. Roar! A small mountain that was a few dozen feet in height was uprooted. The Power Devil King that was only a few dozen feet in height suddenly exerted his strength and threw the small mountain at Li Fuchen. The small mountain that was flying at high speed produced heat from the friction with the air and instantly combusted. It was just like a giant meteor crashing at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's clothes fluttered as he thrust his sword at the burning small mountain. Bang! The small mountain exploded into millions of pieces and smashed the ground full of potholes, causing smoke and dust to rise. Green Sun Absolution. After this sword, Li Fuchen executed his finishing move. A glaring green pillar of light blasted on the Power Devil King's body. But Li Fuchen was rather surprised that the Green Sun Absolution was only able to slightly injure the Power Devil King. Its defense was obviously superior to the Horn Devil King. Circulating the demon chi, the Power Devil King's injuries were healed. He grinned sinisterly and said, "You cannot do anything to me." In terms of defense, in the Monster and Demon 10 territories, only the Mountain Shaking Elephant could compete with him. Both of them had great strength and extremely strong defense. Is that so? What about this sword? Li Fuchen activated the core blazing flame power and blasted at the Power Devil King again. The Power Demon King had completely become a target, and he couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. He was hit directly. This time, the injuries on the Power Demon King's body were much greater. His chest had caved in and his flesh was charred black. What are you trying to do? The Power Demon King's expression changed. The demonic aura around his body surged as he tried to recover from his injuries. Tell the fiendish demons of the Power Devil Zone to leave the human territory. This is just a warning. Turning around, Li Fuchen left without any hesitation. The Power Demon King was left with a gloomy expression. Along the way, Li Fuchen sighed to himself. His ability was strong, but it consumed too much chi and he couldn't fight a protracted battle. Whether it was the sword move Green Sun Absolute or the Clear Sky Sword Art Martial Mark, they both consumed a lot of true chi. The Green Sun Absolute would consume 20% of his chi, while the Clear Sky Sword Art Martial Mark would consume 30% of his chi. When dealing with the Power Demon King earlier, Li Fuchen had used up 40% of his chi. It also meant that if Li Fuchen didn't use the Clear Sky Sword Art, he wouldn't be able to kill the Power Demon King. Most of the rulers of the demonic 10 regions might not be a match for Yu Lai and Gu Yun, but they were definitely harder to kill than Yu Lai and Gu Yun. The demons' defenses were too tough and their vitality were also tough. Even the evil king would need to expend a lot of effort to kill any one of them. I have to cultivate the Green Sun Sword intent to the trance stage. As such, my regular sword moves will be comparable or even superior to the Green Sun Absolute. The Green Sun Absolute was formidable because it could produce a lot of chi in an instant. But if the Green Sun Sword intent was at the trance stage, Li Fuchen didn't need to produce a lot of chi. Just by using the sword move's profound laws, he would be able to burst out with astounding lethality. After finding a place, Li Fuchen started to absorb the chi from the low-grade spirit stones to recover his chi. 2 days later, Li Fuchen arrived at the Tiger Devil region. The ruler of the Tiger Devil region, the Devil Pattern Tiger, was originally a Class 5 peak-tier demonic beast. It was unknown what demon artifact it consumed, causing its body to mutate. It possessed the characteristics of both demonic beasts and demons and had developed all sorts of horrific abilities. Its strength was at the pinnacle of the demonic 10 regions and was just inferior to the Petrified Queen and the Blood Devil King. Tiger Devil Roar. On the messy battlefield, there was a tiger demonic beast that was close to 1,000 feet in length. It had dark golden patterns and black fur that let out a heaven-shaking roar. In the next moment, a tiger demonic beast shadow appeared in the air and also roared at Li Fuchen. Buzz! The void trembled and time seemed to have stopped. This is the void power. Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. The tiger's roar obviously contained the void power, and the void within a few miles had been frozen. Of course, it was just a trace. If the tiger demonic beast truly grasped the void power, a single thought would be able to immobilize all life on the continent and allow them to be slaughtered. However, it was something that primary sea realm monarchs and demonic beast kings couldn't achieve. Grasping the void power was already the means of a god. The roar suppressed Li Fuchen as the devil-patterned tiger's massive body pounced over and slammed with its claws. Even Li Fuchen would suffer some injuries if he was hit by this claw. But it was obvious that the tiger devil roar was only able to suppress Li Fuchen for an instant. An instant later, Li Fuchen brandished his sword and blocked the devil-patterned tiger's claw attack. The devil-patterned tiger roared again and wanted to continue suppressing Li Fuchen. However, Li Fuchen had already seen through this move. He burst out with his ardent sun field power and shrunk into a ball. This time, Li Fuchen only felt his body turning sluggish and wasn't suppressed. The field power actually contained traces of void power. It might not be comparable to the tiger devil roar, but it was still able to resist. After executing the green sun absolution, Li Fuchen blasted the devil-patterned tiger away. The devil-patterned tiger's strength was only slightly superior to the Power Devil King, but in terms of defense, it wasn't superior to the Power Devil King. How was it able to block this sword? One of its legs was nearly severed by Li Fuchen. After leaving behind a warning, Li Fuchen left the Tiger Devil region and headed for the last region, the Mountain Shaking region. This time, Li Fuchen wasn't planning to warn all the rulers of the demonic 10 regions. 4 was already the limit. After all, he was worried that they might work together. In the Mountain Shaking region, the giant elephant's roar was constantly echoing. A giant elephant that was 1,000 feet tall was in combat with a puny human. Every clash would cause the ground to split open and the mountain rocks to explode. It was as though two giants were fighting, and the prowess was astonishing. Li Fuchen realized that the mountain-shaking elephant was stronger than he imagined. When its body collided, it actually contained the void power and was able to freeze the void. It might not be as powerful as the devil-patterned tiger's tiger devil roar, but the tiger devil roar required time to activate, while the mountain-shaking elephant only needed an instant to charge. It seems like the mountain-shaking elephant has excavated even more bloodline power from the monarch beast, the mountain-pulling elephant. The monarch beast was naturally a demonic beast king. Chapter 436. When facing the mountain-shaking elephant's charge, Li Fuchen could only use his ardent sun field power to weaken it before using his sword move to injure the enemy. Ignoring the sword wounds on his body, the mountain-shaking elephant continued to charge at Li Fuchen. He would even use his trunk to sweep over and try to restrain Li Fuchen. But how could Li Fuchen allow the mountain-shaking elephant to do as he wished? His body moved around and was always able to avoid the elephant's trunk. No wonder you are an absolute prodigy of the human race. But you must die today. The mountain-shaking elephant shrieked, and the thin and long fur on his body suddenly glowed. A portion of the fur fell off and was shot at Li Fuchen with astounding speed. Seal. The scarlet blood sword was placed horizontally in front of Li Fuchen's chest. There was a burst of green radiance that enveloped Li Fuchen. The green sun sword intent didn't have any moves. As long as Li Fuchen willed it, every move and stance would be the green sun sword intent. In an instant, the glowing fur pierced over. PFFF PFFF PFFF, the green radiance was so powerful that the glowing fur would explode and be destroyed. But there were too many glowing fur and they were thin and long, allowing them to burrow through any gaps. Over a dozen fur broke through the green sun sword intense blockade and shot at Li Fuchen's body, letting out clanking sounds. The demonic king mountain pulling elephant's bloodline power is indeed extraordinary. These fur weren't able to injure Li Fuchen and weren't even qualified for Li Fuchen to move. But Li Fuchen could imagine if he was in Yu Lai or Gu Yun's shoes, even if they weren't severely injured, they would at least suffer some light injuries. With their attack methods, it would be considered good if they could eliminate 90% of the fur. As for the rest, they would have to rely on their own defenses to resist. The mountain-shaking elephant's expression turned dark. Li Fuchen's sword art was much more brilliant than he imagined. That sword move earlier was simply watertight and even his innate ability, Rain of Needles, was almost perfectly defended. In the demonic 10 regions, only he and the petrified queen had awakened their innate abilities. He had just awakened it last year. Battle Heaven Tyrant Body. If one innate ability wasn't enough, the mountain-shaking elephant burst out with his second innate ability. That's right, in the short span of a year or two, he had awakened 2 innate abilities. One was the Rain of Needles, and the other was the Heaven and Earth Battle. The body burst out with a thick dark yellow halo. The mountain-shaking elephant flashed and charged at Li Fuchen with an indescribable speed. The mountain-shaking elephant's current speed was too fast, several times faster than usual. If it was during the war with the 100 Sect Alliance, the mountain-shaking elephant's current speed would be unstoppable. After all, the mountain-shaking elephant's only weakness was its speed. However, Li Fuchen's awareness was even more heaven-defying. Before the mountain-shaking elephant made a move, Li Fuchen had already made an evasive action. Boom! One of the mountain peaks behind Li Fuchen was sent flying and shattered. It wasn't over yet. The mountain-shaking elephant's already long nose suddenly grew longer and thicker. It was just like a divine whip that was glowing with a dark yellow halo as it lashed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen dodged again. Kacha! The ground split open into a ravine that was over 100 feet deep. In the sky, a figure descended from the sky as fast as a meteor. When Li Fuchen's sword blasted on the mountain-shaking elephant's body, he blasted it into the ground and even destroyed the tyrant body state. After jumping out of the ground, the mountain-shaking elephant said proudly, "Li Fuchen, you are much stronger than I imagined. It is a pity that you will not be able to escape death today. With just you or just the 3 of them?" Li Fuchen looked around. "You know of our existence?" The Horned Devil King flew over from a few dozen miles away, together with the Powered Devil King and the Devil Pattern Tiger. The 4 of them were in regions that were close to each other, therefore, they were able to work together in the shortest period of time. "Why? Do you wish to fight against all 4 of us?" The Powered Devil King sneered with disdain. "Your strength is only slightly stronger than the Elephant King. If the 4 of us work together, you will definitely die." The Devil Pattern Tiger's eyes contained horrific murderous intent. The mountain-shaking elephant's body shook as he entered the Battle Heaven Tyrant body state again. "Li Fuchen, you shouldn't have provoked us. You are too arrogant and this dead end is the price you have to pay for your arrogance. If 2 more of you come, I might not be able to withstand it. But just the 4 of you aren't enough to make me fearful." Li Fuchen spoke calmly. "Arrogant." The Horned Devil King pulled out the horn on his head and poured in demon chi. The horn glowed and cleaved at Li Fuchen. The Powered Devil King's body swelled up a few times. He bent his knee and leaped forward, instantly arriving in front of Li Fuchen. The Devil Pattern Tiger activated the Tiger Devil Growl and enveloped the area where Li Fuchen was. The mountain-shaking elephant brandished his trunk and swept at Li Fuchen. When the 4 of them worked together, it was enough to suppress anyone. Just in time. Li Fuchen's battle intent surged into the sky. Even he himself wasn't too sure what level his strength had reached. The so-called strength didn't just mean offense, it also included defense, awareness, combat skills, and adaptability. A person would only be able to roughly estimate his own strength. Without going through multiple battles, it was impossible to know where his limits were. The ardent sun field power burst out and weakened the tiger devil growl. Li Fuchen used a single sword to knock away the horned devil king's horn. He then clenched his left hand into a fist and sent the power devil king flying. In terms of close combat, the power devil king wouldn't be able to catch up with Li Fuchen. It was only during close combat that Li Fuchen was able to combine the ardent sun chi and the dragon elephant power for a short period of time. The mountain-shaking elephant's trunk was rather troublesome to deal with. When facing the mountain-shaking elephant's trunk, Li Fuchen swung his right leg and kicked the dark yellow trunk multiple times. He then used the force to soar into the sky. His close combat strength? The power devil king's mouth was overflowing with blood while his right arm was distorted beyond recognition. His right arm might have recovered in the next moment, but it had also consumed plenty of his demon chi and traces of vitality. Is this all you have? Li Fuchen took the initiative to attack. He raised his sword and rushed to the front of the horned devil king before cleaving. This sword was just an ordinary sword, but with the stacking of the bronze sword chi and the dragon elephant power, this sword looked as though it was going to tear apart the void. A single sword was enough to split open the horned devil king's stomach. The speed was so fast that the horned devil king didn't even have time to brandish his horn to intercept. Go! A few miles to the right, the power devil king's hand surged with demon chi and formed a pitch-black spear. In the next moment, the power devil king threw the spear with all his might. The speed of the spear was far beyond the speed of sound, and it was unknown how many times the speed of sound it had reached. Before the sound could be transmitted, the spear was already in front of Li Fuchen. Crackle! Li Fuchen didn't even bother to look and raised the scarlet blood sword. A green sword light flickered and the pitch-black spear was severed into two halves before brushing past Li Fuchen's body. A shadow assaulted from behind. It was unknown when the devil pattern tiger appeared behind Li Fuchen and had activated the tiger devil roar at close range. When enveloped by the ardent sun field power, Li Fuchen only felt slightly uncomfortable. However, the danger didn't come from the devil pattern tiger, but the mountain-shaking elephant. The mountain-shaking elephant's body was glowing with a thick dark yellow halo and was crashing over with astounding speed. Li Fuchen might have heaven-defying awareness, but it was already too late to dodge in advance. He had no choice but to counter with his sword. Boom! The mountain-shaking elephant's tyrant body state was destroyed again, but Li Fuchen was also sent flying. The collision with the tyrant body state was definitely the mountain-shaking elephant's strongest attack. Furthermore, it had the effect of freezing the void. He should be injured, right? The mountain-shaking elephant looked at the giant pit at the front. Inside the giant pit, Li Fuchen soared into the sky and grinned, again. Damn it, why isn't he injured at all? The mountain-shaking elephant was certain that Li Fuchen's sword earlier was executed in a hurry and he didn't have enough time to circulate all his strength. In such a situation, it was already good enough to neutralize 40% of the collision force. The remaining 50% to 60% of the collision force should have been transmitted to Li Fuchen's body. When in the tyrant body state, 50% to 60% of the collision force was enough to severely injure any elite human expert apart from the evil king. However, Li Fuchen was fine. How could he know that Li Fuchen's defense wasn't inferior to his? In terms of chi defense, Li Fuchen wasn't high and was only at the regular 6th level of reincarnation realm. But with the silver scale armor, Li Fuchen's chi defense wasn't inferior to Yu Lai. With the addition of his physical defense, Li Fuchen's overall defense was almost unrivaled. Of course, Li Fuchen wouldn't be so foolish to not resist and allow himself to be beaten up. Be it chi defense or physical defense, there would be consumption. Chi defense would consume chi, while physical defense would consume dragon elephant power or chi blood power. Attack together, I don't believe that he will never be injured. The mountain-shaking elephant was truly infuriated. Together with the Horn Devil King and the Power Devil King, they engaged in close combat with Li Fuchen. The Devil Pattern Tiger would also occasionally engage in close combat. Most of the time, he would be using the Tiger Devil Roar to affect Li Fuchen's condition. This battle caused the mountains to crumble and the ground to crack. In the sky, there would be violent winds and thunderbolts. There would be dark clouds that would split open and the sunlight would shine brilliantly. There would be thunderbolts and torrential rain. The battle between 5 elite existences had already affected the weather in the radius of a few hundred miles. Furthermore, the radius was expanding and was rapidly spreading to the surroundings. As for the commotion of the battle could be clearly felt from 1,000 miles away. The nearby demonic beasts of the mountain-shaking region were all fleeing with their tails between their legs. None of them dared to join the battle. Once they entered the core region of the battle, they would be torn into pieces by the violent chi forces. Split. There was a flash of green sword light as Li Fuchen drew a giant wound on the Power Devil King's body, causing fresh blood to spurt out endlessly. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen was getting more and more valiant. During close combat, his consumption wasn't considered huge, but his attack power was extremely formidable. A casual move of his was already comparable to the sword move, Green Sun Absolution. For the first few battles, Li Fuchen didn't even use his close combat strength. Right now, when he went all out, his opponents couldn't suppress him even after working together and were severely injured instead. Especially the Horn Devil King and the Power Devil King. Both of them were slightly weaker and had been slashed by Li Fuchen countless times. With the help of the demon chi and vitality, their injuries were recovering quickly, but their chi presences were getting weaker and weren't as overbearing as before. The Devil Pattern Tiger and the Mountain-Shaking Elephant were in a slightly better state, but they weren't in a much better state. Kill. Chapter 437. Compared to human expert, demons' combat skills are too poor, the moves are stupid. If there are 4 Yulai or 4 Guiyun attacking Li Fuchen, the situation is definitely 10 times better than now, can completely suppress Li Fuchen. Most of the time, fiendish demons relied on their tyrannical talent to compete with humans. Pull away from him and consume his true energy. The mountain-shaking elephant was extremely far away and was using its trunk to attack Li Fuchen. His elephant trunk could be long or short and was abnormally tough. In the state of tyrant body, the hardness of his trunk was close to that of a low-grade Earth-class weapon. The Devil Pattern Tiger had also distanced itself and used the Tiger Devil Growl to lock onto Li Fuchen. As an existence that was neither a monster nor a demon, the Pattern Devil Tiger's Tiger Demon Roar was also a kind of innate ability. In fact, the Pattern Devil Tiger had more innate abilities than the Petrified Queen and the Mountain-Shaking Elephant. After swallowing the demon treasure, the Pattern Devil Tiger had awakened a total of 3 innate abilities. The Tiger Demon's Roar was the most terrifying one, while the other 2 were of little value. They could only be used to deal with those who were much weaker than him. The Horn Devil King and Power Devil King were frightened by Li Fuchen. Before the mountain-shaking elephant said anything, they had already distanced themselves and attacked Li Fuchen from a distance. Although they were far away and their attack power was reduced, it was still better than being oppressed. It was a pity that this tactic was useless against Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen locked the Horned Demon King and killed it directly. As for the other people's attacks, he didn't even try to dodge and directly took them head-on. In any case, it wouldn't take much effort to resist a few times. Horned Demon King, whose shoulder was split by a sword, screamed and retreated. I'm no match for him. I'll be leaving first. He was really scared. From the start of the battle until now, the demon chi within his body had been severely depleted. His vitality had also been depleted and he would need at least half a year to recover. If the battle continued, even if Li Fuchen didn't intentionally kill him, he wouldn't be able to endure it. As soon as the Horned Demon King left, the pressure on the three of them increased. Very soon, the Power Demon King also left. Only you two are left. With two fewer opponents, Li Fuchen was even more relaxed. If he went all out, he might not be able to kill the mountain-shaking elephant and the devil-patterned tiger. But that was too risky. First, he didn't want to start an ultimate war. Secondly, he didn't want to take too many risks. Once he exhausted his full strength, he would also be greatly affected. The core power of the flame, the clear sky sword art martial mark, and even the 10,000 swords returned to origin bronze sword chi were all consumption type and did not have the ability to fight for long. The mountain-shaking elephant and the devil-patterned tiger had stopped. They naturally understood that the two of them weren't able to deal with Li Fuchen. Even 4 of them were suppressed by Li Fuchen, let alone 2. I'll let you be arrogant for a period of time. The mountain-shaking elephant snorted coldly, feeling aggrieved. Aside from the time he was injured by Evil King's punches and kicks, he had never been so angry before. Li Fuchen, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I hope you can still be this calm the next time we meet. The devil-patterned tiger let out a vicious statement. Li Fuchen said, Li Fuchen, will wait for you. But the next time we meet, I might kill you. Finishing his statement, Li Fuchen laughed and left calmly. Li Fuchen believed that this incident would definitely make the demonic 10 regions vigilant. Before they had absolute confidence to deal with Li Fuchen, they wouldn't provoke him too much. Unless they banded together for life, otherwise, Li Fuchen would be able to kill his way in at any time and eliminate a few of them. In just a few days, Li Fuchen returned to the Wind Snow sect. Young hero Li, you are back. Mu Hanxin let out a breath of relief. Li Fuchen said, the demonic 10 regions are much stronger than before, especially the mountain-shaking elephant. He has already excavated 2 demonic beast innate abilities and his strength is above you Lai. Had it not been for the existence of the evil Tao, the demonic 10 regions might attack the 100 Sects Alliance again and start an all-out war. What? The mountain-shaking elephant is so powerful now? Mu Hanxin was shocked. During the previous all-out war, the demonic 10 regions only had the petrified queen and the blood devil king that were stronger than Yu Lai. There were no more than 3 of them, while the mountain-shaking elephant's strength was inferior to the Eternal Spring Valley's Supreme Grand Elder. That's right. The mountain-shaking elephant contains a trace of the demonic king mountain-pulling elephant's bloodline. It might only be a trace, but it allowed him to awaken 2 incredible innate abilities. Li Fuchen nodded. Mu Hanxin asked carefully, I wonder how young hero Li's trip was like. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile. During this trip to the demonic 10 regions, I challenged the Horned Devil King, Power Devil King, Devil-patterned tiger, and the mountain-shaking elephant respectively. These 4 aren't a match for me. If they are sensible, they should restrain themselves for a short period of time. Young hero Li has unparalleled strength. This old one admires you. Mu Hanxin took a deep breath and was filled with admiration for Li Fuchen. Among the 4 of them, even the weakest Horned Devil King was slightly stronger than him. But in front of Li Fuchen, they were all defeated one by one. Mu Hanxin couldn't help but admire Li Fuchen. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the Horned Devil King, Power Devil King, Devil-patterned tiger, and the mountain-shaking elephant were much more restrained. They might not have followed Li Fuchen's instructions to summon back their demons and demonic beasts, but they didn't dare to openly devour humans. Previously, the demons and demonic beasts were fearless. If they had a sudden impulse, they would immediately devour an entire city of humans. Right now, they only dared to secretly capture humans to eat. After all, the Horned Devil King and the others were truly afraid that Li Fuchen would fly into a rage out of humiliation and kill them. Furthermore, they didn't wish to gather together all the time. If the rulers of the demonic 10 regions were to gather together after being frightened by Li Fuchen, it would definitely be a laughing stock and would be ridiculed by the world. Of course, this was just a temporary situation. Once the demonic 10 regions felt that they had the ability to deal with Li Fuchen, this situation would definitely disappear. By then, they might provoke Li Fuchen in all sorts of ways and force him to come out. Blood Devil region, inside the Blood Devil Palace, the Blood Devil King had a gloomy expression. He already knew that Li Fuchen had arrived at the demonic 10 regions a few days ago. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen to be so powerful. Even the mountain-shaking elephant and the others were defeated by Li Fuchen. He was very apprehensive of such strength. This child cannot be left alive. He must be eliminated as soon as possible, otherwise, he will become a variable sooner or later. To be honest, the demonic 10 regions were already very satisfied with the current situation. The 100 Sects alliance was weak and they could openly devour humans. Furthermore, with the evil king around, they wouldn't be able to rule the East Unicorn continent. Therefore, it was best to maintain this situation. But Li Fuchen's appearance wasn't part of the plan. With Li Fuchen around, the 100 Sects alliance would catch up sooner or later. By then, the demonic 10 regions wouldn't be able to be as unrestrained as before. I have to discuss this with the queen. In the demonic 10 regions, he and the petrified queen had always been half the power. Normally, as long as the two of them had the same opinion, the others would listen. A blood rainbow rose up as the Blood Devil King flew towards the stone region. My current combat strength is still not powerful enough. If I don't rely on the core blazing flame power, the clear sky sword art martial pattern, and the sect origin bronze swords, I will be able to kill the mountain-shaking elephant. That is true strength. In addition, the green sun absolution consumes too much chi. Unless it is a crucial moment, I will use it as little as possible to prevent the enemy from exhausting my chi. Li Fuchen's chi cultivation was his greatest weakness. Once he entered a protracted battle, he would easily exhaust his chi. This was something that Li Fuchen had to consider. I wonder how to undo the first seal of the Joint Heaven Sword. Li Fuchen thought about it and felt that undoing the first seal of the Joint Heaven Sword was the fastest method. Everything else would require a lot of time. But time would never wait for anyone. Ever since Li Fuchen comprehended the Mystic Heaven Sword intent, he felt that the first seal of the Joint Heaven Sword had loosened. Why don't I ask Elder Mu? If it was in the past, Li Fuchen would never expose the Joint Heaven Sword. After all, Earth-class low-tier weapons were rare in the East Unicorn continent, let alone the Joint Heaven Sword that had multiple seals and could be upgraded. Once it was exposed, there would definitely be a bloody contest and Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to keep it. But now, he didn't have to worry about this anymore. If anyone wanted to snatch his Joint Heaven Sword, they would have to ask if he agreed. An artifact sword that can be upgraded after undoing the seal. Mu Hanxin revealed an astonished and envious expression. I wonder if Elder Mu has a solution. Li Fuchen asked. Mu Hanxin muttered for a moment and said, I heard that these sealed weapons would usually have a weapon spirit. Young hero Li might be able to communicate with the weapon spirit. Weapon spirit? Li Fuchen said, isn't it said that only heaven-class weapons contain weapon spirits? Mu Hanxin smiled bitterly and said, Young hero Li, I can see that even if your artifact sword isn't a heaven-class artifact sword, it isn't too far off. It is said that Earth-class peak-tier weapons might also contain weapon spirits. I see. Li Fuchen understood. It seemed like the Joint Heaven Sword was indeed different. Originally, Li Fuchen thought that every time a seal was undone, the Joint Heaven Sword would be upgraded by 1 grade. From the looks of it now, it might be more than that. Young hero Li, it is best not to expose your Joint Heaven Sword. This sword is too precious. To be honest, if it wasn't for his lack of strength, Mu Hanxin would want to snatch it. It didn't matter if Li Fuchen was a swordsman, if he had an artifact sword that could be upgraded, it would bring him immense combat strength in the future. Li Fuchen didn't think much of it. In the East Unicorn continent, he wasn't afraid of anyone trying to snatch it. Elder Mu, I have troubled the Wind Snow sect for the past few days. This pair of gloves shall be considered as a reward. Li Fuchen took out a pair of silver-threaded gloves and tossed it to Mu Hanxin. Mu Hanxin received it and had a drastic change in expression as he was extremely excited. It was obviously a pair of Earth-class, low-tier gloves. The reason why his strength was inferior to Yu Lai, Gu Yun, and the Great Elder of Eternal Spring Valley was mainly because he had only practiced half of the Earth Realm low-rank martial art. Innately, he was one level lower than the three of them. Although even if he had practiced the complete Earth Realm low-rank martial art, he would still be no match for the three of them, but after all, they were at the same level. With this pair of Earth-class low-tier gloves, his strength would definitely surpass the trio and increase by a whole level. Many thanks, young hero Li. Mu Hanxin was so excited that his body was trembling. Li Fuchen smiled and said, I might have to trouble Elder Mu in the future. Earth-class low-tier gloves were around 1,000 or 2,000 low-grade spirit stones each and it wasn't considered too precious to him. Young hero Li doesn't have to worry. I will not hesitate to climb a mountain of blades or go through a sea of flames. At this moment, Mu Hanxin had completely submitted to Li Fuchen and would only follow Li Fuchen's lead. Chapter 438. For the next few days, Li Fuchen attempted to communicate with the sword spirit in the joint heaven sword. Communicating with the artifact spirit was different for each individual. Some artifact spirits would automatically choose their masters, some artifact spirits were untamed and had to be subdued with willpower. There were also some artifact spirits that were extremely evil and wouldn't require communication as they would take the initiative to tempt the master. Due to the joint heaven sword being in a sealed state, the sword spirit should be sealed too. Therefore, it was rather difficult for Li Fuchen to communicate with it. The only thing Li Fuchen could rely on was his exceptional awareness. He could use his awareness to sense the existence of the sword spirit before communicating with it. As the days passed by, Li Fuchen would take out a portion of time to sense the sword spirit. He might not have any gains, but during the sensing process, Li Fuchen had a deeper understanding of the joint heaven sword. He also had a deeper comprehension of the sword pattern in the joint heaven sword. His sword pattern foundation was steadily increasing. The joint heaven sword's sword pattern is too profound. I might only be able to sense the sword pattern at the outermost layer of the joint heaven sword, but it still gives off an awe-inspiring feeling like the heaven Tao. Li Fuchen had a feeling that if he could completely grasp the joint heaven sword's basic sword pattern, his sword pattern proficiency would definitely reach an extremely high level. It was just a matter of time before he became a sword pattern grandmaster. A sword pattern grandmaster was able to condense an earth-class low-tier or above sword pattern. Even if he was holding a piece of wood, he would be able to exhibit the power of an earth-class weapon within a short period of time. On this day, Li Fuchen continued to sense the sword spirit and the wonders of the sword pattern. All of a sudden, Li Fuchen was enlightened and the sword pattern foundation in his mind was fused to produce an earth-class low-tier sword pattern. This earth-class low-tier sword pattern was extremely profound and was like an illusory sharp sword. Picking up a withered branch, Li Fuchen poured the earth-class low-tier sword pattern into it. TSS. The withered branch burst out with a shocking sword light. At that moment, the withered branch's chi presence wasn't inferior to the earth-class low-tier artifact sword, the Scarlet Blood Sword. But in the next moment, the withered branch exploded and turned into fine sand. The earth-class low-tier sword pattern was too dominant and the withered branch wasn't able to withstand it. After comprehending an earth-class low-tier sword pattern, perhaps I can try to complete the Silver Sword Essence Remnant chapter. The Sword Essence secret technique that Li Fuchen obtained was divided into 3 parts. Only the Black Iron Sword Essence and the Bronze Sword Essence were complete, and the Silver Sword Essence was only a small part. An incomplete silver sword essence naturally couldn't be cultivated because the final condensed silver sword pattern wouldn't be an ordinary Earth-class mid-tier sword pattern, but an extremely special type of Earth-class mid-tier sword pattern. After all, if it was an ordinary sword pattern, it would be too simple. One must know that every sword rune grandmaster had mastered many Earth-class sword patterns. Didn't this mean that every sword rune grandmaster could create a sword essence secret technique? The sword patterns in the sword essence secret technique were very suitable for the human body. They could perfectly fuse with the human skeleton and become a part of the skeleton. If it was an ordinary sword pattern, it might be able to strengthen the skeleton, but it would also block the skeleton and cause the skeleton to lose its growth potential. With the incomplete silver sword essence, Li Fuchen dared to say that he tried to perfect it. As for his own creation, forget it. The sword essence secret technique was too overpowered. It could be stacked with other amplification secret techniques. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, the person who created the sword essence secret technique was definitely a strategically advantageous individual. Their cultivation was at least at the primary sea realm or even beyond. Because there might be a golden sword essence later on. Have you finally grasped the Joint Heaven Sword's basic sword pattern? An illusory voice echoed from the Joint Heaven Sword. Sword Spirit? Li Fuchen's heart jumped as he asked. That's right, it is this lord. Since you are able to obtain the Joint Heaven Sword, it means that you are fated with the Joint Heaven Sword and also with me. Right now, I shall release a trace of Qi presence to assist you to undo the first seal. While speaking, a trace of destructive and severe Qi presence was emitted. Li Fuchen had almost subconsciously executed the Mystic Heaven Sword intent. With the combination of the two, there was a sound of chains breaking from within the Joint Heaven Sword. At the same moment, an incomparably dense and tyrannical sword Qi rushed into the sky and pierced through the boundless wind and snow. The first seal of the Joint Heaven Sword was undone. Earth-class mid-tier. Wielding the Joint Heaven Sword and sensing the power of the sword Qi, Li Fuchen raised his brows. If the first seal was already at the Earth-class mid-tier, wouldn't the second seal be at the Earth-class peak-tier or even the Heaven-class low-tier? It is truly an incredible artifact sword. Li Fuchen was in a great mood. Earth-class mid-tier weapons were rarely seen in the seven-color continent and were often out of stock in the market. Especially artifact swords, they were out of stock and the supply couldn't meet the demand. Most of the time, people had to spend a huge sum of money to contest for them in auctions. With the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen's strength would definitely increase by several folds. It is naturally incredible. In ancient times, the Joint Heaven Sword is the leader of the three great divine swords and has slaughtered countless saints. A trace of sword Qi power is enough to eliminate countless of you. The sword spirit said proudly. Li Fuchen let out a smile and immediately asked, "What is the level of a saint?" "You are still far from that level. It will be a waste of time to tell you. Alright, you have only undone the first seal. It is very exhausting for me to talk to you. I shall go to sleep first. Remember not to disturb me if there is nothing important." After speaking, there was no more sound. Saints should be existences that are far beyond primary sea realm monarchs. Li Fuchen currently knew that the highest realm was the primary sea realm. As for the realms above the primary sea realm, perhaps he would only find out in the seven-color continent. Of course, just like what the sword spirit said, it was useless for him to know. Once he reached the battle spirit realm or even the primary sea realm, he would naturally find out. That's right, I wonder if there is a sword art inheritance after undoing the first seal. Wielding the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen brandished at the sky. This sword was like a sword of heaven and was silent. The wind and snow above the wind-snow mountains were split open. The clouds above the wind and snow were also split open. The sky looked as though it was split into two and a horrific Qi presence was extending out. Immediately after, his mind was filled with a lot of information. The information was very messy at first, but soon enough, it formed into a sentence. High Heaven Sword Art, Earth Class Mid-Tier Sword Art, Earth Class Mid-Tier Sword Art Li Fuchen revealed a smile. He might already have the Green Sun Sword intent, but it didn't mean that he didn't need other Earth Class Mid-Tier Sword Arts. Furthermore, the Green Sun Sword intent didn't have any moves. It might be very powerful, but he still had to slowly comprehend it. But the High Heaven Sword Art was different. With the Joint Heaven Sword, the speed of comprehending the High Heaven Sword Art would be several times faster. Furthermore, the High Heaven Sword Art contained moves that were stronger with each move. The profoundness of the moves would definitely be far beyond the Green Sun Absolution. After all, the Green Sun Absolution was created by Li Fuchen and it wasn't considered anything. It was just a huge chi output. Once this sword is upgraded, no one in the East Unicorn continent will be a match for young hero Li. Li Fuchen's brandishing of the sword caused a huge commotion. Mu Hanxin, who was familiarizing himself with the Earth-class low-tier gloves, quickly looked up and saw an unforgettable scene. If the outer sword pattern of the Joint Heaven Sword was the basic sword pattern, then after undoing the first seal, the sword pattern was extremely profound. It was as though countless Earth-class sword patterns were combined together. A single glance was enough to make Li Fuchen's scalp go numb. He knew that he wouldn't be able to comprehend it without a few years. Kid, comprehend more sword patterns. It will be beneficial for you. The sword spirit that was in a deep slumber suddenly tossed out a statement. Li Fuchen had deep thoughts. Sword patterns were the same as sword arts and were a part of the sword Dao. Comprehending sword patterns was also the same as comprehending the sword Dao. Of course, comprehending sword patterns wasn't something that could be done overnight and there was no way to be impatient. I will cultivate the High Heaven Sword Art first. Li Fuchen really wanted to know how the High Heaven Sword Art was compared to the Green Sun Sword intent. Huff huff huff, on the snow-covered mountain peak, there was a snowstorm. TSS. A pale blue sword light seemed to have a spirit as it shuttled through the snowstorm with lightning speed. TSS TSS TSS, more pale blue sword lights were activated and each of them had a different trajectory. The awe-inspiring sword lights had extraordinary spirituality. The one practicing the sword was naturally Li Fuchen. The High Heaven Sword Art had moves and it was much easier to cultivate than the Green Sun Sword intent. Of course, it was mainly because the High Heaven Sword Art and the Joint Heaven Sword intent were very compatible. It was much easier to cultivate. In just 3 short days, Li Fuchen had cultivated the High Heaven Sword Art to the sub-completion stage. The High Heaven Sword Art had a total of 4 moves. The first move corresponded to the sub-completion stage, the second move corresponded to the completion stage, which was the sub-perfection stage, the third move corresponded to the perfection stage, and the fourth move corresponded to the trance stage. As long as the first move was cultivated, the High Heaven Sword Art would be considered to be at the sub-completion stage. After cultivating the second move, the High Heaven Sword Art would be at the completion stage. So on and so forth. But it didn't mean that the first move would be useless after cultivating the second move. Cultivating the first move might be considered to be at the sub-completion stage, but if the second move was cultivated, the first move's power would also increase and reach the completion stage. This move is like a fish in the water and is extremely agile. It is simply the polar opposite of the Green Sun Sword intent. The Green Sun Sword intent might have thousands of sword lights that were shot out at the same time. It was massive and extremely gorgeous, but as long as the opponent could react, it was easy to guard against it. But it wasn't so easy to guard against the Green Sun Sword intent. Of course, it didn't mean that the Green Sun Sword intent was inferior to the High Heaven Sword Art. In terms of power, the Green Sun Sword intent seemed to be superior to the High Heaven Sword Art. Furthermore, no matter when, having more sword lights would always be an advantage. When thousands of sword lights were blasted out, there weren't many in the same realm that could block it. The first move took Li Fuchen 3 days, the second move took Li Fuchen 10 days. This move was called Wave Breaker and it was very tyrannical and ferocious. When the sword was executed, the sword lights were like shuttles and emitted a fearsome and glorious prowess. As for the third move, it was called Rise to the Heavens and the fourth move was called High Heaven Sword. If I can cultivate the third move, the power will probably be comparable with the Green Sun Absolution. The Green Sun Absolution was created by Li Fuchen after all and there were plenty of areas that weren't perfect. The Sword Dao laws contained within were also rather shallow. But the High Heaven Sword art was different. Every move was extremely profound and only 30% of qi would be able to produce 100% of the effect. Li Fuchen reckoned that the qi consumption for the third move wouldn't exceed 10% of the Green Sun Absolution. Chapter 439. Above the Sea of Clouds, Li Fuchen was practicing his sword art. In the Wind Snow sect, there were too many restrictions and he couldn't practice without restraint. But in the Sea of Clouds, there weren't such restrictions. There was only a vast sea of clouds in all directions and nothing else. After practicing the High Heaven Sword art a few times, Li Fuchen's sword prowess flourished and the surrounding sea of clouds surged. A sword light that penetrated through the sky broke through the sea of clouds and penetrated through the heaven and earth. In the eyes, there was only that blue and tyrannical sword light that made one's heart palpitate. The High Heaven Sword art's third move, Soar to the Heavens, was completed. This move was similar to the Green Sun Sword intent, but the Sword Dao laws contained in the two moves were entirely different. The Green Sun Sword intent was like the radiant sunlight, resplendent and glorious. But Soar to the Heavens was incomparably tyrannical and emitted the will to defy the heavens. The High Heaven Sword art originally had the intention to rule over the heavens. It might not be able to truly rule over the heavens, but the sword intent didn't allow anyone to resist, not even the heavens. With the Joint Heaven Sword, my cultivation speed of the High Heaven Sword art is too fast. Perhaps, I might be able to reach the trance stage earlier than the Green Sun Sword intent and comprehend the fourth move, High Heaven Sword. Sheathing his sword, Li Fuchen shot down from the clouds and landed inside the Wind Snow sect. Young hero Li, the 100 Sects Alliance's conference is going to start at noon tomorrow. Mu Hanxin reminded Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded, there is no hurry, we will depart tomorrow morning. The conference location wasn't too far from the Wind Snow region and could be reached in half a day. As for the content of this conference, it was related to Li Fuchen. The 100 Sects Alliance originally had 3 alliance leaders, Yu Lai, Gu Yun, and the Eternal Spring Valley's Supreme Grand Elder Su Yuanhe. There were 7 Vice Alliance leaders and they were the Supreme Grand Elders of the top 10 factions. Mu Hanxin was also one of them. Now that Yu Lai and Gu Yun were killed by Li Fuchen, there were 2 fewer alliance leaders. Li Fuchen's combat strength was exceptional, therefore, he naturally had to take the position of alliance leader. Therefore, the main content of this 100 Sects Alliance conference was to reconfirm the alliance leader and deputy alliance leaders. On the next morning, Li Fuchen and Mu Hanxin headed towards the White River region which was near the Wind Snow region. The White River Zone's White River sect was a first-rate sect. In the White River Zone, there was a White Cloud Mountain. On the White Cloud Mountain, there was a palace. This palace was the 100 Sect Alliance's new conference hall. Early in the morning, the Supreme Grand Elders of the various sects and forces had arrived. Even the Thunder Gods sect and the Mystic Tools sect had sent a Supreme Grand Elder. There was no helping it. If the Lightning Gods sect and Mystic Tools sect did not come, it would be equivalent to leaving the 100 Sect Alliance. There were only 2 outcomes for leaving the 100 Sect Alliance. The first was to be annihilated by the demonic Tao or the demonic 10 domains. The second was to surrender to the demonic Tao. With the bloodline of the Thunder Gods sect and the Profound Tools sect, how could they surrender to the demonic Tao? When it was almost noon, Li Fuchen and Mu Hanxin had yet to arrive. This Li Fuchen sure is arrogant. The great elder of the Dolin clan, Xiahou Wu, was secretly dissatisfied. He's here. Someone looked up. Two figures shot down from the sea of clouds. One of them was the white-haired Mu Hanxin. There was another figure and it was naturally Li Fuchen. I have made everyone wait. Mu Hanxin cupped his fist. Li Fuchen sized up everyone. Li Fuchen could sense that the body of the Dolin clan's supreme grand elder, Xiahou Wu, contained a tyrannical power. This power was very mystical and existed in a special form. If it wasn't for Li Fuchen's exceptional awareness, he wouldn't be able to detect it. The battle spirit bone frame is indeed a special bone frame, even though it is one of the weaker special bone frames. Withdrawing his gaze, Li Fuchen said, "Let the conference begin." In response, everyone entered the palace hall. They didn't feel anything about Li Fuchen's attitude. After all, Li Fuchen's strength had far surpassed them and was on a completely different level. Inside the palace hall, there was a long stone table. Li Fuchen sat at the host seat of the stone table while the rest sat on both sides of the stone table. After everyone sat down, Li Fuchen said, "Previously, the 100 Sects Alliance had 3 alliance leaders and 7 vice alliance leaders. This time, I have decided to have 1 alliance leader, 2 vice alliance leaders, and 8 doyens. I shall assume the position of the alliance leader. The vice alliance leaders shall be Elder Mu and Elder Su. As for the rest of the vice alliance leaders, they shall be the doyens. I wonder if everyone has any objections." Su Yuanhe frowned. He didn't have any objections if Li Fuchen was the alliance leader, but he had some objections if he was demoted to a vice alliance leader. The alliance leader and vice alliance leader might only have a difference of 1 word, but their authority was completely different. As a vice alliance leader, it meant that he had to listen to Li Fuchen completely, otherwise, he would be betraying the 100 Sects Alliance. Admiring Li Fuchen's strength and submitting to Li Fuchen were 2 different things. Su Yuanhe wasn't the only one who was dissatisfied, the rest of the vice alliance leaders were also very dissatisfied. It was fine if Li Fuchen was the alliance leader, but he actually helped Mu Hanxin to be one of the 2 vice alliance leaders. Mu Hanxin's strength was around the same level as them and might even be inferior. How could he be above them? This was too nepotism. Alliance leader, I don't have any objections if you are the alliance leader. But please reconsider the position of vice alliance leader. The Golden Extinction Hall's Supreme Grand Elder Shifang stood up and took a glance at Mu Hanxin before speaking slowly. Li Fuchen said with a smile that didn't look like a smile, "Oh, it seems like Elder Shi isn't convinced of Elder Mu. Elder Mu, why don't you spar with Elder Shi? Elder Shi, please." Mu Hanxin flew out of the palace and stood in the sky outside the palace. "Let's fight then, who is afraid of who?" Shifang had also flown out and fought with Mu Hanxin. Boom boom. In the sky, chi forces were crisscrossing and thunderbolts were flashing. Dark cold palm art. After a few moves, Mu Hanxin executed a palm strike. The dark cold palm intent broke through Shifang's blockade and sent him flying. Earth-class low-tier gloves. Shifang suddenly had a change of expression. "That's right." Mu Hanxin smiled and said. There were only a few Earth-class equipment in the entire East Unicorn continent. The Black Sky Sect ruins might have some, but it was too dangerous. A slight misstep might result in death. Originally, Shifang and Mu Hanxin were evenly matched. But now, Mu Hanxin had tossed him aside. After all, Shifang didn't have an Earth-class low-tier weapon and was the same as Mu Hanxin, he had only cultivated an incomplete Earth-class low-tier martial art. Earth-class low-tier weapon. Everyone couldn't help but look at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen had a great harvest in the Black Sky Sect ruins and had provoked Yu Lai, Gu Yun, and even the Evil Dao's elite experts to mobilize. In their opinion, Mu Hanxin's new Earth-class low-tier weapon should be a gift from Li Fuchen. He is truly lucky. The celestial star sect's supreme grand elder's eyes were burning with passion. If he also had an Earth-class low-tier weapon, he would be able to contest with the mid-ranked existences of the demonic 10 regions. It was a pity that there weren't many Earth-class weapons in the entire East Unicorn continent. Elder Mu, let me experience your superior moves. The Sky Dragon Sword Sect's Supreme Grand Elder Gui Feng walked out. Gui Feng was one of the few people who possessed an Earth-class low-tier weapon. Before Gu Yun and Yu Lai perished, their strength was at least top 5. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.